filter's gonna live in full display. Used to blend in the background playing and it's safe, but now I'm playing pain in my world in every shade. A little bit of sparkle, a little bit of bold, heart full of glitter, story waiting to be told. No more dope.
How the fuck does it keep glitching, man? What the hell? Let's play the video. That's all you have to do. Play the video.
Hey, hey, come on, feel it.
Look at that. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on?
Hey, hey, come on, feel it.
Alright, fuck it. Ruined. Intro ruined. What the fuck is going on? How's it going, ladies and skeletons? How was your weekend?
Yeah.
What is wrong here?
You're shining bright.
Stop it! What if I play it over here? We'll do the same thing. Disaster! I don't know, I'll make it work. How was I to know shit was just gonna randomly glitch out? Tell me it works.
Hey, 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 come on, feel it like. Yeah. You're shining bright. Let's go. Hey, woke up this morning, no more hiding away. Throw out the filters, gonna live in full display. Used to blend in the background playing and it's safe, but now I'm playing pain in my world in every shade. A little bit of sparkle, a little bit of bold, heart full of glitter, story waiting to be told. No more dull days, no more gray skies. I'm turning up the rainbow, watch me come alive. No need to fit in, no need to conform. This is my moment, this is my storm. Put your hands up, feel the fire inside. Break through the dark, no reason to hide. You are made of color, let it all shine through. Every hue, every shade, the beautiful you. You are made of color, paint the sky tonight. We're dancing in the glow, everything feels right. You are made of color, yeah, you're one of a kind. Let your colors shine, leave the ordinary behind. They might say tone it down, but I'm turning it loud. Wearing my true self like a glittery crown. From the quiet dreamer to the loud and free, every piece of me is a masterpiece. No more second guessing, no more playing small. I'm a walking canvas, standing proud and tall. Friends by my side, we're a colorful crew. Together we sparkle in every show. No need to fit in, no need to conform. This is our moment, this is my storm. Put your hands up, feel the fire inside. Break through the dark, no reason to hide. You are made of color, let it all shine through. Every hue, every shade, the beautiful you. You are made of color, paint the sky tonight. We're dancing in the glow, everything feels right. You are made of color, yeah, you're one of a kind. Let your colors shine, leave the ordinary Na 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 na, let it go. Na 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 na, steal the show. Every color in your soul, watch it shine, watch it glow. Oh, can you feel it now? The world is brighter when you show us how. Put your hands up, feel the fire inside. Break through the dark, no reason to hide. You are made of color, let it all shine through. Every hue, every shade, the beautiful you. You are made of color, paint the sky tonight. We're dancing in the glow, everything feels right. You are made of color, yeah, you're one of a kind. Let your colors shine, let your colors shine. You're made of color. Shine on.
Very nice. As you can see, that was the reason why I wanted there to be no glitching. Okay, this is what the streaming computer is doing right now. Been doing ever since that song started playing, so I guess we're not going to use that. We're happy. We're happy. We're having a good time. It could be worse. Could be the quartering. He's having a bad time. Problem is, like, I don't know if he's guilty, but the thing is, he said he would do it. Like,
I am Phil Burnell. I am a.
you shouldn't say you're gonna
Is there a
do
way to
it.
curb the problem without it being a threat to free speech?
Oh, I love this.
I don't know. This is a huge overarching issue, all right?
Hi, Anthony.
The internet and anonymity behind bullying someone and stuff like that on the internet. It just so happens that when I started becoming popular on the internet is when this became a big thing. And, of course, that's how people found all these ways to fuck with me and everything over the years, right?
Right. Huh?
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah.
Do I have like great advice? I don't. I've been looking at myself for a solution for years. How do you stop it? You can't. Even fucking YouTube allows it, and that's the sad part. You can report all these bullying videos and everything on YouTube, and they still fucking allow it, which is ridiculous. Like,
Oh,
I
so
don't
you
know
do
why
report
they do,
videos.
because it's obvious that it's negative and it's not what they want on the website. Do you think a bullying video
Not
on
what they
YouTube,
want.
all these negative shit that's said about me constantly and stuff is advertiser friendly? No, advertisers don't want to advertise on a fucking video that's a slander against someone.
Slander?
But YouTube allows it. Real talk.
Okay,
Marcus, you
well,
never think the trolling will stop. No, and here's why. The reason the trolling will never stop.
Okay, I
is
guess
because
this is just
YouTube
not
allows
like
it to happen
it's
and allows
okay.
it to make
Fucking
people popular.
kill, die.
As long as YouTube allows the toxicity, it will continue. You notice it's not allowed on Twitch. No one fucks with me on Twitch because
What?
Twitch just say,
What
no,
does
we
that
don't want to
mean?
be that kind of a site. We don't allow that shit.
What?
We're not gonna let you restream people. We're not gonna let you fucking make fun of them and shit.
Sure.
You know, it's fucked up, and we don't want that.
Yeah, we don't have restreamers or people making fun of dumb fuck idiot Darkside Phil. That's definitely banned on Twitch. We're definitely not allowed to make fun of him for being a fat gouty e-beggar with a dipshit fat ass wife. Definitely can't say any of those things.
And people who try to do that to me get banned from Twitch.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm waiting.
But YouTube just doesn't care because they're immoral. They don't give a fuck.
They're
They really don't.
immoral. YouTube lets them make fun of my fat ass dipshit wife. They just never get away with it.
They don't give a shit.
Not like they do on Twitch. On Twitch, if someone makes fun of me, I call my rep Hassan, and he shuts them down.
About anything.
Because I love free expression. That damn good internet. That internet hitting nice.
So as long as people could get internet popular,
So I guess this is
and
just
make
fucking,
money
like,
from it, making fun of
my
me
all day
on
today,
YouTube,
huh?
they'll keep doing it. It's that simple.
Cool.
I'm well aware that all over the internet on a daily basis, there are people who are looking to drag me down, to defame me, to steal my content, to illegally restream my content. Yes, it is completely 100% illegal to do so.
According
And to basically make a living,
to Trust Me
riding
Bro.
my coattails. And, if I didn't exist, these people would have zero popularity, zero attention on themselves.
And
but they
neither
do
would
this
you. If
in
you
order to
didn't
make a
exist,
living
you
on the
wouldn't
behalf of others.
exist.
They have no real fucking talent for themselves.
Okay.
So that's why they do this kind of
Let's
shit.
not think about
Okay?
that.
That being said, there's nothing I could do about it. I could sit here and be angry all day, and it's not going to make these people go away, nor is it going to stop the behavior.
Then why do you
Because
keep
they're
doing
rewarded
it?
for said behavior because YouTube allows it, and also because there's a bunch of fucking idiots on the planet who think this is
Idiot!
something funny and entertaining when in reality it's toxic.
It's
and
not
disgusting.
funny,
But
actually.
these people aren't normal.
You
They're not
don't
like
know
and me.
it because
Okay?
I'm smart.
I'm well aware that there are a lot of people out there who love to make fun of me, insult me, defame me, slander me on a daily basis.
Slander? What's the
They do this
slander?
for personal gain.
What
because they realize
slander,
that when they do it,
bro?
They can get attention for themselves, and a lot of them actually make out
They make out with
on
each
toxic
other.
places like YouTube, making money, making that kind of really insulting, defamatory content. For some reason,
Insulting?
YouTube allows it. Don't ask me
Profiting
why,
off of
but it's really
insults?
messed up
Oh
that
my God.
these people think that they can ride my coattails and make a living doing what they're doing, but hey, they're doing it.
Oh.
And
So
I
they
want
don't
money to
think
sue
they're
them
doing it,
for
then.
defamation.
Okay.
I got a dollar tip from Snow Carl. Says it seems like recently a lot of people just try to put words in your mouth, like saying you dislike a game when you said the opposite, or trying to misrepresent your
Because
views.
it says both.
Why do you think this is, and how can you prevent it
I'm so glad fucking Snow Carl fucked off.
from happening?
Don't come back, you loser. You gave Phil way too much money.
I can't, because YouTube allows people to do whatever they want and
And
say
they
whatever they
want.
want with absolutely no justification, whatever.
Whatever.
like all these years that people say
Siege
things about me
mode,
that
cha-chonk,
might not
cha-chonk.
be factually proven because they're not factually true,
Oh.
but because they present
Like that he played WWE Champions, remember that?
27 cases of circumstantial evidence that have all been fabricated. it
Circumstantial
must be true. So just keep saying it about Phil.
shibba
Take everything I've said
Mm-hmm.
about Zelda out of context
and say, "Oh, Phil said all this and he hates Zelda." Well, no. Did I say all this?
Yes.
If you directly quote something I've said, yes, I've said it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, well, if you quote me, yeah, I did say the thing. Yeah, but, and, you know, and whatever, and, bleh.
But did I ever say I hate Zelda?
Yes, you did. You say, I fucking hate this game. This game sucks. You said it over and over and over again.
No, not
No,
once.
never.
Are.
Never. I would never say
Please.
such a thing. That would get me in
Oh, is
trouble.
that it? Is that all I had to do?
Yep, there you go. This game fucking sucks.
A single regular bomb took 11 hearts and insta-killed me, and then didn't even break the wall. Do you see what I mean about this game's mechanics? They suck. I'm sorry. They suck.
Oh.
They suck.
But I like it, though.
You better not quote me accurately.
But YouTube allows it. And people say, oh, that's free speech. No, it's not. There's a difference between free speech and defamation or slander. Free speech would be you have the right to criticize. You have the right to say facts. You don't have the right to literally make shit up
Like what?
about someone that's considered harmful to them. That's illegal. It always has been.
Call the cops.
But people get
Get a
away with it all
lawyer.
the time because there's no regulation on YouTube.
No,
You do
it's
it
because you do nothing about it. That's why people get away with it, because you do nothing. Because you cannot do anything. That's why. You allow it to happen, and so we can lie about you. We can get away with lying about you, but we don't have to.
whatever you want, and no one holds you to task for it.
Yeah, that would be you. You would have to be that person, dipshit.
YouTube doesn't care.
Not YouTube. It's not their job to sweep in and protect your reputation, bro.
Unless it's like harmful to children or something like that, they won't ever take action.
What?
They say just go sue them then, right?
Right.
So-
That's literally what slander is. It's a civil case. It's not something you can call the cops over and have people arrested. It's not something that YouTube has under their responsibility to protect you from. This is a you matter that you need to address yourself. And if you don't, you are tacitly allowing the behavior.
So
Fucking moron.
the thing, people don't
But no, his idea of that is flagging channels erroneously.
get it, and that's fine. You don't have to get it.
You know what I love? I love when a computer is like 100% complete. 100%. And it's like, then why the fuck am I still here? Obviously, we're not at 100%. Obviously, it's something between 99% and 100, because 100 means like we're done and we can move on. We can go forward. So don't lie to me and tell me it's 100%, please.
I've been doing this now for 2.5 years full time on YouTube. I know how it rolls.
Uh-huh.
So understand, I kind of know what I'm doing.
I kinda
Sorry
know what
that
I'm
things
doing.
get derailed. Sorry that idiots try to create.
I mean, sure, I don't know the difference between objectivity and subjectivity. I don't know the difference between publishers and developers. I don't know the difference between stupidity and ignorance, but sure, I've been around the block. I know what I'm talking about.
Always narratives outside the streams. If you just stay here with me and you chill with me,
Cult? Speak.
We just stay here, chill with me, don't listen to anyone else. All of them are liars. I'm the only source of truth. Never listen to anyone but me when it comes to things about me, okay? Or anything else, all right? Just stay safe in the cult. I mean, the community.
and we have a good time together,
And I beg you for money.
none of that shit matters. Don't watch the bullshit periphery around on YouTube.
Cult.
The idiots getting clickbait views
Cult.
and being toxic. In
Cult.
reality, none of it should exist.
Yeah, the toxic people shouldn't even exist on the internet. All the toxic people should be forcibly removed from the internet. Not Phil, though. He's cool.
But YouTube allows it. They say sue those people to stop them. Oh
Yes.
yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to
That's literally what you have to do if you have a case of slander. Nothing else. No one else will help you, Phil. Stand up for yourself, you big man baby bitch. Or shut the fuck up.
be Mr. Frivolous Lawsuit. And I'm going to slap lawsuits around.
Wait, frivolous? If the lawsuit is frivolous, that means you have no case. That means there's no merit. That's literally what frivolous means, Phil. You are telling us that you will not sue us for no reason. Okay? Like, that's not a flex, bro.
on every idiot on the
Again, he doesn't know what the word frivolous means, apparently, but he's been around the block. He knows what he's talking about. He pretty much, kinda, knows what he's talking about.
internet
So it's sort of, kinda.
who benefits from making fun of me.
Uh-huh.
No. But the problem is the
Actually, yes, because that's what's happening.
other stuff that they say and do about me that
Also, this code is so fucking stupid. What a lame, corny, weird coat this is.
It's completely falsified.
Just like alien picking shit off the rack.
That they have absolutely no concrete evidence of at all.
Uh-huh.
But they say shit all the time. All these crazy conspiracies they come up with.
As long as you ignore all the evidence, you can pretend like there's no evidence. Very convenient. Until, it all crumbles down around you. But that's fun.
And
You don't have
YouTube
to worry about
allows
that now. You can worry about that later.
YouTube just allows slander campaigns for personal gain.
Again, what he's talking about is us pointing out the fact that he plays WWE champion, something he would later admit to doing and lying about.
It's insane.
It's
Now, in
insane.
reality, it's funny because, by the
It's
way,
because
how about this? I don't know what the fuck idiots are talking about with memes and shit. Oh, it's like he's just like me. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I don't follow your dumb fucking memes. So take your meme and shove it up your fucking
Put it up your butt.
ass.
Put it
'Cause
in
I
your
have the ability to make
butthole,
an
okay?
observation that's factually fucking based.
I'm based.
Just because I'm Dark Side Phil doesn't mean I get to ignore fucking facts.
What?
That the characters.
Just because I'm Dark Side Phil doesn't mean I get to ignore fucking facts. All
I
right.
like to shove up my ass.
This guy's the sentence planner.
He is literally based.
He's the schedule master. He doesn't even plan out what he's going to say before he opens his mouth. Just brain off, mouth on autopilot.
In this game are going
Yeah, just because I'm Phil doesn't mean I get to ignore facts. Right? Huh? What? I don't even know what I'm saying anymore.
through what I go through on a daily fucking basis.
Daily
Shut
base.
the fuck up. A show based solely on bullying of a select group of people is fucked up. It shouldn't exist. I don't know why YouTube allows it to exist. Someone should say, hey, YouTube, this whole show is bullying. Why? I thought you're anti-bullying. I thought the whole point of your site to have these rules is anti-bullying. Why are you allowing an entire
What?
show based on bullying to be
When did they say that?
I thought your entire site was based off anti-bullying.
When did they say that? When was that ever said anywhere, ever? Can I look for it?
exist on your fucking website? Are you stupid? Why are you
Are
allowing
you
them to
dumb?
monetize this?
You're not doing this thing I made up and you never said. What are you, stupid? Because I'm smart. I'm a smart person. I'm not dumb like everyone says I am.
Show. It's bullying content. It's horrible. It's immoral. It shouldn't happen.
Right.
Correct?
What?
You know what I'm saying? There's no way I can really clear it up. There's too many idiots constantly restreaming,
There's
stealing,
too many stupid
impersonating.
people. I
make them
can't
stop.
do anything
What I have
about
to make them
it.
stop is places like YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I just
Okay.
and then they don't. You know, it's
What?
stupid.
Huh?
They
Whatever.
need to. They seriously need to cut the shit.
Cut the shit.
But they just allow it.
They
You tell me
let
why YouTube
People
allows
tell
it,
the truth
right?
about me.
I don't know.
Oh.
YouTube should cancel all the fucking toxic channels that just perpetrate insane
What
theft.
pisses me off about people like Phil and Jeremy is that they don't care about bullying in general.
Yeah.
They only care when it supposedly happens to them.
Yeah, he'll make 50 videos going after Brie Larson, but someone makes one video out of his antics, and they're like,
Oh, I'm being bullied. Oh, this should be allowed. The entire point of your site was created with the sole purpose of stopping people from being bullied ever or across the world, right? And so do that. Do that thing that I said that you said but didn't. Okay?
Crime, but they don't. They literally do nothing.
crime? What crime? Like, we're committing crimes? What the fuck is wrong with you, man? Like, this is slander. Accusing us of committing crimes is slander. And if you had any fucking clout, if anyone cared about what you said about anything, would be able to sue for damages.
They make you sue them to get them to stop.
That's how the court works, fucker. Fucking moron. Oh, no, wait. I should get YouTube. Hey, YouTube. Phil is saying that we commit crimes. Do something about it. Like, no, that's something you have to do. But this is a guy who definitely does not flag channels, by the way, even though it's basically an annual thing at this point. The annual wave of channels being shut down for no fucking reason. I'm still here. Okay, God, thanks. Perfect time. The D stands for depression. Guess I'm gonna have to give it another 20 minutes because it's been stuck at 100%. But yeah, Chilla's live talking about the quartering.
Their Kino Casino channel was down again. Yeah, it's not going to happen, EK Drink. You guys are all good here. Unless she just pops up somewhere. I do have Brittany Venti's stream pulled up, but I don't know if we're going to get to it. I have no idea how long the stream's going to be. But Yeah. So this is Josh Moon down at the bottom. I'm not mad at you, and I have no idea why you would choose to proceed any statement with such an obviously false and disingenuous pretense. If you think PPP is ordering people or even casually implying that people should contact anyone in your family, you're wrong. But I think you know that already. I also think that as 2-decade veterans of the internet, communication and someone around during Gamergate, you know by now the one thing you should never do is give harassment attention. And it's like, the quartering was the Kino Casino pissing on the floor, man. Yeah, that's it, Cat. That's exactly him. The Kino Casino had been clowning the quartering for, I don't want to say a year, but it felt like at least half a year at this point. Have I been watching season 5 of Fish Tank? I haven't got into it. I always say I'm going to. It's like when I say I'm going to watch the NFL this year, and I never get around to it. The NFL and the Fish Tank are up there. Yeah.
Okay, I guess I just need to restart.
This guy's insufferable. I've been seeing so many defending him using the excuse. He said cancel culture will come after him. Yeah, well, he was blaming Israel for his recent problems.
It's because
which is, to me, seems...
It's because I'm promoting Israel. That's why they're coming after me, man.
To blame like a ongoing war that you was commentating on it, that would be like the reason people are coming at you, but not... Instead of like, I actually
anti-Israel
made a huge mistake,
people,
you know, you
what is
don't
the
go
style?
flagging down other YouTubers' channels for no reason whatsoever. And besides, they wanted to poke a little fun at you because I was upset. Yeah, obviously, guys, this would be entirely different if the Kino Casino's entire channel was, hey, viewers, go to this man's.
Nobody's like that for good reason, for obvious reason. Okay, I think the other laptop is now running correctly. That was Chilla doing a stream. Morty had talked to Gideon about Cyrax.
LUS. What is it? A pen?
Yeah.
A
stylus.
Oh! Oh! No!
And guess what? He's still trying to talk to kids.
Oh, he's talking to kids? Okay, I'm calling Auntie Morty. What's good, Auntie?
Yo, what's going on, man? Can you hear me all right?
I hear you loud and clear.
First time, huh?
You antimatter, Morty.
For stopping by the channel again today. We have some huge news in the Cyrax universe that I am very happy to say I was able to play a small part in, thanks for the most part to many of you guys. Yesterday, Gideon, who has a 5 million subscriber pred hunting channel on YouTube, became aware of Cyrax because of super chats during his live stream. He spent hours on that same stream going down the Cyrax rabbit hole, learning a lot of the lore, and eventually, his chat encouraged him to get in touch with me, and we react through Discord, called me, and the two of us had a conversation about Chance live on his show. This is probably the most exposure that Cyrax has had since the Libs of TikTok incident, and there are tons and tons of new eyes finding out about Chance who never would have heard about him otherwise. And most importantly, there's an actual pred catcher who does catches, works with law enforcement, and gets people arrested hot on his tail now. So today we're going to take a look at some clips from the live stream. We'll see Gideon reacting to some of the most famous Cyrax lore, like the Stylus incident and the original Kate Sting. And then we'll take a look at his call with me, where I gave him a little bit of background information, and we talk about some plans for the Goblin's future. So now, without further rambling, let's get right into it.
Okay, you know what? Everybody's telling me on the internet to catch Cyrax, catch Cyrax, catch Cyrax. I have no idea who this dude is. I've never seen a video about it. What video should I watch? A 2-hour documentary? Yeah, I can't do that. Oh. Everybody's telling me to go catch this guy. Like, who is he? Finally, the most unhinged man on the internet. Who is he? What did he do?
At this point, the question is more like, what didn't he do? If I had a week straight to try to lore dump about Cyrax to somebody, I would probably still leave out a ton of important stuff because his list of crimes is just so extensive.
Is he in jail? Let's see. Cyrax, the most unhinged
doubt
man
he's
on
in
the
jail.
internet. Let's watch this video by Smokey
Why?
MCC.
Like, if someone is in jail, why would you be like, hey, we need to get this guy. We need to take this guy down. And it's like, he's in jail, dude.
Yo, Wicco, thank you for the 2.
Now, let me tell y'all something.
Let me tell you something here, say. Say sayonara.
A lot of y'all want to sit there
Oh my god. I hate when people have the default
and call
notification
me a
noises.
freak.
I'm not a freak.
And that's fine. But you know what?
I ain't a freak.
I'm glad to be a freak.
I'm glad.
Oh my God.
I'm glad that I stand out. And you want to know why?
Why?
Because at least I'm not afraid.
I'm not afraid of going to jail. I'm not
I feel like
afraid
one
to
of the
go to
funniest
jail.
things about this being the first video of Cyrax that he clicked on is that this isn't even the worst mask he's ever worn. Like, there's been the samurai costume, there's been the chainmail with the luchador mask. This mask actually covers up his face. This is tame compared to some of the other stuff.
Myself. Unlike you, there's a reason I
Chat. Bro, you know those like school shooter manifesto videos? Like, I feel like I'm watching one of those. I feel like this is like the start of like one of those true crime documentaries. I feel so uncomfy right now, chat. Genuinely. Yo, Ubile, thank you for the 20. I'm the daughter of a reformed criminal. Learned that grace plus guidance goes a long way. I saw he truly changed his behavior, took responsibility. He knew I didn't have to forgive him. Only Christ knows their heart. For Preds, I don't know. Man, I appreciate the 20 and God bless you. God bless you, man. Oh, man, that's rough. Yo, Step in Razor, thank you for the 5. And then Matt, thank you for the 10 Canadian. Hey, Jid, I appreciate what you do. These videos creep me out. Some of the guys you catch look almost normal on the surface, but they are not. It's very creepy.
Well,
And the Bible
Cyrax
says
doesn't
man,
have that issue.
Inside, they're clean.
He doesn't
but,
look normal on the
outside, they're clean.
surface.
Inside, they look like ravaging wolves. Man, you never know. Not to change subject, but I wonder what Lord Babylon would think of me being asexual. Am I beta? Yes, you are.
Yes.
What would you do if someone only met a decoy just to meet you and they can prove it? They also didn't say anything illegal over text. Well, if they didn't say anything illegal over text, then we wouldn't meet.
chose self. Unlike you, there's a reason I chose this mask and my Oni mask. And there's a very particular reason.
What's the reason?
It makes
Because
me
I
feel
want
better.
To be a freak. I want
to be a
different.
freak.
I want to stand out. I want you guys to see the monster that you created.
You created the monster, Marty Tevin.
What is he talking about?
Unbelievable. It's been about a year since we've last looked in on the story of One Chance Wilkins and
I love getting to see his reaction to seeing his actual face without the mask for the first time. Also gotta love that he clicked on a Smokey video. Couldn't have started somewhere better.
barring a few major changes, nothing's really changed. Like, he's still going through hell. The trolls are putting him through it. And guess what? He's still trying to talk to kids.
Oh, he's talking to kids?
Constantly gets exposed for being one of the worst people on the internet. And then he says, I'm done. I'm leaving the internet. I'm leaving forever. And then he comes right back. And then he yells at the trolls. And then he says, I'm leaving the internet again. After doing another messed up thing. And like, I don't want to spoil it, but do you want to take a wild guess on what's going to happen in today's video? Because yes, the times have changed, but Chance himself hasn't. He's still making new YouTube channels that inevitably get taken down after a few days or a few weeks. He's not making a single dime online, yet still claiming that the internet is his job because he's a singer, songwriter, drift king, car driving extraordinaire. He was in another relationship recently, and I put relationship in heavy air quotes. Like, I know you can't really see them, but Maybe you could hear them right there. But yeah, another girlfriend, and for some reason, of course, yet again, the children that this woman had before meeting Cyrax, who Chance has never met, have now oddly become Chance's own children in his eyes. I can't believe you're gonna take my kids away from me, he says when they break up, to a woman who had kids that he never even met before. In every one of these relationships
is he eating the mic?
he's gotten into where the significant other has kids and he's claimed them to be his own, he always seemingly cares so much for the children rather than the girl he's with. And honestly, knowing Cyrax's track record, that's pretty goddamn sinister when you really sit down and think about it.
Bro, man, if you're a woman and you have a kid and you're out here dating and stuff, you need to be like 10,000% awareness. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that guys who date women with kids are bad. I'm not saying that. You know, my dad, when he got with my mom, she already had a son. I'm not saying that at all. But what I am saying, man, is there's dudes out here who go for women who have kids. And the women are so desperate for the man, they'll know sometimes something's wrong with him. He might be doing something to their kid, but they want to be with a man so bad that they look past that. And you got to put your son first. You got to.
Marty, I know where you live. I know where you live, Marty. So don't test me. You need to go. And now I've had it. No, I've had it with you two interfering in my life. I'm trying to live a good life with my... No, shut up. I am trying to live a good life.
Bro, that boy hitting us with a Macho Man, Randy Savage, WWF promo.
It is amazing, and I know this happened during the Libs of TikTok thing too. It is amazing how many people independently come to the same joke and the same conclusion about Cyrax without ever hearing it from any of us. When the Libs of TikTok thing happened, there were so many people saying that he looked like Wrong Turn and that he looked like a goblin and saying that he was cutting a WWE promo. Like, anyone who sees him has the same thoughts run through their head.
Bro,
with my fucking girlfriend, away from the trauma, but you don't want to let that happen, and I'm tired of it. I'm sick of it.
Same thing with Phil. Like,
matter of fact,
when tourists show up and say the things that we all say.
No. How do you like that? How do you like that?
Apparently, during his tirade with the ocarina, he made holes in his walls that indefinitely continued to be visible whenever he recorded videos. But the bad news simply refused to stop coming. Marty breaks the story that Cyrax has been taken to the hospital, and the doctors discovered he developed a fungal infection on his private parts. The cause of this might be the fact that he not only neglects to wash himself after he does the deed, but also does it multiple times a day, which results in chafing due to excess friction. I'm glad I can explain this to, like, however many people are watching this right now.
Oh!
You're the you three? I almost took my fucking life a few minutes ago because of your bullying!
What is it? Wait, chat,
You almost bullied me to death! Stupid?
What is a stylus? LUS? What is it? A pin? Oh! Oh! No!
Gideon, whatever you do, don't search Cyrax widget spinner.
Every single person watching this right now has had this exact moment. And I feel like it's like 9/11, like you remember where you were when you found out about the stylus for the first time. You remember who you were with. You remember how, even if you're not the religious type, maybe just for a moment, you begged God to make it all okay.
He put one of those pins
in his butt.
Chat, he put one of these inside of him. Ohio is one of those states where they will not take chat logs. The only way we can get an arrest in Ohio is if they have CP. That's it.
Alright, so we're going to skip ahead a little bit because it's a whole lot of him watching the Turkey Tom video and then a couple of other clips. And then Gideon moves on from Cyrax and goes to talk about a couple of other cases. But at this point during his live stream, my Premiere chat had begun, and Gideon decided to send a message reaching out to me in my Premiere chat which then a whole lot of you guys pointed out to me and let me know that he was also still live and trying to get in touch with me. So I opened up another tab and I made my way over to his chat, where I dropped my Discord and the two of us were able to get in touch.
Morty. Morty. Chat, what's Morty's Jadeon, call Mac? I did call him. He said he's on a call. Chat. What's Morty's handle? Anti-More. Is he still in chat?
Perfect.
Chat, what was the dude's name from earlier? Glory Hole?
What a world. What an
Was
existence.
What was his name? Earlier,
William
chat?
G. Glory Hole. Esquire.
He dropped his Discord. Okay. What was the Glory Hole's? William Glory Hole. Let me see if he said anything.
The third. Do not call me Bill Glory Hole. That was my father. I go by William.
What the hell? William Glory Hole deleted my comment, chat.
He'll say it later, but I do just want to clarify, William Gloryhole did not delete his comment. Gideon was unable to find it, but he was able to find the comment later on. I'm not sure if we'll get to that clip because it's pretty far into the video, so I just wanted to clarify the comment's still up.
Deleted my comment, chat. Why? Why did you delete my comment?
Uh-oh. Drama already.
Born on a flight in 2 hours, saved a bunch of your vids to watch over the 7 hours to Dublin. God bless. My man, bro, I pray you have a safe flight there, man, and have fun in Dublin, my guy. Okay, I'm calling Auntie Morty. What's good, Auntie?
Yo, what's going on, man? Can you hear me all right?
I hear you loud and clear.
If I sound a little bit funny there, it's because I was actually out shopping at Target before my premiere, and I just decided
saying it's all William Glorioli's fault, and the officer said, "Did he just say glory hole?"
Did he just say glory hole?
to check on
It's like, yeah, that's the internet.
it in the car before I drove out of the parking lot, and then I saw all this was happening. I actually picked up the call from Gideon on my car Bluetooth, which is why it sounds a little fuzzy there, but it was like too good to pass up. I was like, this is insane right now. If we can get Gideon on Cyrax, we have to take this opportunity.
Hey, man, I've been a huge fan for a while, since before I was even making content, so it's pretty cool to be talking to you right now.
Oh, man, praise God, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
I heard a video premiere, and I heard that you guys were looking for me over here. Did you guys make it into talking about old Chance Wilkins?
Yes, sir. Wait, hold on 1 second. Rico! Rico with the 50 gifted! Whoa, Rico! Thank you so much, Rico. Thank you for the 50
You could have cut that out,
gifted,
though.
my man.
You didn't need that.
Chat. Everybody, bro.
Yeah. This doesn't have much to do with the Cyrex, though.
750 to 800. Hold up. I gotta change it down to. Thank you, Rico. So just figured it all out.
Gotta get that watch
So
time.
I'm still learning. Do you know how to get in contact with him by any chance?
So Cyrax directly, the only way that he is in contact with anybody that we're aware of is through his private Facebook account. He regularly purges his friends list. He'll sometimes have up to 50 people on there, but he's very paranoid that everybody is a troll. So he'll randomly just unfriend like 40 people. He keeps it locked down pretty tight. And then the issue that we're having more recently is that there's somebody who is pretending to be his fiance. We believe it's a group of men, but they're using one Facebook account by the name of Jackie, and they're pretending to be his fiance. They're sending him gifts in the mail, like gaming chairs and Xboxes, and they're like encouraging him not to talk to anybody. So he's got like a pred protector now.
Oh my gosh, so weird. So weird. So you don't think there would be ever any time? You don't think he would ever talk to like a bigger YouTuber like me?
Well, I mean, you never know. It really depends. I mean, with what you're on YouTube for, I mean, it's going to be a red flag for him because he's got pred catchers after him all the time. But at the same time, he's also addicted to attention. So if you did try to reach out to him on his and I can send you on Discord what his actual Facebook page is because there's a bunch of fake accounts, but I can link you the real one.
Yeah. I won't leak it or nothing.
I'll shoot that your way. And then, yeah, I mean, he's addicted to attention. So the thing is, the way that he often gets himself into these situations is he seems to believe that if he could just explain himself well enough, then he could get himself out of trouble and nobody would think he was like a pred anymore. So it would be a real coin toss. I wouldn't put it past him if he thought that he could speak to a large audience and maybe like quote unquote clear his name like he's always trying to do.
Bro,
he might give it a shot.
Literally yesterday, I don't know if you know who Fibs is, but unironically,
yeah,
like
I saw that.
I let her join in on my stream, and I mean, I don't know. Oh, okay. I lied, chat. Glory Hole did not delete my comment. It's still there. I just don't know why I didn't see it. It's still there. I thought he deleted it. It's still there. So what about you? Do you know anything about this William Glory Hole dude?
Yeah. So I'm not in contact with William directly, but there's a whole handful of different people who kind of troll Cyrax. There's a handful of them that I talk to, and then some of them talk to. It's this weird little ecosystem, but yeah, William's been involved for years now. He's had Cyrax on panel a whole lot of times. There's long troll situations that happen with him where do you know the term brick? Like if you brick somebody's console. People will get things to them in the mail. Yes, yeah. They send kill sticks and all. So William has been around messing with Cyrax for years now.
Yo, Turbo, thank you for the sub. Dang. Yeah, man. I mean, bro, if you can just put out there, I'm not bro, I'm gonna be honest, man. He lives in Ohio, so at least if he doesn't have law enforcement on him, any decoys or whatever, he's not going to get arrested. But
yeah, Ohio's terrible with that type of thing.
Yeah, man. Yeah, Ohio sucks with that. But if you could just maybe try to reach out to him, or if you can have people that know him reach out to him. I
have somebody who can get your Discord over to him. So if you're comfortable with me sharing it, I can give it to them and make sure I get it to him.
Yeah. And just make sure that they send me his Discord too, so I can add him, so that way I can know who he is and I can add him. But bro, I would genuinely just let him. He can't be doing that whacking stuff. But I'm not gonna troll him or nothing, man. I just want to God's honest interview. That's all.
Yeah, man. If you're gonna interview him, you got to keep that. You got to keep your hand near that button to turn his camera off, because you never know when he's gonna do that. He loves to try to. He knows that he can get people a strike whipping it out like that, and it's his favorite way to protest and all. If you say anything that pisses him off just a little bit, even ask him a question that he don't like, you might end up with that on your screen. But yeah, I can definitely I'll get your info over to William and see if he can reach out to you.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. Yeah, and just let him know it's just gonna be an interview. Maybe I don't know if he's talked to any bigger YouTubers, but definitely his probably gonna be his biggest audience to get his side of the story to everybody. So man, hopefully he hits me back. I'm excited about that.
All right, man. Yeah, well, for sure. And like I said, big fan. I appreciate the work you do. And if you need any Cyrax related info, don't hesitate to reach out to me, man.
Bet, man. I really appreciate you. Thank you for getting back to me, man. And yeah, let's knock this out.
So that was my appearance on Gideon's stream. Like I said, I do think that this is a pretty big deal, because even if Gideon isn't able to conduct a sting or a catch on Cyrax because he's in Ohio, at the same time, just the fact that he's got over 5 million subscribers, he's part of this whole bigger network of, the pred catching channels, they intersect and they interlap a lot with the lolcow stuff, but they're a much bigger section of the internet. Tons of these channels have millions of subs, they get get tens of millions of views. So just getting more eyes on Chance, having more people find out about him, and having people in a sphere of the internet that actually have experience catching these Preds and actually getting them locked up looking into Chance is definitely a dub. I've been trying to pass some information back and forth between the troll contacts that I have and Gideon to get something going. So I'm going to try to be as good of a bridge between the two groups as I can. And hopefully, at the very least, Cyrax will shit his pants about this when he realizes a real Pred catcher is looking into him. But we're going to wrap it up there today. To all of you guys who were in Gideon's chat, telling him to reach out to me, thank you. For everybody who was in my chat, letting me know that I had missed the message from Gideon, thank you for filling me in.
The walls are closing in, Chance.
What's up, everybody?
Okay.
Can you believe that it's already...
This is Root Thorn. It is the top 5 Cyrax moments. Viewer's choice. Let's see what they are.
Been 100 days of 2026. That's crazy. And I've made a video, and well, at least uploaded a video every day for 100 days. That's crazy. I've done like the every day for October a time or two, but this is the most I've ever uploaded. And,
oh yeah, that's right.
so
I have Beck
as
TV
like a
today, don't I?
celebration of all this, I'm going to do a viewer's choice of Cyrax clips. So the other day I asked, like, what's your favorite Cyrax clip? And so I just kind of like read through and saw what the most suggested ones were. And we're going to watch the top 5. Starting off with number 5, we have him playing the Didgeridoo.
Lovely.
It's taller than him. Oh, man. He has to always swing it around like he's a Ninja Turtle. Yeah, rock on.
Love you guys.
Pretty cool, huh? I'm a musician.
So silly.
How's everybody doing this morning?
How's everyone's weekend?
This morning.
Now, if you guys don't know, this is actually an intro I got
It's gonna be
from
such a
one of
meme
my
now.
homies.
How's
He
everybody's
will
weekend
fuck me,
going?
Or not fuck me, but I'll fuck your sheet.
What?
If you guys don't know, this is actually an Australian instrument called the didgeridoo.
The didgeridoo.
I have actually been studying
More like a didgeridoo, whatever you're messing with at Cyrax.
it, and I've actually been getting pretty good at it, so...
Oh my god. The smugness and arrogance. I've actually been getting pretty good at it. Shut up.
I figured, why not do some covers with it, man? See what we can...
So
now, I know it's going to
stupid.
sound a bit weird when I do it, but that's just how it has to be played.
Yeah, just because I stink at everything that I do.
So...
Or should I say didgeridoo?
Yeah, let's get started here. Started with something pretty simple.
Rain? I like rain. But I can see
Starting
why it
off
can
with
be a
something
problem.
pretty simple, he says.
Most people have given up.
Oh, shit.
What? He's talking through the
So I'd like kind
didgeridoo?
of chop it up, you know, there's a little bit of like copyright music in it, and I don't want it to get flagged. So,
I'm singing
Linkin
through
Park.
it.
Of course, the first thing he plays with the didgeridoo
He's
is
singing,
Linkin Park.
he's singing Linkin Park
God.
through the
What a
didgeridoo.
loser. Yeah, you know what Linkin Park could use? Some didgeridoo. And he's playing it as like the lyrics. That's what he does with every single instrument. He doesn't know like how to play a melody. He tries to play the instrument as if it's the lead vocal. That's the only thing he can make out in the song. So he thinks like all the music, all the notes, like follow what the lead vocal's doing. Still lifting it up.
It all fell
God, he can
apart.
barely lift that thing. Oh my God.
What eventually will eventually be a memory of a time I...
Sounds like Gothy's toilet bowl. Oh, it has the same echo as that goddamn clip does. Got tired. I had to like sit it down for a moment, sit his arm down. It's a long song you chose there, Cyrax.
He's like imagining himself on stage.
Oh my god, the fart instrument.
Not as good as the sound of silence.
God, he's going to town on it. He's pretending it's like Big Bubba.
It's Billy's flute.
He's not even doing the original like Zombie by Cranberries. He's doing some lame cover. Cover of a cover.
Sounds good, man. Quality.
God, he was meant to like wrap his little thirsty old mouth around that.
I know it sounds weird because of the buzzing sound, but that is actually how it is.
How it's supposed to sound,
have like
actually.
that drone kind of sound like that.
I know it sounds bad, but that's normal. Okay.
Pop himself in the mouth. That's so funny. The fanfare is so funny to me. It's like, you know, all the like meme sounds where it's like playing the recorder of something. You know, it's like a famous song, but it's like a really crappy version. That's the regarded fanfare.
You see, like, you're supposed to have that buzzing sound. I know it sounds weird, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
All right. Number 4, Cyrax outstaged by a shaved dog. Alright, so William Marty is on stream. I don't know who like changed their name to Chance's Ass and put a little gif of this dog. I don't know who it was, but it's so funny. Just try to study Cyrax's like need for attention. He needs them to like pay attention to him, and he can't control it. He can't control the narrative, and he's threatening them with a butter knife.
Chance's ass.
Why do you do this, William? Why do you do it? You think I'm fake?
That's perfect.
Hey, William, it looks like your dad.
He's so stupid. Hey, William looks like your dad. Hey, pay attention to me. I'm trying to insult you. But they're just like laughing. It's so funny because it's not that funny. I mean, I guess it's unexpected, but it's just like a weird dog, but they find so much humor in it, especially Marty. Marty finds so much humor in it. It's hilarious.
Hey, William, looks like your mother.
Oh, shit.
Not
my mom.
I tried to go after Taylor's family, bro. Come on, man, explain it. Explain it, William. Why'd you go after Taylor's family?
Look at this dog.
God, Marty's just dying. Womp womp.
Whoever sent that to you, or whoever that is the winner.
No.
No, actually, no.
Chance's ass is a lot hairier than that dog's whole body, though. Like,
What
that's
the dog
not
doing?
What's the dog doing?
Like, look at this dog. This thing.
Hey, Marty, you think I'm bothered by that?
You think I'm bothered by that?
I'm really
I'm
not
not.
bothered by that. That's just
I'm not. Okay.
Look at him.
I think I am,
What
but
is he? He looks like he's in a hospital bed in a home, though.
No, answer me this, William. Why did you
He can't even talk. Just like wheezing and like, hospital bed.
Why'd you have to go after Taylor's uncle, bro? What was your reason?
Holy shit! What is this thing? What is this thing?
Hey, Marty, why don't
Hey.
you get that off the screen and we have a
hey, why don't you pay attention to me?
Why don't you get that off the screen? Hey, Marty, why don't you get that off the screen? You're paying attention to that. Pay attention to me. I'm a butter knife. I'm scary. I'm Billy Badass. Pay attention to me.
I'm not gonna get off the screen.
Oh, what's the matter? You don't want to tell the truth?
I'm a champion.
Hey, William, why don't you tell the truth? You went after Taylor's uncle, and I want to know why.
Best thing on the stream.
The dog does look kind of funny.
Hey,
though.
hey,
It doesn't
Marty.
like it's like baked.
I want to know why it is they went after Taylor's uncle.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at the hair in his head, too.
Come on, William, answer the
Going and
question.
everything.
Why did you got the Taylor's uncle, little boy?
It's like they shaved him with a goatee. It's like,
Come on,
it's like,
Willy Wonka.
like they shaved a dog to make it look like
Hey,
a
Marty,
person.
Why'd you go after her uncle? Why'd you go after her uncle? It's such a strange, like, so far removed situation. Like, fake girlfriend's uncle. Like, why'd you go after her? He wants people to pay attention to him so bad. He can't stand it. He can't stand that a dog is upstaging him.
It's like they shaved a dog to make it look like a person.
Wow. You guys are just sad.
This is sad.
He left.
That poor dog.
It's like they shaved his whole body except for a little part on his face and the top of his head. It's like the opposite of dehumanizing. Look at
Right?
Humanizing. All right, number 3. So this one also, I had to like do a little manipulation because of the copyright on the song. Marty making Cyrax dance, and especially him making him dance to the extended Bon Jovi song.
To the original song you were playing before I started doing my song. That's the one I want to go out to, and that's the one I am gonna go out to.
Go out to.
Oh my god, so the whole night he was like raging. He thought that Marty was going to call CPS all his fake girlfriend's Australian kids. All right. CPS in America somehow was going to deal with that. And so he had to dance. The first time he danced, Cyrax like played something that he wanted to play, and Marty started playing "It's My Life" by Bon Jovi. And then halfway through it, Marty changes it to "Little Girls" by Oingo Boingo. Cyrax on his end played something stupid, Evanescence or something lame that he likes like that. So then Cyrax decided, wait, no, I like Bon Jovi, so I'll dance to that. That's the one I'm going to go out to. And I mean, honestly, it is. This is it. This is the last dance. No matter how many times he dances again from like this point onwards, this was the last dance.
Yes.
Don't you undersell this either.
Or lack thereof.
I want this to end with some effort on your end. Okay. All right. So I'm playing the song.
You mean just like I did the last time.
All right,
Right?
Chance, let's go. Okay. Are you ready?
You mean just like I did with my one, right?
Yeah.
Fine.
All right.
Whoa!
Eight
My
speed.
God.
I'm speeding it up 8 times.
It's like I'm playing Forgive Me Father. It's like one of those weird cryptids that just like go crazy at you.
But I had to keep Marty like belting out from like jubilation in there. First time. Okay, that's the first time he thinks it's ending. It's the ends with like life, and he thinks this is the end of the dance. Oh, it's still going. Okay, he's got to improvise some more.
Just a reminder, Cyrax refused to dance to save his friends from not getting doxxed.
Look at that face he's
But
making.
he
This
danced to
right
be
here
with
is
this
such a
woman's
strange face. Second time that he thinks the song is ending. Nope, you gotta keep going. Third time.
Why?
He keeps doing the, yes, I'm done. This is how I'm gonna end the song. And it just keeps going. No, it's not over, Cyrax. Keep dancing.
Wait a minute. Are you doing this hour long shit? No, let me see.
What?
I want to see. I want to make sure that's not an hour long set.
It's not.
Oh yeah, it is, because that shit's way too fucking long. That's longer than it normally is.
So if I show you,
you tricked me, didn't you?
No, you.
It's only gets like 2 minutes longer probably than the like normal song. His normal song probably I bet guess is about 3 minutes.
All right, fine. Go ahead and just keep playing it then. Go ahead.
We gotta take it from the top.
Start over.
No. Go ahead and pick up right where we left off. No. Pick back up where we left off. No. I said pick back up where we left off.
Marty always knew how to play any situation. It's like he was really quick on his feet. Cyrex stopped, wanted to see, like, oh no, it's too long. As soon as he stopped, you gotta start over.
Marty, I said pick back up where we left off.
You have 3 minutes to go.
Pick it back up where we left off.
You
play it right from the spot where we left off.
Bring it from the top.
No, not from the top. From where we left off.
Gotta start over.
I'm not doing it over again. I'm not doing it over again, you son of a bitch. You're gonna fucking do it my way, or I'm out of here.
You stop the song.
Doesn't matter.
It does.
I know exactly where we left off. It was a halfway to the 6 minute mark.
See, that doesn't even make sense. It's an 8 minute long extended song, and you stopped at 5 minutes in. So you're saying just an extra minute? You were even going to give yourself an extra minute if you started at the halfway point of the 8 minute mark, not 6.
Fine.
He doesn't do math. What do you think he is? Math magician? Or?
Go.
All right.
Fine.
Yeah, he doesn't realize that Marty started it over, and he starts dancing again.
You're starting over, ain't you, fat ass? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are.
No.
Nick, I know that song front to back.
Oh, if you knew the song front to back, then why did it take you so long, man? Why did it take you so long to realize it was extended?
Well, then sing it.
No. I know that song front to back, and I can tell you.
Oh, that was it. Cyrex decided to dance because Marty was humiliating him about not being able to sing, not being able to like carry a tune in a bucket. And Cyrex would rather dance than do the singing. So then when he was like, sing it, and Cyrex is like, no. Because he knows deep down that he sucks at singing. He knows that he can't like hit any note whatsoever. He's got to have all that auto-tune and everything on it just to like mask it.
Right now, no, shut the fuck up.
Shut up.
You're doing it from the beginning, ain't you, boy?
No.
Ain't you,
shut
boy?
up.
Why'd you start over?
Ain't you, boy?
Ain't you, boy?
Yeah, you are. You lying sack of shit.
No.
No.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, actually.
I can tell when you're lying, Nick.
Yes. You stopped the song.
It doesn't fucking matter if I stopped it. That song is normally not that goddamn long.
It's my life.
You know what, fine, Nick.
I got one thing to tell you.
Oh, no, you want me to leave right now and report your channel for
I'll
fucking
report
harassment?
you.
That's fine. You can do that.
You really don't give a shit, do you, you fucking monster?
Oh, Marty was about to do like an even funnier like run pool, but he had to threaten him, cut him off and threaten him. But this is so funny.
There's something I should tell you.
It goes over Cyrex's head too.
Well, so do you know what a kid is? A kid is a goat, right?
Oh, so
a creature.
He did all that dancing, and the kids that were going to be calling CPS on were goats. Number 2, ice cream for help.
Why?
So this is the arrest footage.
Why?
When he cries and he whines and he begs.
I love you.
You're under arrest. What? Mom, please.
Just.
I don't want to go to jail.
But I love you.
Come on, somebody out there who's like smart. There's ways to take this information that's blurred and put it in some sort of algorithm and like extract the clear footage that's beneath it. I've seen that that's able to be done. Someone do it. Someone extract this footage and let's get us a clear version of him being arrested.
Listen, I'm protecting myself. You don't understand.
I understand, Chance.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
And take him with you.
Tell him to get the fuck out of here.
Chance, turn around.
He's trying to help me.
Can't help you, bud.
What does he think Ed's gonna do right over there? Like ninja
What am I
fight
gonna
him?
do, bud?
No shirt on. Like,
Little man.
get away from my grandson. I'm gonna take these nunchucks out. Whoop you, police
I want to
officer.
use my perk powers.
Come on now. They're gonna lock me up if I help you.
I don't want to go to jail either.
What is he doing? What a crazy lunatic screaming, "Ed, help! Help!" Throwing a tantrum, baby tantrum.
Because this is what they're doing.
We can't stop that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Tell him no. Tell him to get out. Tell him to leave the
So
house.
funny. He thought maybe if he didn't tell him where his shoes were, then like he could
Well,
delay.
we can't find your shoes. I guess we'll come back tomorrow.
Chance, you don't want to go barefoot. I promise you that.
I don't want to go.
I don't want to go at all.
I just ran my mouth and wrote checks that I can't cash.
You guys screamed before when I screamed for help.
I scream for help.
I didn't do anything.
That guttural. You didn't do anything. It gets me. This is it. This is the most emotion he's ever shown in his entire life. And Sally being like, "We put him in a special thing because he's so small." Last time he was in jail, he went to a special thing because he's so small. Like, God, the problem, root of the problem, Sally, just like trying to give him special treatment, special privileges.
I don't know what the county will do.
I screamed for help so many times. Why did you help us?
All right, Chance, we're walking out.
All right, Chance, we're walking out. It's so funny. They just do not care that he's throwing a tantrum.
Mom!
I love you. Do something now.
It's like he's being like shipped off to like Alcatraz or something. Mom, I love you. Please come save me from jail.
I want to know why you did this to me.
Why did you do this to me?
Alright, go ahead. I just want to understand why. You work in the hospital?
He did that little like sly little smile.
I get the back chase.
Oh, I shut the door on him. He was just gonna keep on yapping. Why would my asking call for 7 years and beg you? We've called over 113 times. Why wouldn't you help us? Number one. The number one. I'll give it some like sound effects. The most requested clip. Oh God.
Oh God. Kind of sounded like that. Except his butt. Oh God. I got a didgeridoo in my pants. It's going burr burr burr.
Just how nasty you have to be to just like rip ass while in the middle of like live streaming, like doing a concert. Just like so gross that you don't even realize that you like pooped in your pants. I guess he's been like visiting Jake. Using that like didgeridoo from the first clip.
Hold on, y'all.
Hold on.
What is going on?
What's going on?
Oh, God.
Auto-tune. Mom, I pooped myself.
All over the place.
Well, you've done it again.
Disgusting. He made Sally clean it up. I guess that's what she gets. That's what she gets. You raise him that way. You don't like try to make him become an adult. To baby him. Ask the cops to give him special treatment to like go into a special little like small cell. Like a little tiger cage. Is that why they like lock him in a little tiger cage? The kind that like strapped to the back of the gypsy wagon as it goes into the carnival. Fit right in home in there. But anyways, God. Thanks everybody. Thanks everybody for watching this entire time, all year long. All these 100 videos, 100 episodes. Maybe I can collect the episodes and sell them to syndication.
Rick and Morty.
Thanks everybody. I'll see you later.
See you later. That was a good video. Top 5 moments. Always fun. A lot of video ideas. What about like the top 5 DSP moments? Okay, what about this guy?
A man sat in his house located in Hanover, just outside of Baltimore. He was preparing today's shipments, running down the list of names and addresses, checking the bags and pill bottles of narcotics against the order book. Each of them had a label, Never Pressed RX. When the orders matched up, he placed them in envelopes marked United States Postal Service. He gathered the now sealed envelopes, headed through the garage where his black 2019 Lexus SUV was waiting.
What would be your top 10
He heard a noise
DSP
outside
moments?
and stopped.
Now I'm curious.
Motionless.
Sedgwick, open the door now!
Within seconds, the man found himself in FBI custody. His house searched.
Think about it.
And his life over. He knew what they were going to find inside. Thousands of illegally obtained prescription pills, order books with millions of dollars in darknet transactions, 8 loaded guns, and somehow, even worse, a plan for something much more sinister. This was just the beginning. The FBI had just discovered the plan for Operation Firewood. In the beginning, there was the Silk Road, a darknet marketplace created with the express purpose of facilitating trade of illegal materials, mostly narcotics, using the US Postal Service as transportation and Bitcoin as a currency. After a few years of booming operation, the website creator went to prison, and many operations appeared competing for the massive power vacuum left behind. This market has since grown to a multi-billion-dollar industry, with markets now being orders of magnitude larger than when the Silk Road was closed back in 2013. In 2019, where this story begins,
all because nerds don't want to talk to a dealer.
There was thought to be around $800 million of cryptocurrency sales flowing through the most popular darknet marketplaces, with many smaller ones being under the radar. This is an incredibly lucrative market for those with access to narcotics and the technical know-how to avoid being caught operating this new age criminal enterprise. This is one such man, William Anderson Bergamy IV, a 31-year-old who lives in Hanover, Maryland. William, like many of us, liked to play video games. In 2018, while playing his favorite game on his mobile phone, War Dragons, William found and began a friendship with a man from Nebraska by the name of Wilson. The two of them initially did what most friends on a video game do. They talked shit, played together, learned about each other's lives, but then they discovered video games were not their only shared interest. They both liked money, a lot, and they also liked drugs.
Hell yeah!
William liked to use them,
Money's
and Wilson
cool.
had his own pharmacy. With these shared interests, their conversations on the mobile game had changed. The two men were no longer going to be friends, instead, business partners, partners in crime. The plan was going to be simple. Wilson had access to direct from manufacturer pharmacy-grade drugs. William had a desire to sell these drugs on the darknet marketplace known as Empire, and then launder the proceeds in Bitcoin, sending back payments to Wilson for additional supply. Between the pair, they came up with the perfect name for the business, Never Pressed RX. Maybe meaningless for many of you, but for the narcotic world, it means quality. Pressed pills refer to those created by the dealer, usually using an amateur setup that presses multiple other pills often contaminating or lacing pills with unintended doses of other narcotics. This is one of the causes of overdoses, from pressed pills containing drugs such as fentanyl, often by accident from when they were pressing another drug that did contain it. Never pressed obviously means they've never been pressed, referring to the pills being of official quality, created without this concern. RX simply stands for doctor's prescription. Put together, this means the pills were officially sourced from US pharmacies, which they were. With the perfect supply and the perfect name, the pair could begin their business using the most popular marketplaces currently active on the darknet. In 2019, this was Empire Market and Apollon Market. On August the 21st, 2019, the business officially began operation, and for the next 8 months, they made thousands of sales, reaching an almost impossible 99.95% review score. Business was good. So good, in fact, that Wilson's supply made it impossible to keep up with the darknet's demand. His legitimate business, the pharmacy he operated in Nebraska, couldn't possibly supply his legitimate patients as well as the illegal business with William. There was just not enough pills to go around. They then needed a way to increase their supply. William had no ideas how to do this, other than to buy from the street, which would compromise what Never Pressed RX was supposed to be and probably tank their sales and reputation. But Wilson, he was a man of means, and he had a plan, one that was rooted in jealousy, revenge, and greed, and so began Operation Firewood. Business was booming, and with that comes attention. Never Pressed was one of the most trusted vendors on the largest markets of the dark web in just a few short months of operation. They were so trusted, in fact, that they were beginning to make plans to go independent, to ditch the market entirely and move their business to their own website. By April of 2020, just half a year into their operation, they'd already cultivated an email list of users who would buy from them privately, cutting out the middleman of the marketplaces. The importance of this move cannot be understated. By 2020, darknet marketplaces had been a point of failure for illegal operations like Never Pressed. After the takedown of the Silk Road, every website that rose from those ashes had been shut down. It was just a matter of how and when. Many of the marketplaces operated legitimately for only so long as they could build trust, before they then stole everyone's money and vanished into the criminal underbelly. If a market wasn't a scam, it was a blackmail operation, gaining details on vendors and then threatening to offload those to the authorities. If not either of those, the website could have been seized by Europol or the FBI, with funds being seized or operation continuing only as a honeypot. For these and many other reasons, marketplaces were simply too risky to use in the long term. Never Pressed knew this. For months, they'd sold their customers that the product was sourced from US pharmacies to gain trust and to sell product. This was to push customers to buy from them privately via encrypted communication services such as the Wicker app and emails from a cmail.pro account using PGP encryption keys for verification and privacy. It was this exact move toward independence that was the beginning of the end for Never Pressed. While advertising that their pills were manufactured and sourced from US pharmacies was a good way to gain trust and therefore business, it was also a good way to get noticed by the US federal government. And notice they did. As early as December of 2019, just a few months after Never Pressed account began business, the FBI were already paying attention to the operation. And on January 3rd, 2020, the FBI made their first contact. An undercover agent downloaded Wicker and contacted Never Pressed RX through their listed username on the Empire Marketplace, asking simply for prices and availability of products for sale. A short while later, an encrypted message appeared. The account requested communication be moved to emails, telling the undercover agent to contact them at neverpressedrx@cmail.pro. When the undercover sent the request to that email, it quickly replied with an encrypted price sheet, listing a variety of narcotics for sale, including prices. The FBI undercover confirmed a purchase of 20 Percocets, a Schedule II controlled substance, and then sent a payment of 0.024 Bitcoin, or roughly $190 US, to the provided Bitcoin address. On January 8th, 2020, following directions from the FBI, a United States postal inspector retrieved a suspicious package with a matching address from the undercover purchase of the Percocet. The package had arrived at a post office in the Eastern District of Virginia and, upon inspection, contained exactly 20 pills that were consistent with the physical appearance of Percocet. The process was flawless, and the FBI were on the right track to finding Neverprest RX. Across the next few weeks, they continued to order various narcotics using the exact same process. And this is where they discovered the crucial flaw in the Neverprest operation. When you order something from a website, there's a pretty good chance your email address is going to be added to a marketing list. Whether in a day, a week, a month, or some other passage of time, that website might email you with promotions, information about upcoming delays in shipment, newly listed products, deals, or any other number of matters. If you thought an illegal drug business would be any different, well, not in the era of professional dark web sellers. After the initial 2 purchases were made by the FBI and were still collecting evidence from the transactions, the email they used to place the orders with Neverprest received an encrypted message from neverprestrx@cmail.pro titled NPRX Important Updates. The email discussed business operations, about their plans to list more products on Empire Market, but how ordering from them directly would secure priority access to their goods and services. "We don't fuck around or play games. This is a business for us, and we run it as a 5-star business should be run," is how the email ends. The critical error here is that, upon review, the email had been sent using MailChimp, a popular marketing automation and mailing platform. As is often the case in the criminal underworld of the dark web, the weakness of all operations is the inevitable connections to the traditional world, whether that's legacy banking once cryptocurrency is exchanged for real money, a social media account used in promotion of the service, communications through the regular internet or phone systems, or in this case, a popular way to manage automated marketing emails. Over the next week, the FBI received another such email, this time encrypted with PGP, Pretty Good Privacy. This email was an update about upcoming stock, and especially about difficulty with keeping supply to meet the demand of certain pills, mainly oxycodone. The FBI now had an opening to find Neverprest. The MailChimp account was a rookie error. With the power of the federal government, MailChimp handed over the records for the associated email address, which was registered to a Mr. NPRX, neverprestrx@cmail.pro, and an IP address of 73.134.88.148, belonging to the Comcast internet provider. Comcast also immediately handed over the records for this IP address, which came with the name William Bergamy IV, located in Hanover, MD 21076, as well as an alternate billing address and phone number. With this information, the FBI immediately ran checks on the name, looking for any connection to the pharmaceutical industry, trying to discover where he was getting access to massive amounts of prescription pills to then sell on the dark web. No such connection existed. This was a dead end, but the next phase of the operation commenced. They needed to see who was handling the packages, and if it was William. The task force began surveillance on the address provided by Comcast and placed another order with Neverprest RX on the 14th as well as the 24th of January. Almost immediately, they saw success. On January 22nd, William Bergamy's garage door opened and a black 2019 Lexus SUV backed out. They followed him to the Edenton post office and then observed him dropping handfuls of mailing envelopes into a blue post office box located outside. Shortly after he left and the tail confirmed he was no longer in the area, a United States Postal Service worker emptied the post box and checked the addresses on the envelopes. This was it. They had him. 2 of the 7 envelopes were addressed to the exact place the FBI had given during their 2 most recent purchases of narcotics via the Neverprest RX email account. The packages were then placed back into circulation and allowed to go through the mail system, eventually reaching their destination where they were then opened and confirmed as the exact orders placed: 10 oxycodone pills and 22 Adderall. Over the coming 2 weeks, the FBI repeated the process another 2 times, ordering via the email of Neverprest, verifying communications with PGP private keys, sending Bitcoin to the provided address, observing William Bergamy go to the same post office, drop the packages, inspecting them, and collecting it all as evidence. Meanwhile, they were also tracking the money, because where there's an illegal narcotics business using Bitcoin, there's also money laundering of said Bitcoin. After all, how else would you explain hundreds of thousands of dollars of additional cryptocurrency income to the IRS when declaring it as a taxable earning? No, you wouldn't. Instead, you transfer it around trying to hide the source, before being sent to an off-ramp, converted to United States dollars, and sent to a bank account. And of course, you never declare it to the IRS. This is usually the point where every single illegal operation using cryptocurrency comes crashing down, because even if you did everything perfectly, that cryptocurrency has to go somewhere, and that somewhere will need to have your details to pay you out in real money. In William's case, this was Coinbase. Tracking the Bitcoin transactions, the FBI saw the Bitcoin move around in an attempt to obfuscate where it had come from, but ultimately it ended in a Coinbase account. As soon as this happened, they contacted Coinbase, who handed them everything they needed: registration details, name, William Bergamy, email, wbergamy@redacted.com, telephone number and address, exactly the same as the ones that they were now surveying, previously obtained from Comcast and the MailChimp connection. Not only this, but due to the Know Your Customer or KYC laws, the Coinbase account had a picture of William Bergamy holding his driver's license, and of course his bank details, an account with the Navy Federal Credit Union, which also handed over his records. The account was listed as a premium business checking account in the name of BWC Coastal Consulting LLC, and listed as the owner and CEO was one William Bergamy. The IP addresses for all the banking and Coinbase records matched exactly to the one from Comcast to William's house. They now had everything that they needed to arrest William, except for where he was getting the pills. This was a major element of the case, but one that they would easily find once they arrested him. But nothing could prepare them for exactly what they would find when they did, because William wasn't just selling narcotics online and laundering the money, he was also planning to burn the competition. Literally.
Sedgwick, open the door now!
April 9th, 2020. William Bergamy found himself detained inside his own home by the federal government of the United States. He knew at that moment he was fucked. The evidence was in the house and it was all over. So he did what most people would do. Started singing like a canary. He waived his Miranda rights and spoke with law enforcement immediately. He named his supplier, which he claimed was the sole supplier of the whole business. It was his partner, Wilson, a pharmacist in Auburn, Nebraska, who operated a pharmacy named Hiram's Family Value Pharmacy, the same guy he met online playing a video game. But the FBI couldn't predict what was coming next, because the search of the house was still ongoing and they'd yet to find the manual for Operation Firewood. They found some curious other objects, such as rubber gloves, masks like that from a movie heist, duffel bags full of what appeared to be heist supplies, as well as guns. Lots and lots of loaded guns. It looked suspicious, like there was something violent being planned. But then they found the evidence. A black leather-bound book. Inside the front cover was written the words, NPRX Private. The first page, dated January 10th, 2020, top priority was written in large letters. Hiram responded, with no more orders until Operation Firewood is complete. Fuck. Make plans. Extremely thorough to fulfill the fucking plan. Make the plans and set a fucking date. Order, plate carrier, color contacts. Black 511 pants, black long sleeve shirt, box of rubber gloves, Oakley gloves. The page continued listing items for the operation. Cans of duster, hammer, rental car, 2 sets of stolen plates, hard mask, soft hood face mask, duffel bags, tactical gloves, rifle with sling, pistol with holder, secondary pistol with ankle holder, 6 spare rifle mags, 2 spare pistol mags, shotgun for trunk/breech, glass bottles, t-shirts, Zippo, knife, gasoline in container, maps with plans. This was Operation Firewood, a plan that Wilson and Bergamy had set up together to eliminate the local competition of the Nebraska-based pharmacy to serve 2 purposes. This would increase his day job's operating profit, forcing customers to go to his pharmacy instead, and also increase his allocation of drugs from the manufacturers due to increased customers, therefore giving him a larger access to drugs to then send to Bergamy and sell on their illegal dark web narcotics operation. The FBI reviewed months of texts between Bergamy and Wilson discussing exactly this. Wilson was explaining that without Operation Firewood, he would regularly hit his limit from regular customers, leaving little to no spare pills to send for the never-pressed operation. He explained the way that this worked. His wholesaler looks at the pharmacy volume and determines how many oxy pills he can order every 30 days, with his current limit being 60,000 milligrams per month. The solution was to eliminate nearby pharmacies in the area, increasing his volume to over 250,000 milligrams per month, leaving a larger supply to sell illegally. Wilson and Bergamy discussed this plan in great detail, with an increasing urgency. Wilson made maps with getaway routes, marking the pharmacy, the closest police station, and directions to head after the operation was completed. And as the plans were laid out, the name became clearer. Bergamy was going to break into the pharmacy with an unnamed accomplice who he was selling drugs to. Both of them would be heavily armed. They'd subdue anyone inside, snatch all the most in-demand drugs they could find, firebomb the place with Molotov cocktails, and then escape. And if anyone got in their way, well, Bergamy had a plan for that too. In his own words, "I don't think any hero is going to be chasing me down with those .308 Winchesters zinging by their head." More worryingly, what would happen if the owner was there when they broke in? His plan for this was that he might have to go down, and that's a quote. During this time, Bergamy repeatedly sent images of guns to Wilson, car trunks full of supplies, and updated details about how the plan was progressing. But, as we now know, he was caught before any of this was put into action. Wilson was then subsequently arrested and charged with conspiracy to use fire and explosives, conspiracy to distribute controlled substances, and a firearms-related offence. Bergamy was charged separately with distribution of controlled substances, money laundering, and charges related to the plans of the violent attack. The case never made it to trial, which is common, as over 90% of federal criminal cases never do. Instead, William Bergamy and Hiram T. Wilson both pled guilty to 3 charges each: conspiracy to use explosives, conspiracy to distribute controlled substances, and money laundering, with Bergamy then also pleading to a 4th with firearms offences. For this, they faced up to 20 years in prison on each count. At sentencing, Bergamy received 168 months, or 14 years, and Wilson 112 months, just over 9. In total, the pair were relatively small fries in the world of dark web businessmen, but they still managed to sell tens of thousands of pills, clearing well over $1 million, using Bitcoin as a currency, the dark web as a base of operation, and the US Postal Service as distribution. This bust was part of a wider operation of international cooperation between the US and Europe, which attempted to crack down on opioid dealers across the world. In total, during this operation, they made over 170 arrests, seized dozens of weapons, kilograms of drugs, and millions of dollars in cash. But that's a different story altogether. Thanks for watching.
Interesting. Some dark web shit right there. Good channel though. I haven't seen videos from that guy before. Very detailed. Oh boy, let's check this sub box. Let's see if there's anything new. It's been added. Dante's playing KOTOR. Chilla's still talking about the Quarterings meltdown. Audentum put out an Only Use Me Blade. And Only Rub Me Nose video. Wait. Tab that up. Here. What's this one?
Let's see. Well, I guess this is an
Hey, look who it is.
interesting question from Naja. Do you ever play Zelda games, and what's your favorite one if you've played them? Do
You don't have to
ever play
answer
a
that,
Zelda game
honey.
before? I think you mentioned you did, right?
Oh my god! Come on!
That was N64.
You don't have to answer that.
So I guess that would be N64 again.
Yeah.
Is that the only one you've ever played?
No.
There's
a follow up. There's the dented follow up.
No, I think I played the.
She's let her go.
I don't think I'm not really big into Nintendo.
RPGs.
Right.
I mean,
I mean, you
I mean-
owned a console of Nintendo in
No,
ages,
I mean
right?
when I grew up, I played those, but I just don't play them anymore.
Right.
You know?
Okay.
She's so uncomfortable.
Yep.
Look at her.
That deserved a laugh.
Well, I see Haseo. He wants us to ask Jasper if he's going to meow again on stream, but Jasper has left the room. He's out there in the hall. If he comes back in, we'll grab him and ask him, Haseo, or if you see him.
Isn't it funny? Like,
remind us.
these two are in the room and
I
Jasper
would
doesn't
assume
even
the
want to be
answer
in the
is
room.
yes. The question is when. He is such, I mean, you can tell.
Now we're getting
How often does Jasper
Jasper answers.
A lot.
right? Tons. All over the house.
Tons.
And for some reason, when he comes in here, he like zips the
shit,
lip.
dude.
He clams up. I don't know if he's camera shy or whatever. Maybe, I mean, I don't think he understands
It's
that
a 60
camera is just
frames.
the lighting. But he almost never talks when he's in here. But when
he
we're
knows
out
the
of here
camera's
walking
on.
around the house, he'll walk right up to us. Meow, meow, meow. No matter what we're doing.
Meow, meow,
He'll walk up and
meow.
say, meow, meow, meow.
Meow, 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 meow.
Out of nowhere.
I doubt
you
it.
know? Yeah, no matter what,
No.
we never talks when he's in here. But when we're out of here walking around the house, he'll walk right up to us. Meow, meow, meow. No matter what we're doing. He'll
Sure,
walk up and say
Phil.
meow, meow,
You
meow.
don't laugh
Out
like
of
ack,
nowhere.
ack.
You know?
My meow
He's like,
sounds
meow, meow,
nothing.
meow.
My meow sounds nothing like meow meow meow. What the fuck?
Okay.
She's tired. She's falling
let's see.
asleep.
We got another tip to shout out, so I guess we'll do that, and then
holy
we'll go back to the
shit.
general.
This is rare. We're getting tips.
Q&A here. So this is Darkside Chris. He says, "I'm still alive." Yes, Darkside Chris is from Hawaii. Actually,
That's what I
remember.
think, Josh.
He says, first of all, $15 tip. Thank you for that.
Oh,
Do I have thoughts on Dragon Ball Sparkling Zero? No, I don't. I have no
how about Dokkan Battle?
Dragon Ball game at this point. I'll be
How about
honest with you,
Dokkan
Chris,
Battle?
I'm kind of burnt out on Dragon Ball. I don't really care about it. Dragon Ball is pretty played
He
out.
would
for
then
me.
play Sparking
Now that I'm
Zero.
in my 40s. Like, I don't think about it anymore. I have no desire to watch it again. I've played 5 zillion games of Dragon Ball.
People
Even
of all
as a
ages.
YouTuber, I've probably played like
How about
5
Dokkan
Dragon Ball
Battle?
games over the years. And I just don't really see the appeal of playing the millionth one. That's the same plot, the same characters.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
As he's trying to get hyped up for Yakuza.
And then people say, well, why don't you get into Dragon Ball Super? Well, again, I'm not really into it. It's been
Not
so
into
long.
it,
I don't
dude.
really care about that.
Who cares about that fake shit?
green,
Ooh.
run
Oh, I know.
fingers
What-
through hair, groom.
Baby, don't worry about that. And what do
Oh, did we get a baby? Listen to this. I think we did.
Oh, I know. What? Baby, don't worry about that. You know, what are you gonna do? Baby, don't pay attention to him.
Don't ban that person.
Oh, so we
We'll
got
take care of him, honey.
Okay, we got a hold on. We got a troll. This is what happened. We got a troll tip, and she
But she
sees
wanted to
it,
ban him.
and she wants them to be going faster. Like I've expected that to be going faster, and we got a baby. Holy shit! Hang on, let's play it last time. Come on, babe. Hang on, babe.
Get him, honey. I'll take care of him. I'll squash the bug.
Oh, I know. What? Baby, don't worry about that. And what are you gonna do? It's just
what
a
are you
troll.
gonna
Don't
do?
pay attention to him.
So
All right,
could
we'll
you
take
delete
care
it
of
then,
He's a
sir,
moron.
What are you gonna do?
I don't have to be bothered by that guy.
No, I'm bothered by it. I'm just.
Yeah, we'll get
I'm
him.
not
We'll get
bothered
him
by
when we
him. I
see
just
him.
want him
You look
gone.
bothered.
Yeah, she looks bothered.
You look
and,
very bothered.
and you're letting her see this bothering thing. Don't worry, honey. I'll take care of it later. You know, if let's say she's saying like, you know, I fucked your sister Jenna. Nobody on earth wants to see that on that fucking screen for another second. But he's saying, "Hang on, I'll take care of it, babe. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about
You don't have
that."
to worry about it.
We have no
Just
idea what they
ignore it.
said. They could have said the worst shit of all time right there, but it's gonna keep. Don't worry about that, honey.
Bothered by that guy.
No, I'm bothered by it.
I'm not
Yeah,
bothered.
we'll get him. We'll get him
Right.
when we see him.
We'll get it.
But yeah,
She
no,
clearly sees
I
him.
really don't give a crap about Dragon Ball. Be honest, Darkside Chris. It's not that I hate it or anything. I just
don't
don't interest
care
in it anymore. You know,
You already spent thousands on that mobile game.
we've covered it
You
so
covered that one.
extensively
You moved on
over the years. You know
Bigger
what I
and
mean?
better things.
Um,
Sweatier things.
All right.
Bigger and sweatier.
Let's see here. Let's start answering more general questions
Yeah,
now.
general.
Let's
Yeah,
see
that is a good
here.
point. It reminds him of something that he was really addicted to.
Uh-huh.
Like, it's not really the same sort of falling out of an anime.
We
like-
had Dan did a super chat, but I already answered this earlier today.
Okay.
He said,
Dan.
"How old is Jasper?" We don't know.
We
the
don't
answer to
know.
that because we rescued Jasper from a shelter.
Yeah. How
And the
about
shelter
claws?
we rescued him from didn't have paperwork that had any background history on him. Like, we don't
Where's
even
his birth
know
certificate?
where he's from. We wish we did. You know, his previous owners front declawed him only, which is weird that it
No,
would
it's
only be
not.
a front declawing.
People do that
we don't
all the time.
agree with
It's
Claude
stupid, but people do it.
And the reason he was at that shelter,
was
we were told by the
exhausted after
worker
having
at the
just
shelter
ate my club.
that he'd been there for a while
Uh-huh.
because people didn't want the idea of a fronty clawed cat. They wanted a cat that was indoor
That
and
doesn't
outdoor.
make sense.
And he can't
What?
be outdoor ever. He has no claws to defend himself. So because of that, he was kind of stuck there for a while.
Like
now,
what?
I want my cat's fully weaponed up. This cat, what? Okay, whatever.
Well, we
I
rescued
fucking
him.
hate my furniture.
Yeah.
And this was,
I ain't
5-6
getting a
years
cat
ago.
like that.
They said he could have been 2.5. He could be 3. They didn't know, right? So if you do math, you figure he could be probably age range anywhere between like 8 to maybe like 10. Like, we don't know. We have no idea
Could be
realistically.
47.
Because we don't have the data. I wish we did.
We don't have the data.
Because it sucks not knowing how old your pet is, when their birthday is, and stuff like that.
I think they said he was 3.
Cut him in half and count
I
the
think they had
rings.
said they thought he was probably that was
So the truth comes out real quick?
I think they said 3 when we got him.
I think they had said they thought he was probably
So,
that was their middle guess.
Actually,
was 3.
yeah.
So, again,
So-
he's probably like 8 or 9, maybe 10. Again, dependent on
Okay, so he was 3 then. Okay, got it. All right.
Doug also did a super chat tonight and says, "Hello, filling."
You're
Jack.
getting in the way of my
That was a
narrative,
cat
honey.
debug. Yeah, those
I'm
are
supposed
rare. Thank you for the
to
super
pretend
chat.
like we don't know anything, and it's all mystery. It's very
Okay.
exciting that way.
Oh,
We're supposed to tell them
Okay.
them
So your
that
Big
they
Mac
told us.
doesn't
super
fucking
chat.
care, and she's
What
just
are our
like, "This is
favorite
go with
games of all
3,"
time?
and
Do you have
stop like
overall favorite
agonizing
games that
over
you
it.
think of all time that you like to go back and play, or that you
I
think
mean-
about?
Do we want to answer the questions again? Because we.
What was the yeah, even she knows this is getting repetitive. What was the question?
That you like to go back and play, or that you think
Oh,
about?
game you want to play again.
Do we
whatever,
want to
who
answer the
cares?
questions again?
Who gives a
'Cause we
shit? Who
also
gives a fuck?
Answered last week.
Here's the thing. These people are gonna they do
Leanna's
this every
back.
day.
God
They,
damn it,
they
Leanna.
ask me the same questions.
Well-
It's not always the same people on the stream. It's up to you.
Okay.
If you don't want to answer
Yeah.
it, we don't have
No,
to.
I don't mind
I
answering.
make my living
times
saying this.
the whole
I make
day.
my living
She said
saying
no,
the
it
same
was
shit over and
30
over again, honey. They don't care. These guys are mindless.
Yeah.
It's not always the same people on the stream. It's up to you. If
Okay.
you don't want to answer again, you don't have
No,
to.
I don't mind answering. I was just
I'm
like,
gonna
I don't
answer it
wanna bore
again.
people,
Oh no, honey, that's normal here. They love it.
You know,
They love this shit.
or I mean, answers.
Mhm.
Same question, same answers.
Right.
They love
So
it,
what was
honey.
Your answer was, what was your answer from last week?
Favorite game?
Yeah, like your overall favorite game, or games you
my
think of
sister's
as
Dude,
festivals.
I made a joke about this, being like, "Hey, maybe this time she'll have an answer. Ask her again."
No, this is truly fascinating, says RS Nerd. He insta limbs anything about him, but if it's about cat, don't worry about it, baby. Big ups, by the way. Big ups, RS Nerd.
There we go.
Very nice. A clip semi-featuring yours truly. What is this thing? I'm sure you guys have seen plenty of the clips of that one, like, chud guy at the ring cam, just, like, banging on the door and just being a fucking menace. I'm sure we'll get plenty of memes out of that soon.
People call me Carl now. I don't know
People
why.
call me racist
I
Carl.
don't nobody. What do you mean?
Oh, rapist.
I don't no kids.
I don't rape nobody.
I don't like the
What?
or the.
Okay.
They really thought they could take me down, huh? You thought wrong. I'm like a phoenix. I will
Yikes.
rise from the ashes of any bullshit that comes my way.
Uh-huh.
Just know that you picked the wrong fight. For all the people that think that is a bad word.
There are two types of people on the internet. The normal ones who view and create normal content, and the ones who create content that leaves you thinking, what on earth am I watching? This second group is known as lolcows, a subdivision of internet trolls whose very existence is rooted in embarrassing behavior. And one of their leaders is this guy, Mario Lord 14, whose real name is Christian Rary.
You remember me?
I'm
Hello,
gross.
mortals. It is I, the one and only Z.
He is a 23-year-old creator who looks like he's in his mid-30s, and for some unknown reason, he's possessed by a deeply concerning level of main character syndrome. This is him, by the way. But you see, of all the lolcows on the internet, Mario Lord thinks he's the one dripping with aura. He would often make edits of himself to this effect, claiming to be better looking than other plus-sized internet trolls like Nova. But even these poorly made and poorly scripted videos can't hide the loser inside of him. Mario Lord's a creator from Illinois who built his entire online identity on cringe content, fictional characters, and publicly beefing with other internet losers.
Toxic Red. Haven't heard that name in a while.
He spent years pointing fingers at predators.
But then all these other allegations coming out against him, like SA, just that shit. That's fucking wild.
And laughed at creeps. But the deeper we looked into his case, we found out that he's even worse than the people he kept making fun of. Mario Lord sent messages to a 15-year-old girl who told him to leave her alone. And there's his Discord server, filled with explicit content and minors, where some of the most degenerate conversations you've ever seen were happening out in the open. And even with the incriminating screenshots floating around, Mario Lord kept posting on his page while denying the truth.
It's kind of obvious that this is not real at all. I did not do this. I did not text a minor. I did not forward a minor. I didn't do anything like that at all.
He eventually got banned, but is still trying to crawl back into internet relevance with a new TikTok account with over 17,000 followers. What more did this TikToker do to create such a notorious reputation for himself? Grab your popcorn as we take a deep dive into the complete and unfiltered story of Mario Lord, TikTok's most corny predator. Mario Lord is just a weird guy on the internet doing weird things. His real name is Christian Carey. He is from Illinois, and he claimed to be 23 in 2025, which places his year of birth in the early 2000s. His age remains contested by internet users who see him as someone who looks older than his age, even though he acts immature all the time.
So why would you do this? Mainly just to see another side of me, you know?
Even the way he describes himself on social media is genuinely embarrassing to look at. For instance, take a look at his YouTube bio. Greetings, peoples. It's your boy Mario Lord 14. I do gaming, vlogs, and a bunch of funny content here. We can excuse this introduction since his account was created in 2016, when he was a teenager who didn't know any better. We all have embarrassing moments on the internet, and we outgrow them as we grow. However, this rule doesn't apply to Mario
This
Lord
video
for some
is
reason.
property of
Because
Mario
3 years
Lord
later, in
on
2019, he would create his Reddit account and write this in his bio. A thick boy that likes chicken and playing video games, is also a YouTuber, has depression and is a Taurus, also is a Mexican. Those 3 lines are what he chose to put out there as his introduction to the world, and these details barely do justice to what he truly is. Mario Lord's a thick man who is thick in the head, and also in desperate need for real talent and content creation. His idea for content on his TikTok page is roleplay where he acts out characters that he invented by himself in his own head. Now, to be fair, creating original and embarrassing characters is not really a bad idea. Creative people, especially in the writing field, build fictional universes and populate them with interesting characters that audiences genuinely connect with. This was also a popular concept on TikTok where creators known as fictional influencers usually posted scripted stories. An example is this creator known as Tia.
Should I let my boyfriend go on a date with another woman?
First of all, I should make it very clear that this is not a date. This is an old friend who's visiting for the first time. I want to show her something special.
Just as long as it's not too special. Am I right, ladies? I just want to know more about
Kids! She would tell random stories about her boyfriend or men in relationship in general. The premise was usually hilarious, like this particular clip where she claimed that her boyfriend had been refusing to meet her family because he was from African royalty. While this kind of content could be hilarious, the truth behind it is that it's all scripted. Tia herself isn't real. She's just a fictional character embodied by an actress named Kamesha Cotton. Kamesha was hired by a social media and live event-focused entertainment startup called Forefront, and she was just one of 22 other actors on the scene. And before we go further into the story, I need a small favor from you. I've started posting these deep dives on Spotify as well, so if you prefer listening instead of watching, or you just want to support me, make sure to follow me there. The link to my
I'll
Spotify
watch.
is in the description. Now, this type of fictional storytelling is entertaining, and it could be relatable to a wide audience, even though it doesn't sound believable. However, this is not the same strategy that Mario Lord 14 adopted. Instead of sticking with a relatable or interesting script, he built something less cinematic and high on the you're about to lose your dinner if you watch this side. Here's a brief introduction to a few of his fictional characters. There's Z, the one he calls his evil side and the central villain of his whole fictional world.
You remember me? Hello, mortals. It is I, the one and only Z. Or Zalava, whatever you
muggles.
According to the lore Mario built around him, Z was a parasite that grew into a full-blown villain. He only ever knew darkness and could not understand light, even when it was right in front of him. Mario Lord even has a whole backstory about Z's first confrontation with the other characters, which was a battle he almost won before Maryugi. Mario's inner child figure surprised him with an unexpected attack that ended with Z being trapped inside Mario's mind. Pathetic, right? Well, that's what Mario continuously showed to his followers on TikTok. Z is one of his main characters, and he's not the only villain in Mario Lord's mind. And there's another evil side called Vice, because apparently one villain was not enough for him.
Lord
Now
Vice.
you tell me this?
Just like Linkara.
Z. Zalago. They have been asking for this for a long time. Can you tell me this now?
Vice started out as Mario's straightforward villain character, but over time Mario Lord decided that Vice needed a rebrand. He was no longer the villain, and had now become his Riz side.
What?
He's not as it anymore. He's mostly
and had now
So AI is shutting down best news of this year for real. Why?
Can you tell me this now?
Vice started out as Mario's straightforward villain character, but over time Mario Lord decided that Vice needed a rebrand. He was no longer the villain, and had now become his Riz side.
Yeah, right, guys?
He's not as it anymore.
We're
He's
totally
mostly
cool
my,
and stuff. We're
my Riz now, so that's mostly what he is now. He's mostly a Riz. He's mostly the Riz side of me. He used to be evil, but now he's not as evil.
In a way, this character was like a spirit to him, because it was the embodiment of his cool side.
Believe it or
Mario
not,
Lord
I'm
described
drunk.
this version of Vice as a character that was more edgy, neutral, and morally gray, rather than outright evil.
And yeah, he's just kind of he's just edgy mostly. He's mostly edgy. And yeah.
Vice was an important character for Mario Lord, but he wasn't the most popular. That trophy went to Spectre, a cool person with no affinity for complete evil. By some miracle, Spectre was the only one his audience seemed to genuinely connect with. He is an anti-hero who lives inside Mario Lord's mind, comparable in his own description to Deadpool, who is not fully good, not fully evil, but ultimately protective. Spectre's whole purpose in Mario Lord's head is to guard Maryugi, which is what Mario calls his inner child. The lore behind how Spectre made his grand appearance into the scene is somewhat amusing. According to Mario Lord, Spectre originally entered Mario Lord's body with genuinely evil intentions, planning to use it to cause widespread destruction, but ultimately changed his mind after developing real affection for Maryugi. Mario Lord plays this character like someone who has watched too much anime and not enough of anything else. And as if that wasn't cringe enough, Mario Lord also has his own world, one which he calls the Marioverse. And guess what? All his characters live there. Z causes chaos from the shadows. Vice does whatever the Riz side does. Spectre watches over Maryugi from inside Mario's mind, and the other characters show up whenever they want to. This is the reality of a grown man. Mario Lord had an entire fictional universe existing exclusively in his head, and brought everything to life through TikTok roleplay videos
This video is
that he clearly
property of
put
the
significant
Marioverse
time
on
and emotional
TikTok.
energy
The Marioverse.
into. This big guy would shoot long videos, sometimes as long as 10 full minutes, role-playing his imaginary characters and random storylines that he came up with himself. He would act out every role, do every voice, and commit every bit of energy into his choppy editing skills before posting. Like this one, where he tries to portray how each of his characters would react to the news of his death inside the Marioverse. This is how Mario Lord behaves on the internet. A cringe lord with zero self-awareness. When he entered the internet back in 2016, he was still a teenager and he started posting on Instagram and YouTube. His very first YouTube video, titled Intro to My Channel, is still up on his account, and it features him and a friend excitedly talking about their plans for content creation.
Get a camera, and then me and Christian, we can start filming together. And let us know in the comments what challenges you want us to do. Don't make it like really disgusting challenges.
Yeah.
Make it like do
Eat a
like
hamburger.
a Cheetos challenge or something like that.
In the video,
Make it
they
stuff we
casually
wanna
mentioned
do.
that they had just graduated from 8th grade, which really puts into perspective how long this guy has been on the internet and how little he has grown in all that time.
Yeah, since it's summer for us, we could do it every
Yeah,
day.
we just graduated 8th grade.
Yeah.
His videos weren't impressive and they hardly raked in a lot of views. Some were less than 100. And his highest viewed video had close to 4,000 views. But the numbers didn't discourage Mario Lord from posting frequently. In fact, he went as far as sharing personal information about himself. One time, he mentioned that he made excellent cat noises.
I'm really good at cat noises. Like, obviously.
Meow, meow, meow.
See?
Wow.
And I can do the hiss.
Cool.
And he also revealed that he has scoliosis, which is a condition where patients have an abnormal curve in their spine.
I have scoliosis. It's like a back problem. I don't know if it's on the back or like the bottom or the top. It's the top because
Mario Lord shared these details even though his audience were practically non-existent on YouTube. Till this very moment, his total subscribers are a little over 1,000, which is quite low and poor for an account that has been around for nearly 10 years. Mario Lord eventually made his way to TikTok around 2020, and for the first couple of years, he went almost completely unnoticed. He posted song reviews alongside his usual random content. Still, he was just another guy in the algorithm doing his thing, not getting much traction. It was just like his YouTube channel all over again. But around 2022, that started to change. Mario Lord's song reviews began to gain views, and people recommended different song choices for him to rate. For the first time in his online career, Mario Lord was getting real attention. The problem was that the attention immediately started going sideways. One of the earliest viral moments on his TikTok page came when people questioned whether he was actually Mexican, since he did not speak Spanish, and his appearance was leading them to different conclusions. Mario Lord responded by claiming that he was Mexican.
I am not white. I am pinche Mexican. Chinga.
However, no one believed him, and this led to one of the most popular comments on his entire page. "That's my favorite white boy." Commenters would mock him by calling him a white boy posing as a Mexican, and Mario Lord, being the type of person he is, always responded with more videos.
I am pinche Mexican. Tu chinga. Vete a la mierda, pinche madre. Tu chinga. A la verga, pinche puta.
It was a self-perpetuating cycle of cringe that he could never escape because he kept feeding the attention. Every explanation made things funnier, and before he knew it, he was viral in the most embarrassing way possible. People also knew him from his speedrunning content, specifically a mobile game from 2011 called Where's My Water. It's not exactly the most prestigious speedrunning category in the world, but it was part of Mario Lord's identity early on. If you took a hard look at him during this time, you would just see a weird, cringy guy on the internet who liked speedrunning mobile games, arguing about his ethnicity, and making content that confused people instead of entertaining them. And as if his reputation wasn't bad enough, Mario Lord also had ongoing beef with not one, but two creators simultaneously. One of them is a creator named Toxic Red, who's just another cringe creator, who thinks he's the main antagonist in his story.
To be honest with you, my friend, it's quite simple. It's fun being the bad guy. No rules, good benefits.
He claimed he had more aura than Toxic Red, and even likened his aura to Brawly,
that one guy,
a buff character from Dragon Ball.
He's Broly, dude.
You think I'm afraid of him? I'm not afraid of Toxic No Sabo Red. He's afraid of me, the Marlord 14,
the Marlord
with the stronger aura. My aura is like Broly's. His is like a little tiny ant compared to me.
This is a grown man comparing his essence to that of a cartoon character and challenging someone to a fight. And it didn't end with this declaration. Mario Lord continued to make videos about Toxic Red, claiming that he was trying to be him because he was the one with the bigger aura.
Toxic Red. Haven't heard that name in a while. Don't get it twisted, mortal. He wants to be me. I'm not trying to be him. He's trying to be me.
And this brings us to his second and most well-known internet beef with Nova Online, whose real name is Gabriel Gage. Nova is another TikTok lolcow who had his own set of controversies and a reputation that preceded him badly. The Nova beef was entertaining to watch from a distance. Mario roasted Nova's weight, his boxing form, his content quality, and everything he could think of.
Can someone explain to me why Nova looks like he's it? Bro. Like, how are you built bigger than me? And you say that you work out.
And in response, Nova posted a video of himself hitting a punching bag. I'm one up against Mario Lord. I actually go to the gym. And he would keep posting videos of himself hitting the gym. In response, Mario fired back with one of the most dramatic responses in the history of internet beef.
No,
bullshit.
Or should I say Gabriel Gage?
More like Gay Gage.
You really think you can scare me, huh?
Like
I am
Gabriel
Broly
Gay
compared to you.
I'm Broly.
Try me, fellow locale.
The funny thing about the whole situation was that neither of them were ever going to fight in real life, and TikTok commenters always pointed out how similar both him and Nova were, even though such comments always triggered him.
Yeah, I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted. Like, at this point, he needs to wrap this shit up and physically leave the internet.
If you watched from the sidelines, they were simply two people having a lolcow showdown, and it was something between hilarious and embarrassing. Through his encounters with Nova, Mario Lord began to gain a bit of self-awareness, and he soon identified as a lolcow. He wasn't just any lolcow, though. Mario Lord called himself a Mexican lolcow, and he would frequently make edits of himself and other lolcows, especially Nova, lumping them in a group he called White Lolcows. In these edits, he would more or less pose as the better-looking spectacle compared to the other internet trolls. Soon after attaining lolcow enlightenment, Mario Lord started copying Nova's content format around this time, doing food review videos in the same style Nova was known for.
Expecting so many Nova comments. Anyway, the Dragon Flame Grilled Proper.
He would wander around with snacks, try them on camera, and deliver his verdict like a 2-year-old reviewing food content.
Pretty good. Tastes like a really fresh pickle.
Mario Lord the food critic was basically telling the world that the food tastes exactly like what they were. For Captain Obvious, the ketchup Doritos tasted like ketchup and the pickled Doritos tasted like pickles. This isn't how a food critic would evaluate food, and Mario Lord wasn't even much of a healthy food person. That much is obvious from body size. From the fictional characters to song and food reviews, Mario Lord proved time and time again that he was a TikTok creator who lacked creativity and a bone for solid entertainment, and this was the case across all his social media accounts. While Mario Lord was making a fool of himself on TikTok, his YouTube channel still remained in the spotlight, marinating for the moment his cringe content would worsen 100-fold.
To be fair, I might as well let Spectre talk about it because, you know, he knows a lot more than me.
Mario Lord was obsessed with creating what he called his own fanfic series. He touched cartoon characters like Gwen and Trent from Total Drama Island, and Elsa from Frozen, and the fashion icons in Bratz. Mario Lord's favorite subjects, which featured in recurring series, were teenage cartoon characters, specifically Applejack and Nikki and Raquel from the Barbie franchise. His first ever fanfic was the Applejack story, and Mario Lord disclosed that he got the inspiration for this story when he was getting dressed one particular morning.
This fanfiction was something I kind of made up when I was getting dressed from the shower.
With time, this inspiration became self-insert fantasy scenarios that Mario Lord would either act out on camera or narrate in detail for his audience. On the surface, fan fiction is completely normal. Millions of people write it, and it has been a part of internet culture. But Mario Lord's version of fan fiction was not normal at all. For instance, Nikki and Raquel from Barbie, Life in the Dream House, are fictional teenage girls designed for children's entertainment, and Mario Lord made detailed, explicit self-insert videos about them. He opened one video by casually announcing that Nikki was his girlfriend.
In my imagination mind, because it's fucking huge, like my girlfriend is Nikki inside my imagination mind. Nikki,
inside my imagination mind.
From Barbie.
In another of his episodes, as he liked to title them, he and Nikki had broken up, and Barbie had taken her spot.
Yeah, but Nikki's no longer my bae.
Oh no.
I have 3 now. So yeah.
Crap.
Time to bring back to... I know who's taking her spot. Barbie is.
From the excitement in his tone, it seems as if he genuinely believed this story. What if he wasn't just delusional, but downright sick in the head? Because what human would self-insert in such a story and be happy about it online? In Mario Lord's first fanfic video titled Applejack F***ed Me While I'm Asleep, he described a scenario where the My Little Pony character f***ed him while he was unconscious. The unsettling part about this behavior was that Mario Lord seemed genuinely proud of this content. He was smiling and giggling as he whispered his disgusting story, as if that was a normal story a normal human being would post on the internet. As always, Mario Lord was talking to an audience that sometimes did not amount to the figure of his age, and it's quite baffling that his fan fiction spanned into 2 seasons, even with such a low reception. But they still remain on his page, visible for anyone who cares to spare him a second thought. Although it can be excused that he was probably in his early teen years, the way he always spoke about this female cartoon character in these series really says a lot about how much he objectified them. And this behavior speaks volumes about Mario Lord's disregard for women. If you even take a look at it from another angle, it might seem as if he was being open about his deepest fantasies. Mario Lord often spoke about how these fictional characters took advantage of him while he was sleeping. We saw that in the Applejack story, and the same pattern repeated itself in another story about Lindsay from Total Drama Island. In a video he titled, Lindsay Gets Happy, he described falling asleep during a movie and waking up to find kiss marks on him, claiming that she had done things to him while he was unconscious.
Watched the movie, like halfway through the movie I fell asleep, and then I felt stuff everywhere. Then I woke up, kiss marks everywhere.
And here's the shocking part about Mario Lord's fantasies. They're not limited to him being the victim. For him, everything happens when one party is unconscious. There are times that Mario Lord spoke at length about being intimate with a girl in her sleep.
The summary of this is like, imagination, me, God. Like a girl in her sleep because she was desperate and did that.
This kind of intimacy is basically non-consensual by nature, and here he was showcasing to the world that he created it in his imagination. Mario Lord's thoughts have even been personified through one of his characters. Remember Z Vice Inspector? Well, there's another character he calls Carl. According to Mario Lord, Carl's a drug and popsicle seller, and the way he talks about how this character behaves around kids is absolutely disgusting. What's more disturbing is that Carl would later be turned into his cousin in Mario Lord's mind's eye. Yep, that's his name, guys. This video was made before he was made into my cousin. That's why he has my last name. Once again, the lack of proper self-awareness is staggering. Mario Lord not only acted like a madman while talking about his character/cousin, but he also had the guts to post it online, and this was in the year 2023 when he was in his early 20s. What responsible adult would create a character that children and call that character a cousin? Mario Lord's a human being who received formal education. He graduated from Bradley Bourbonnais High School in Illinois in 2020. Yet he wasn't acting like an educated fellow. Even the way he speaks is terrible. In some of his videos, Mario speaks like a toddler and has a thing for using the word fuck instead of the original curse version.
Fuck. I forgot to shout the fucking where the fucking speed they fuck. Man, what the fuck? Why I have fucking 5,000 followers on my fucking Instagram?
Most times, the root of his annoyance is usually nonsensical. One time, it was because of Minecraft. When a lot of users, particularly kids, complained about a new feature in the game, he made a video calling them childish for not liking the changes. This is a grown adult who sat down on his couch to call out a 12-year-old girl on TikTok. He was upset because she had made a Get Ready With Me video, and he felt she was filming too close to the lower region of her body. He said she was trying to be at a young age, and was moralistic about the whole thing. Meanwhile, he himself was sitting shirtless on camera while recording this video. Can you imagine the hypocrisy? A grown man in his 20s criticizing a 12-year-old's camera angles for being too revealing, while he himself sat there with his shirt off. This unreasonable behavior is what makes Mario Lord's story completely irritating to look at. There were times where he tried to bring out his non-existent scholarly side through unprovoked discussions about men's rights. Out of nowhere, Mario Lord would regularly post videos, reminding his audience about the struggles of being a man, and he often positioned himself as a voice for misunderstood men everywhere.
Did no one tell me that men just don't get told nice things?
Isn't it obvious? Because
we're fat and ugly and short. We're like 5 feet tall.
Anytime we say we have weakness, people just say grow up or be a man. You know how that makes us feel?
This is the same man who is calling
Like
a
a
12-year-old girl inappropriate names for her camera angles, and the same person who made explicit self-inserted fan fiction about teenage
Lady,
cartoon
have you
characters.
not read the
Here he
manifesto?
was, speaking solemnly to his audience about how men do not get enough empathy.
And girls always say that their lives are harder. Well, listen here. Our lives are also hard too.
Our lives
Don't
are
completely
hard too,
forget
okay?
about the people that pretty much make the world. We go through it too. Not just you.
It's not
It's hard to get
just
his point when
you.
he has been ridiculous 90% of his internet time. Even the time he tried to speak up against ICE, the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, he somehow managed to sound
ICE.
dumb in the process. He wrote, "I swear every day I hear about what ICE is doing. I don't mind, obviously, but damn, these the people serving justice? Yeah, right? How do
I
you
don't
try to
mind.
sympathize with the public and still say you don't mind?" People in the comments threw the question
What the
at
fuck
him,
does don't mind
but it's
mean?
clear that if he never noticed the contradiction before hitting the post button, he would be just as slow to grasp everyone's reactions. Mario Lord's 2 cents on the topic really made him an unintelligible content creator, and it proved that his years of education were wasted. When you look at his habits up until this point, you start to wonder if something life-changing had been the cause of Mario Lord's problems. Did anything happen in his childhood? Why did he turn out the way he did? On this topic, there's the issue of his father. In one of his old YouTube videos, Mario Lord said something about his parents getting arrested.
Bull I'm going through. You know, like being poor, losing 2 family members, fucking my parents nearly getting arrested, losing a fucking car.
For context, Mario Lord had made the post as a ranting and venting session. He spoke about dreams for the future with his wife and kids, and claimed that he would treat his children like young adults once they crossed 18. And in doing so, he didn't want them to live his life, jobless and in poverty, with criminal parents.
Try to at least get some kind of job. Because they're not going to be like me, that's still struggling to get a job right now. I just want them to do their best in life.
Mario Lord never spoke further on the topic, but the possibility remained. Then later on, a creator named Liquid Mario looked into the public
Liquid
records and found that
Mario.
Mario Lord's father had been arrested for a 14-year-old child. Mario Lord posted his update, explained he was staying with his uncle, and then continued making content. He did not reflect on it publicly or tried to connect it to anything in his own behavior. He just kept going, as if it was simply something that had happened and was now over, rather than something worth sitting with. By the end of 2023, Mario Lord had a following, a Discord server, his character universe, his ongoing beef with Nova and Toxic Red, and a growing reputation as one of TikTok's more entertaining lolcow. From the outside, it looked like a weird guy who had found his weird corner of the internet and was living in it comfortably. But from the inside, things were far more complicated. And in January 2025, the outside finally got a clear look at the inside. YouTuber Poohboy posted a video covering Mario Lord in comprehensive detail. It was the first real expose on Mario, the first time someone had put everything together in one place and shown it to a wider audience, and it landed hard. Poohboy had revealed Mario Lord's disturbing relationship with his dog Jackson, although this behavior had already been public since 2016. In addition to this revelation, Poohboy revealed a screenshot of a direct message conversation between Mario Lord and a 15-year-old girl. In the conversation, he had sent her a photo of himself, and she responded by asking how old he was and telling him he was too old to be talking to her. The young girl explicitly stated her age and told him to leave her alone. And his response to the boundary she was setting was, "I think I have a crush on you. Can we talk, please?" How can an adult say that to a young girl? There's no way you can twist this story for it to justify Mario Lord's behavior. He professed love to a minor who clearly wanted nothing to do with him. This attitude shows just how much Mario Lord can't tell right from wrong, yet he would always be eager to call out other predators. Mario Lord was the epitome of an internet sicko who kept trying to be relevant. Poohboy's video helped bring him to the broader internet, which was something Mario Lord couldn't do in over a decade since he launched his YouTube channel. But unfortunately for him, this attention wasn't the kind he expected, and he quickly voiced his thoughts on his TikTok page. Mario Lord called Poohboy's video bullshit, and tried to act like he was cool with the situation, which for the record he was not.
Have y'all seen the video that what's his name? Poohboy made on me? Wow. 13 minutes of just bullshit. It was 13 minutes of just bullshit.
He even went on to say that Poohboy had found his video amusing, and was therefore one of his fans.
But Poohboy was laughing his ass off. I'm pretty sure it's at one of my Dragon Ball-esque speeches. Like, I'm pretty sure he's a fan now. Like, God, I hope he is.
That video got taken down. It was reportedly flagged for harassment and removed either by TikTok or by Mario himself, when he realized it was not landing the way he planned. But Poohboy had already archived it, so it did not disappear. All the evidence of his wrongdoings were out on the internet. These were irrefutable proof that Mario Lord was a hazard to society. When it was time to own up to his actions, what did Mario Lord do? He tried to wiggle his way out of the situation again. In a video he captioned, addressing these allegations, Mario Lord came out with all sorts of nonsensical excuses. First, he claimed that the dog allegations were wrong, and according to his own logic, he wouldn't be that stupid to play with his dog so inappropriately. He spoke with a kind of annoyance, as if he genuinely believed that people were misunderstanding something that he felt was being taken out of context. This was the same guy who casually spoke about sexual and the horrid fan fictions that he made up in his head. Now, he had the guts to talk, as if he was not a depraved person who would his own pet, and his lies didn't end there. In addition to the dog allegations, Mario Lord also addressed the screenshot of his text with the 15-year-old. He called it dumb and unreal, and said that the situation would only look incriminating in the eyes of strangers who didn't know him.
It's a dumb screenshot, obviously, but like it's obviously, for people that don't know me, it looks incriminating. For people that know me, it's kind of obvious that this is not real at all.
Then, as if his opening speech wasn't pathetic enough, Mario Lord stooped to another low level by completely denying having texted a minor.
But, of course, obviously it's a yes or no question. Did I do this or not? No. I did not do this. I did not text a minor. I believe him. A minor. I didn't do anything like that. At all.
Then in the same breath, he said something that was utterly stupid and unreasonable. Mario Lord called the controversial screenshot AI material, and said that the only real thing in the photo was his picture. How can a responsible adult come up with such a lame and disgusting lie? It was obvious that he was guilty of it and had been caught in the act, but why did Mario Lord think that saying this would make his situation any better? So the theory he was presenting here was that someone hated him enough to use artificial intelligence to fabricate a realistic-looking DM conversation, complete with his real profile photo, just to destroy his platform. And what was his evidence? His word of mouth.
If I did do this, I would have said something about it.
What?
Like, seriously, I would have said something about it if I did do this. So, because you
irrefutable.
Know how I overshare. I would have said, yeah, I would have done this. You know,
I would have admitted it if I did it.
But here's the $1 million
The fact that I'm hiding it means
I'm
I'm
through
innocent.
the trouble of setting him up like this. Who would take his low-budget cringe videos and run it through AI to make something so disturbing? Nothing Mario Lord said in this response video made remote sense. No one believed him as expected, and even Mario Lord himself knew that. So, he turned off his comments. Mario Lord could not stay accountable for 60 seconds. Every single time he got anywhere near acknowledging what had happened, he quickly turned it into a performance. After the Pooh Boy videos went up and the story spread, Mario Lord entered what the reference materials describe as an extreme drinking phase. It was a nonsensical period where he began posting videos of himself being visibly drunk, slurring his words, stumbling around and rambling incoherently at his phone camera. Except here's the thing. He was not actually drunk in most of these videos, at least not to the degree he was performing.
I am literally very messed up right now. I've had a lot of Modelo. I was at a birthday party, and I had a lot of Modelo.
I'm so drunk,
His
you
shout-out
guys.
videos during this period were equally painful
Crazy
to watch.
drunk.
These were videos where he would read out fan names and say something nice about them while claiming to be drunk.
I'm about to do some fucking shout-outs. I have a little bit of alcohol in my system. I'm sorry.
You know, it's funny how he does these long shout-out videos when his total view count combined can barely amount to 1 million, but he kept making and posting them as if they were valuable content. Mario Lord lost his TikTok account after he got permanently banned in February of 2025. He vented on his Instagram page where he unknowingly revealed that the permanent bans had been as a result of multiple violations. Mario Lord had amassed over 59,000 followers before he lost access to his account. He eventually created a new one and began afresh, gaining over 17,000 followers in a year. Believe it or not, the new followers comprised the old internet users who were very aware of Mario Lord's lockhouse status. It didn't take long before Mario Lord became embroiled in more internet drama when screenshots from his Discord server were leaked to the general public. Mario Lord's Discord server was, by his own account, a place where he spent a lot of his time. He talked about it constantly and posted videos about how sad he was when people did not join. He even curated a playlist for it on his TikTok page. It was clearly important to him, maybe because this was a community he had built around himself where he was the center of attention, and the rules were whatever he decided they were. And the rules, as it turned out, included no meaningful age verification. Mario Lord has stipulated that members should be nice to the mods and him, not use slurs
Don't
or
be
send
mean to
offensive
women.
pictures and memes. However, there were no clear stipulations for the type of people that could be welcomed. This meant that even minors could join. And minors did join, especially a notorious underage named Swag Ryan. And since there wasn't any strict moderation in place, these young ones had to witness chaos unfold in the server. Several of the custom stickers used during chats featured Mario in various states of undress. One sticker literally labeled Mario the server files. They weren't private images, but the official custom stickers of his community server, and every member of the server could use in any conversation, at any time, in a server where minors were present. The conversations happening among members of the server were genuinely disgusting and horrifying. One person wrote that they should have been hired to draw MLP characters, and someone else replied by asking if they could draw feet. Someone said my belly, and another member responded by saying it was making them aroused and asking them to stop. There was an entire thread where someone announced that a certain type of was arriving at your doorstep. Not to mention, the entire time they used slurs, which was prohibited in the rules. By the way, it was really hypocritical of Mario Lord to set such a rules when he himself had openly stated that he doesn't believe the N-word is bad.
For all the people that think that is a bad word.
His Discord was a dump site, filled with cringe people such as himself. They spoke openly about sweaty armpit fetish. Someone asked for members to show them their feet, and received multiple enthusiastic responses. The Discord server eventually got nuked by one of its controversial members, Swag Ryan. Mario Lord explained that he had been on a call with a few people when he saw his channels get deleted in real time, and not long after they found out who was responsible.
The literal second I left the call, everything was deleted. Like, literally, I saw in real time. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we found out who did it. I'll just give you one hint. Swag Ryan.
Swag Ryan is a
That's
person
not really
who
a
had been
hint,
called out
is
for
it?
being a
That's just.
How fucking old were they,
Here's a
Ryan?
hint. Here's who it
I
is.
didn't know!
Mario Lord also joined the people who criticized Swag Ryan. In one of his videos, he said that Swag Ryan was fully aware of what he had done and shouldn't be excused.
I was just gonna give you about this. Dead serious. Trying to act like he didn't know what their fucking ages were. He fucking knew.
But in the grand scheme of things, this Mexican lolcow wasn't in any position to make such statements. Mario Lord had spoken inappropriately to a minor and refused to take accountability for it. And he had also hosted Swag Ryan, an exposed file on his Discord server. This tells you the kind of person he is, and the kinds of people in his inner circle. You can even tell from the obscene messages that were leaked from his Discord server. Like the cockroach that he is, Mario Lord's internet reign didn't end after Swag Ryan nuked his Discord. He created another one, and embarked on a new quest to get more people to join his server. Now he continues to make content out of every single thing he does in his daily life. He would post self-glazing edits of himself that he made by himself. And he also records videos while shopping at stores, and bursting into fits of unnecessary laughs every 2 seconds.
Oh snap, Warren, that's right. 2 million years later.
He also continues to post music reviews, perhaps hoping it could give him the lion's share of followers like it did the last time in his other TikTok account. And he's still a man baby who begs his audience to donate money for him to buy a PS5.
I have a GoFundMe for a PS5. No, this isn't a joke.
Mario Lord is living his life as a self-ordained lolcow, and for as long as he continues to have a platform, he won't be changing anytime soon.
Oh, that's it for that video. These videos have a hard time coming up with an ending, don't they? I guess coming up with endings is kind of hard. If you just don't want to put in a whole lot of effort. I made a new Beg TV. Let's check it out. This is going to go live noon today. Rewind. Oh, muted.
Hang on! Oh my god!
You haven't spent tens of thousands of dollars on WWE champions. The machine says.
Well, what? That's not. Hang on! Whoa, wow, look at this. People tossing change right in here for me. That's a lot of tips. Thanks, everybody. I appreciate the support.
Pretty sure those are wishes?
Nah, I'm a streamer. People know where I'm at.
Sir, you can't take money out of the fountain. That change goes to charity.
Wait, really? I thought it was like, my tip jar. Please put it back. All right. I'm putting it back. Well, there go my tips. Guess I'll...
Failing to hit your tips goal before your day off, the two of you are hereby sentenced to eat lunch meat sandwiches. Court is adjourned.
What is happening? I'm not food.
Oil's at 350. Hold still.
That's boiling. You can't. Hey, it's hot.
Just a quick dip.
I am definitely not a quick dip. Okay, here we go. Ludwig. Run. Hitbox is garbage. Look at that. I dodged. He still tagged me. Unbelievable. Heal, come on. Oh my god, there's no way I was in range. What the hell? Are you kidding me, dude? Okay, we got a $1 tip from Chromo Slayer. Says, quote, how many chromosomes you got? What? How many chromosomes I got? I have more than you have. I snort. Yeah, that's what I thought. Epic comeback right there. Don't mess with me. Full health, full flasks, big shield. We're gonna own this boss. Watch this. Here he comes. Oh my god, that's a huge robot. Just blocking counter. Easy, no problem. What are you kidding me? One hit completely wiped me out? This is ridiculous. This game is garbage. You can't balance your bosses, so they just one-shot you. That's not skill-based. That's cheap design. I pressed block. I did everything right.
How did you like my big black rooster toy?
Okay, hold on. Let's do a little intermission here. Got the banjo ready. All right, here we go. I need that money, I really do. Gotta keep the lights on in level 1 room. If you like the stream, you know what to do. Tip me now, because I need that money, I really do. Yeah, somebody dropped a whole $1 and said flush 30 burgers. $1! I need that money, I really do. So here we go. Thanks for the tip, Jack Dax. I'm a man of my word. Didn't it go? Beautiful, right? Wait, it's not going down. Uh-oh. Oh, no. It's overflowing. Why is it overflowing? I didn't do this. This toilet's defective. Chat, you set me up. Look at this. It's going into the hallway. It's me, Phil. The truth is out there.
30 burgers!
And, it's right here on tape. This is EP Unknown, the brand new collection of mind-blowing secrets they don't want you to see. Aliens, pyramids, crypto, or whatever. It's all on this cassette. 2 hours of the unknown plus my commentary, and you even get a free tinfoil crown sticker. It's only $19.89. I found you! It's time to flush the duty!
You know who I am. I'm the king. I'm the man who won 4th place at EVO 2005. Say my name. You're Darkside Phil. You're goddamn right.
Before you're king, you sorry little detractors. You know why you're here. Tonight, the Pig Roach Collect. One of you's gotta pay.
Your worst pig.
Ooh, we got ourselves a tough guy. Chief Darkside D-Phil. Chickasaw people bring gift for Pig Roach Tribe. Many blankets. See? Good wool, strong weave, little dirt from Long Trail, but still warm, still good. Chickasaw show big heart.
The Kickasaw tribe. All right, well, there's that. Oh boy. Okay, that's gonna go live in about a half hour. All fun. Yes, I do have. I still have the Tamir stuff. I collected them all into its own folder. Maybe just I have like an entire Tamir episode. She can hear it. Audio device. Yeah, go.
I hate foot stimulation! I hate foot stimulation! Foot stimulation is the worst feeling in the world! I hate foot stimulation! Stop stimulating my feet! I don't want Emma Watson! I hate Emma Watson! I hate the foot bitches! I don't want some bitch's foot! I hate those bitches! Hold on! That piece of shit creature has just stimulated my lower leg when the clock showed a number that has to do with the program of becoming an elf. The one that I said that if I do it, that they might send me to the future and told me to do it to make Emma Watson happy. You see this? I'm not joking. I feel it on my shin, the timer was right there at 11:11, and now the elf thing is flashing on the screen. So now I have to evolve like a Pokemon into an elf and work really hard at it to make some stupid beach that I don't even know her real name to make her happy, a beach for whom I was abused for 4 years. How more of a humiliating thing it can ask me for? I hate Emma Watson. I don't want to evolve into an elf to make Emma Watson happy. I want to sacrifice myself for Emma Watson. I am not Emma Watson's sacrificial animal. I will live forever. I will not be sacrificed for anybody. I don't want to ruin my life for anybody. I don't want to be sacrificed for this stupid Emma Watson. Emma Watson is not a god, and I am not a sacrificial animal. You don't get to sacrifice me. From the bottom of my heart and soul, I don't want the foot women in my life, and I don't want Emma Watson in my life. I truly, sincerely, with all of my being, I'm telling you, I don't want Emma Watson. Please understand that. I need physical protection. Okay, please help me. And if you need me to do something, just say it. But be exact. Be precise. Tell me what exactly and how much. I can't just guess here, man. Tell me what is required of me. Tell me exactly, and I'll do it. I'm in a dire situation. I'm physically abused extensively throughout the day and night. It doesn't allow me to live. Please, someone come. Just tell me. Okay, just tell me exactly. Don't dance around it. Don't give me some kind of hint. Just spit it out, and don't tell me something ridiculous like, become a Super Saiyan or something. That's nonsense. All right, that's cartoon garbage. Just tell me exactly what do you want in
just
return.
Become a Super Saiyan or something.
If I need to do something in return, I'll do it. You want me to play the piano? I'm mentioning it because the entity it like knocks on the piano, tries to tell me to play on the piano. So if you want me to play the piano, tell me how much piano playing am I required to do? Act, snort. I hadn't shown interest in Emma Watson back in 2019. It wouldn't have tried to bind me to them. It tries to bind me to things that I do out of my own initiative, or at least partly. Just tell me. Just tell me. I just want this. I just want to be able to go about my daily life in peace. It doesn't allow me to work. When I go to work and I try to work, it constantly twitches my thighs and stimulates my feet. I can't even sit still. It just keeps.
Yeah, I uploaded the VOD
down there.
to the archive channel.
I need help in the form of protection, so the evil entity won't be able to hurt me, even if it wants to. Please, something to keep it out. The evil entity has me on complete lockdown from the moment I wake up and through the middle of the night. It doesn't allow me to sleep. It wakes me up several times at night by foot. It tortures my feet all day long. Female Rosalina is not the Rosalina I know and love. This particular
okay, and I get this one in there
is a vegetarian.
Too.
I mean, we have pizza like once a week and we always order online. Idiot! You can't make this stuff up.
Yeah, that's the whole collection there. Almost 3 minutes. It could be its own episode. Put an intro and outro on there so people know what it's all about. Yeah, let's see if I can find it. Pull this up real quick. What is this one? That's long.
We're going to start off with a chill DSP morning show where we will...
DSP quits Street Fighter forever, according to him. No more Street Fighter. I'm done with the game. I'm done with it. He just doesn't want to play Ingrid. Just really hates Ingrid. What's Blade up to? I'll find the ear clip. Hold on. 5 toes down.
43. Half my toes are gone. Man! Tyler, come here. Please help me. I'm drinking more Jaeger than any human means.
I really don't know what's harder to believe. The fact that only Izumi Blade managed to go an entire year without drinking, or the fact that now he seems to be making up for damage not done to his liver after a full year of sobriety in just the span of a couple of months. I know it's hard to believe, but only Izumi Blade really did stop drinking and moved into his mother's care facility to be her full-time caretaker, still doing his own streams on the side playing video games. But then on his birthday on December 3rd, 2025, Blade decided he was going to do a drinking stream to celebrate. And let me tell you, it's all downhill from here, because what was originally supposed to be a once-a-year thing then spiraled into something way more.
What up, peoples? Nope, fire sales, you still have legs, bruises. I'm still got some first donation in like a year, dude. Yeah, man. Everything's good. I thank you for the dono. Everything's A-OK, gravy.
Alright, here it is. Let me unmute it here. Nope, what the fuck? I didn't mean to click on that. No, it's here. 30 minutes, 45 seconds? It's not gonna freeze?
Stop molesting my ears, buddy.
50 seconds long. And then you do
And then it's me, the Inception. Damn.
Regular squats. 5 reps, 10 seconds each. Also 50 seconds long. Every 400 seconds. That's the second exercise.
Okay.
And then you do light
and then you get Emma Watson.
Lighter weight. I think about 50% weight.
He's doing the DSP workout.
For 10 reps of 10 seconds.
He's doing the DSP workout, and he's warning you, if you do it, you'll get the mummy's curse.
You reach either 115 total reps or 140 total reps.
If you do the DSP.
But it is. I am annoyed. Seems that me and that immediately thing was saying any depth or my body.
What?
I bought so many games. Games.
Its audio gets pretty messed up here. It's a gamer.
Games. Any other game except World of Warcraft. As soon as I bought so many games on Steam. I spent thousands of dollars on games on Steam, and I am not allowed to enjoy any of them. As soon as I try to play any single game except for World of Warcraft, I am immediately punished. I am completely.
My feet are stimulated. Whoa.
I'm completely fucking.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've never seen him this mad. He's usually very stoic and very matter of fact when it comes to his foot stimulation.
I am immediately punished. I am completely.
So is Blizzard behind it? Has Blizzard cursed you with the inability to play other games other than World of Warcraft? Is Pirate Software involved?
Fucking
Maybe he can put you through a second puberty and you'll be fine.
Blocked. I'm completely fucking blocked for any fucking joy, for any ability to enjoy anything in life.
It's really impressive how he's able to. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Finally, after months and months, after how many videos, we are finally able to confirm he does indeed have ears. Sure, they're very tiny ears, which is probably why we were unable to see them earlier. But he does literally technically have ears. Okay, God, I was so worried. I was like, maybe him not having ears is the source of his problems. But no, he has one less excuse. Who's yelling at his mom, too?
For any ability to enjoy anything in life.
It's like German or something. It's mean.
They've completely fucking blocked me.
They blocked me from playing any other game.
For what? For mechanical exercise that doesn't even contribute to exercise. Like the fuck I give about this stupid program. I don't give a shit about it.
There you go. We confirmed that he does indeed have ears. Finally.
This is for me for turning 43. 43, dude.
What if I did?
Like I'm in my late 30s. Witnessing history to 43.
Figure it out, persons.
After harassing his elderly neighbors, Blade would somehow confuse ping pong and golf together.
Hey, Marshall.
Yeah?
Hey, so I'm streaming right now. My stream wants to say hi to you. You want to say hi to them?
Yeah, I'll stream.
You want to come down and have a sip with me?
Where?
Downstairs, dude. Come on, dude.
Okay, let me get my coat. I get my lucky spot.
Well, on the way, dude. You better hurry the fuck up, dude. Hey, this guy's a hard. Calm down. He's nice. Oh, did you find him? Oh, you found it.
No, it's yours. Hey, no.
Oh, that's yours.
Hey, mine.
That's yours, dude.
Hey, mine. I'm sorry, baby.
So, Marshall, I'm streaming to YouTube. I used to be cool.
I used to be cool. And then...
Yeah, looking good.
Don't make me flex.
And then reality happened.
I didn't mean that. Listen, don't die, old dude.
Don't die.
Don't. You heard me, dude.
You heard me, dude.
Take a shot,
I don't want to hear you dying. I'm going to be mad at you.
Jay Buhner.
All right, what's going on, big dog?
How you doing, dude?
Leave these homeless people alone.
Do the damn thing.
You're bald. Look at them. These dudes are fucking dude. Sorry. These dudes are fucking dude. Oh, it's rain. These dudes are fucking dude. They just play golf forever.
They play golf.
I don't know.
Whatever
And
that
watch
is.
out, ladies, because Blade got a very good recommendation for you to come get some of this man's love from a man named Vince.
Hey, there you go.
Let's see what we got here.
I got 4,000 people watching.
Really?
Yeah.
Love your stream.
Talk to them.
Really love how you're able to entertain a whole.
How you get so many people to do that?
Genuine.
They love me, Vince.
They love you? Man, you the man.
Love coming.
He's
Michigan.
He's the man.
He's the man.
Goddamn right.
All you honeys, all you ladies of the 80s and above, come on over here and get some of this man's love.
Dick. I'll knock the bottom out of this. I'll figure it out.
I'll figure it out.
He's gonna figure it out. I'll let Vince. That's Vince, the neighborhood drug dealer. We're taking shots. We're gonna figure it out, dude.
Blade then ended that night helping his mother into the bathroom, and let's just say he streamed it all, so that's not getting shown. So that was pretty crazy, right?
Why?
But getting drunk once a year isn't that bad. Well, it was for Blade because he turned doing fire sale streams from once a year to once a week. And while drinking on New Year's, Blade actually lied to his audience saying his legs were fine. And soon, we're gonna find out, no, in fact, they are not.
But my legs are perfectly fine. I actually got brand new Air Forces on.
My legs are better than your legs, in fact. If you want to know the truth about it. I've got the best legs.
I kind of need a piss, dude.
Well, how did that night turn out? Well, it ended the exact same way it did 2 years prior to the day, with Blade getting blackout drunk, his handler Tyler abandoning him, and emergency services checking up on him after his mother tried to kick him out for being so drunk.
Dude, we're amazing, dude. I'm so amazing, dude. I'm amazing, dude.
I'm amazing, dude. I'm the best.
Dude, I love you, dude. You're so fucking awesome. You want to do some shots? Dude, you're home.
Nah, I'm good, bro.
No, you're home. I'm good. You can do shots, dude. Tyler's home, dude.
You better chill out.
Do some shots, dude. Tyler, earn this shit. Dude. Don't be a fucking dude. Take the shots. Don't be a fucking butt muncher. What?
Please don't be loud.
Look at that shit.
I'm doing good. Best life. Oh man, it's so entertaining.
God damn it, Ron. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get now. Please. Get out. Get out now. Now. Now.
Now.
Get out. Get out. Get out.
God, dude.
Well, on January 10th, Blade would then fully relapse into Lit Romney once again, even getting told by his own mother he is not to come home in the state he's in. This is a lot of dead air, so I'm gonna cut it all out.
I don't know who Cyrex is.
I'm not coming up.
Don't give up your mouth. But just sit down and stand with us and lock you in the fight. You dirty head.
I'll see in a bit. Like, I'm okay. Calm down. You calm down. What did I do wrong?
Getting drops, Tommy.
What the hell?
No, tell me what I did wrong, Mom.
Is Mom a Cenobite?
I'm not
Might
home.
explain some
You're
things.
watching. You're watching something
I'm not
from
even
New Year's
there.
Eve, which everything is okay. Like, what are you talking about, Mom?
No, I want you to tell me that. You're driving.
I'm not driving. I wasn't on New Year's Eve. No.
I can show you.
Then show me when I get home. I'm not driving. I don't drive drunk. Calm down. Mom, listen. I love you. You're overreacting. I'm okay.
Blade, tell your mom to stop thought blocking.
Blade would then go around harassing the locals until he's told to leave the area. After not doing that and peeing on 2 cars, the cops were then called on him.
Hey, your girl's hot as shit. What's up, Eskimo?
Yikes.
You want to say hi to Bills? You want to buy me some shit, person? You're awesome.
Buy me stuff, person.
You're awesome. I think you did. Oh! Fast and Furious! Excuse me? What was that? What's that?
The cigarette, it's got to be off the patio.
I think they're talking about smoke. Oh, I was trying to give you a cigarette, and you're poor.
Whoa. You're poor.
Tether! Hi, person! You're a saver. Will you save me? Will you save me?
Oh, okay.
Come on, Chipmunk! Come on, Chipmunk! Alright, listen. No, suck me up a little bit.
Let's take a picture.
Goddamn right. Rebecca!
Leave that girl alone.
Show them feet home.
No, dude, I'm gonna give you the most up. What's up, dude? You wanna say hi to people? Good. I'm gonna say hi, most up. Hey.
What's going on?
Hey, dude. Listen, dude.
Listen, dude.
Can I get talking?
What's up? I'm just chilling, man.
No. I'm sorry, dude. You all good? Okay, I'm going. Calm down. Your burger's ain't good, bitch. The fuck is she talking about? No, I'm Rizzo. Calm down, dude. I'll leave. No, I'll leave. You're weird.
You're weird.
I'll leave. Bye.
You wanna go?
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. You're poor.
Because Blade decided he wasn't going to leave, the cops detained him and asked him a few questions. While being questioned, Blade would then scream for help from his cameraman and got recognized by some fans.
Alright. Where's he at? Over here? Ah, right there. Cool. With his butt out and everything. 4-on-4, we are on the east side, Dix. I'm going to be contacting him. Hey. What's going on, dude? Are you just drunk out of your mind?
I got
Is that only usually Blade? It's only Excuse me, Blade! Dude, he's a famous streamer, I swear, man. He's goated. Please let him be.
So,
I gotta get a stop.
I'm Officer Williams. Just so you know, everything's being audio. What's going on? That guy?
Yo,
Which one?
officer!
The guy in the right there? Oh, this guy in the black to your right. That guy?
No, him. He's the dude that's been having the issues.
He's serious?
Yeah, he's
Yeah, it looks to be somewhere.
He raped him and he pissed on the side.
I mean, it's a trade-off.
His genitals or anything? Were you reflecting?
No,
You could have no
somebody else did.
All right, we'll figure it out.
Dignity.
We're gonna go talk to him. Thanks, guys. We got called because you're
comes at a
going
cost.
around. You're kind of asking weird things. Got into a verbal argument with people. What's going on, dude?
I'm leaving.
You're leaving? Okay. All right.
Hey, Tyler.
Do you have an ID?
Dude, you were the best friend for a car.
Can I see it?
Really, dude?
Yeah, dude.
I have no clue who you are. They apparently all know who you are.
Best Call of Duty player ever?
Really, dude?
He's a famous Call of Duty player, I swear. But now he gets drunk on stream for money. That's kind of his thing.
Apparently, this is a famous guy that gets drunk on stream for money.
Famous?
I don't know who he is. Yes.
What's your plan to get home, man? I'm going home. I got a designated driver to get home. Where are they at?
Who's your designated driver and where are they parked? Tyler. Where is he parked?
Tyler! I'm sorry, dude, but like...
Is this the car?
Who are you here with?
I'm with Tyler.
So people are concerned about your behavior, right? They're saying you're walking around, you're pissing on somebody's car.
No.
All right, good. That's what somebody said. I was like,
I'm sorry that they did that. My boy Tyler, I have a designated driver here because I've been drinking tonight. I'm being honest with you. I've been drinking tonight. But I do have a designated driver.
Okay.
Tyler!
well, if you keep shouting over there, is he over there?
Yeah, he's over there.
Who's Tyler?
Tyler! Can I be over there?
No, you gotta hold it down.
If you do that, then that's
that's a crime. If we see you pee, I'm arresting you.
title he says for pets. Okay.
Tyler, come here. Please help me.
Hey, don't go piss right there, man.
Don't
piss right there, dude.
You piss, I will arrest you.
Tyler, let's go home, dude.
Hey, this is your
Who's Tyler? This guy right here?
Tyler!
What's up, Tyler? What do you need?
You guys want to help me escort him down that way? That's down one of the cars.
Okay, I will walk with you. Let's go. Yeah, let's do it.
Tyler!
Yeah.
Come on, dude.
I'm totally fine with that.
Well, after that clear warning to leave, Blade then peed on car number 3 right in front of the police and got arrested. And while being walked to the cop car, he was still calling out for Tyler to help him.
Is he taking a piss?
Yeah.
All right, he's under arrest.
What? No!
All right, he's pissed right in front of me. All right.
Should I get an F in the chat?
Probably.
All right, let's walk him.
That's the deal. Sorry, dude.
That's what happens. Let's go.
Tyler!
I told you if you piss in front of us, you're going to jail.
Yeah, man. And you urinated all over your pants, man.
Literally.
I didn't urinate on his car.
Dude, it was on the outside here, too. What the heck? All right.
What the heck, sir?
Public urination. Right in front of me.
We told him, oh, really?
After we told him not to piss.
Sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry, man. You should have just pissed your pants because you already did that. Like, yeah, right?
Give Tyler and figure it out.
Something of that.
I didn't see you doing that. All right.
Sorry, dude.
You're fine. Just go swing your legs in, okay, as best as you can.
Wait, sorry, dude. I'm an amazing person.
I know, I'm sure you are.
I know.
I think you just made a bad decision, unfortunately, right now.
Well, somehow those cries for help, they actually worked, and Blade got let out of the cop car. His plot armor is unmatched.
Where'd he go?
Let's go. Come on out.
So sir, dude.
You gotta make some better choices, okay?
Yeah, I know, dude. Thank you, dude.
All right, get in the car.
Get in the car.
Thank you, dude.
All right, goodbye.
Oh, his property's in there already?
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you, dude.
Get him home. He's not to come back.
While a week later and back to streaming, Blade would explain how he can judge just how drunk he is, not based off of how he feels, but what's left in the bottle.
The only reason why I don't get a half gallon of Jaeger. All right. Look at this. This is the Jaeger, right? Here, I'm lit. Here, I'm lit. Here, it's a problem. Here,
Hey Ludwig and chat.
really bad. If I do any more than that, then it's really a problem, dude. Does that make sense? Now, when I had the Jaeger machine, that was different because I wouldn't see it. But a lot of times, we'll be doing this, and it'll get to the point where it's down to here, and I'll just be like, fuck it, finish it.
Blade would also lie to us, saying that he's 10 toes down, something that we later find out is absolutely not true.
Our leg holes person.
Dude. Like, ow, that fucking hurts. It's not a rotten leg hole, dude. I did sprain my ankle, and we've been... Where is that shit at? I did sprain my ankle like 6 months ago, and we have to like fucking wrap it with athletic tape. But my foot is good, dude. Like, I'm so sick of that shit, dude. Like, look. I even have this fucking Unbecoming the Hype. Holy shit, there's a fucking nail in this shit. God damn. Dude, I've never seen this. Well, anyways, I literally had a boot because I literally I fucking fucked my ankle up, dude. So used athletic wrap, like gauzes and bandages and shit to fucking wrap my ankle up, dude. You're never getting the toe, ever. I'm 10 toes down with it, dude. Well, I had to fucking use athletic wrap to wrap my ankle, so is what it is. 10 Toes Down, good band name. If I had like a streamer house, okay? If I had a streamer house and it was some 24/7 type shit, like my house in Missouri, then half gallons all day, okay? If I do another fucking streamer house, I'll get another Jaeger machine, dude. That shit got lost, dude.
Continuing this downfall, and Blade would get absolutely loaded on the 24th, ending up passed out on the care facility's floor covered in Jaeger, once again abandoned by his own cameraman after repeatedly smoking cigarettes inside an old folks' home, getting told to stop. Oh, and he also got a nuke.
I want to talk to my Latina, dude. Hello? Hello? Fuck, dude. What's... Oh, shit, thank you. Ow! I just grabbed it. Good call, though. Actually, W caller. You just... No, stop lighting cigarettes, dude. Outside, you just lit when I had to put it out.
Then what?
I had to put out the cigarette. We're inside. Stop. Dude.
I'm not coming.
That's a little fucked. Well, I'm not doing fucked shit like that. You're doing fucked shit.
Then go outside.
Then let's go outside, dude. That's actually bad.
What I did, dude? What I did, dude? No, I know I didn't do it right. What up, dude? Can I get a hug, dude? Call night, dude.
Let's at least go outside, person. Okay, let's go outside and smoke a cigarette if you want to smoke a cigarette. Not inside, dude. That's actually bad.
No, but it's not. Thank you.
Let's go smoke a cigarette and take a piss.
You're poor.
You're poor. Is that all I can say? And then his teeth come out.
Just get up one time and then we sit outside. Okay? Please. Fucking W Blade. weeds. I'm taking the stream.
Give me a cigarette, dude.
Dude, outside, dude. Stop. It's outside, dude.
Give me a cigarette now.
Outside, dude.
Ow.
Outside, dude. Get the fuck outside, dude. Outside, dude. Outside, dude.
Fuck you.
Get outside, dude. Come on, dude. Like, this is too hard. At this point, chat, if you can hear me, this is too fucking hard. I can't handle this. I'm sorry, dude. Help me.
Give me a cigarette now.
Outside, dude.
No, give me a cigarette.
Outside, dude.
Dude.
Outside, dude.
LMP.
Yes, outside, dude. You can smoke a cigarette outside. Stop.
Give me a cigarette.
Stop. Outside. I'm getting pissed.
Give me a cigarette. I don't give a fuck.
No, I know you will give a fuck. Let's go outside. You just have to stand up and get the fuck outside. Come on.
Give me a cigarette.
This is ridiculous. I don't want to be doing this right now, especially on stream. Let's go. Follow the fucking... Don't fucking... God damn, dude. He fell. I did not touch him. Come on, dude. God damn. Come on, I'm gonna help you. You got the keys, drink the Red Bull. Come on, dude. I need you to go outside if you want to smoke a cigarette, dude. Do you want me to film this or no? I don't even know at this point, dude. I don't even know at this point, dude. This is ridiculous. I'm going to go outside and be responsible. Okay, figure it out, dude. This is fucked. I'm even going off premises. Responsible as possible. Fucking ridiculous.
As if this wasn't enough of a wake-up call for Blade to stop, he would once again do another drunk stream and almost got assaulted during the Super Bowl. I've said this before, but one way or another, Jaeger is going to kill him, either from the years of drinking it in excess, or he's going to say something to somebody after drinking it.
Well, give me some down.
This part's great.
All right. You're a black person.
You're a black person.
You assault us.
You assault us.
There he goes. Seahawks.
You didn't assault.
What? Did you just say I'll assault you? I'll assault you for saying that.
I've been drinking a lot, dude.
Well, you say I'll assault you. Don't come to me with that bullshit. No, we'll tear this bitch up.
I'll assault you.
We'll tear this bitch up. I'll knock your bitch ass high with that racist statement. That's a racist statement.
That's not racist,
he called it.
Well, what you want to do then?
I said hi, dude.
What you want to do then?
I mean, sure, he was being racist, but was he wrong?
What are you doing, dude? I'm saying hi, dude.
No, you ain't heard that motherfucking racist statement.
He said, I'll assault him. I'll assault him for saying that.
No. Here's a matter of fact. Give me them cigarettes. Oh, don't do that, man. Tell the people.
I mean, Blade is definitely retarded, but he called that one pretty accurately. You assault us. Nuh-uh, and then he assaults him.
Make that racist.
I'm not a racist, dude.
You're increasing racism, buddy.
Talking to you, dude.
All you had to do was just laugh and keep walking, but instead he
it
just
turns out that
validated
guy
its
actually
racism.
lives on Blade's floor. Like Blade is going to say, you really can't make this stuff up.
The dude that was upset with me during Super Bowl lives on my floor. And for whatever reason, he came out around the same time I just did to go downstairs to go. He actually left. Went to go do some. I don't know. But yeah. So apparently the angry dude, the reason why he was at the apartment complex is because he lives here. On my floor. You can't make this shit up, dude. What the fuck? No, he doesn't know where I live. I mean, I guess he knows the building I live in, but I was outside the building I live in doing it. Can I get a fire sale, dude? Can we, like, at least, like, break even on the bottom? Scared of Unk. No, I'm not ending the stream soon. I'm not ending the stream soon, son. Imagine that. Friday night, just me and that dude just throwing back Jaeger bombs. Leave a pack of Newports on his doorstep. Nah, he wasn't. Dude, I don't think he remembered. Dude, because we got in the elevator. And he said, "Hey, how you doing, man?" I said, "I'm doing good, man." Went down the elevator, got off the elevator. He went out and he, like, got in a car and, like, left. So maybe he was super late and didn't remember? Or maybe he did remember? I don't know, dude. Am I sure it was him?
Hey, everybody.
Fuck. Pretty sure. That's racist as fuck. That's racist as fuck. I'm 99% sure. Fuck, that's fucked up.
Blade would then address him again on the 24th as well.
Dude, I did watch the clip of the black guy assaulting me, and I was lit. It was Super Bowl. I was dumb, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I ended up...
Talk about that.
Dude. Well, I didn't say the N-word, which is good.
Yeah.
Which is good.
You literally said, you people assault me, and then he tries to assault me. Yeah, that's crazy.
On that same stream, Blade had the bright idea. What if he streamed on Epstein Island?
Dude, imagine me streaming on Epstein's Island, just lit as fuck. Bro, what? Dude, obviously, I'm just gonna be like, just kicking it, drinking my own Jaeger. I ain't talking to them kids.
Where'd that come from?
I read the chat. Did I say anything wrong? Okay, first off, I don't know what the fuck happened on Epstein Island, dude, but just even saying that makes you a bad person. I don't know, dude. It's like motherfuckers, going to a Diddy party.
Blade would then get kicked out of a movie theater for openly drinking in there, and when outside, he coughed Jaeger out of his nose and lost his teeth in his drink, going into panic because he couldn't find them.
ERH greater than WR inverted
right
bar at hash and hash at hash P and Y hash.
Sorry, we're drinking water. We'll leave right now, dude.
And PL hashtag PL greater than SG 2356.
Hey, Tom, grab this. Sorry.
57%
I apologize. We'll leave right now. Please grab that right now.
Colon GHSHDF hash dollar caret at greater than W. ERH greater than WR and.
Yeah, we'll leave. If I'm trespass, I agree with you, okay?
Do not come back to the building.
Ever again.
Sorry. I don't want to make any difference with you.
Hey, Tyler, come on, dude. Upstairs. Tyler, come on, dude. You'll never be a good streamer, dude. No way. Here's water. Oh, no, here's the water tube. Hey, do you have some water, dude? I need some water, dude. You guys okay? Yep. There's a lot of weird people out here.
They're weird, not me though. Okay.
Bring your chair up here. Hey, let me find my teeth. I'll talk to you. Where are my teeth? No, I swear to God, where are my teeth, dude? I can't talk to you bitches inside my teeth. You where are my teeth, dude?
Where are my teeth, dude?
No, where are the my teeth?
Where are my teeth go, Bob? Figure it out. Figure out where my teeth went. Hold on, I gotta smoke a cigarette.
Right, dude? Oh, can you go get it? Okay, I got you. No, give me a camera. Give me a camera. Dude, really. Dude, I need my teeth to be awesome.
Without teeth, I'm not awesome.
I found my teeth!
Hey ladies, I've only been convicted of sexual assault once, and it honestly wasn't even that bad for her.
I found my teeth!
She was angry I made her.
You got sex with me! Let's do it!
I barely even forced her, to be honest. You're down for a threesome.
He really does deserve to
get your number.
Found my teeth!
Later that night, back home, and Blade's own mother called him a stinking drunk before calling the paramedics on him. Oh, and with the paramedics on the way to check on Blade, he decided he was going to drink more.
Come on, Mom. What's up? What? What is it? Damn Brian shit.
Yeah, Brian, you're stinking drunk and you're
I'm not stinking drunk.
Brian is your name. I'm not drunk.
Well, you're welcome. I'm here.
You're poor.
I'm not stinking drunk. I don't know what you're talking about there, ma'am.
Ma'am. Figure it out, person.
Neat. I did all the things for you, Mom.
Good.
That poor mother LUL.
Just throw him out, man.
You go to sleep.
You go to sleep.
Whatever, dude.
Whatever, dude. Hey, figure it out, person.
I'm sorry.
Stupid mom.
For you, Mom. Figure it out, Mom.
Figure it out, Mom.
What's up, Mom? Come on here. What's up? What's going on? What? What?
Turn off the damn
The apple doesn't really fall far from the tree.
What do you need, Mom?
You turn it off now.
Then call him. Then call him. That's weird. Why would you call him if I'm streaming? Like, what are you talking about?
What are you even saying right now?
Sounds Nate.
I don't even know what you mean, okay? This would be Phil if he was at home.
Well, let me talk to him. One second. Mom Blade's calling the police.
Look at all the pill puddles. Jesus.
No, I'm here.
Do you need police, fire, or medical?
What do you need to do, Mom?
What are you doing, Mom?
I'm right here.
Yeah, you tell Brian. Why do you need police?
Well, we don't need police. My mom's very silly. My name is Brian Rizzo. I'm here. I care for her. Mom, what do you need? Well, my name is Brian. Mom is okay, but like she doesn't get enough attention yet. So we're gonna figure it out.
We're gonna figure it out, people.
Call the ambulance, dude. Let's get out, dude. Yeah, I'm right here. How can I help?
He needs shush. Go to bed, please.
I'm looking out for you, Mom.
Yeah, right. Turn it off.
No, I'm looking out for you, Mom. Mom, why didn't you say what I'm here for you? Jiminy Christmas. I'm looking out for you, Mom. 453-4567. I'm going to ask you for that. Come on now, Mom.
It's all good. I got more Jaeger. Thank God he's got kicked out. What a menace.
After all these streams where he's in the car making an absolute fool of himself and getting all these text-to-speech donations, Blade would then actually get banned off of Uber. This picture comes from the farms. A message from Uber. Hi Brian, we've received multiple reports of problematic behavior associated with trips on your account. We previously notified you that repeated reports of this nature could lead to a loss of account access. As a result, we are banning your account, effective immediately. This was not a swift decision. We expect all who use Uber to be respectful, as outlined in our community guidelines. While we understand this news may be upsetting, compliance with the community guidelines is required. At Uber. Yo, can I get an unban? I blame Jägermeister USA. But for real though, please give me a second chance. Then, on another stream, we learned about the toes. After years of abusing his body, Blade finally lost them. Ironically, he actually lost them 6 months into his sobriety.
We will get to that. See here. Bing.
What happened to the toes? Did they get amputated during your year break? Toe update. I'ma drink that Jaeger till I'm freaking dead. Only lose me legs. Show US the stump. Show US the toes. Show US the stump. Show.
Okay. Well, during the fucking poetic part about it is, yeah, during my year off from drinking, I got an infection in my foot, and the years of abuse on my body, I lost my toes, dude. So, I tried to hide it. But still got my foot.
I'm a bad liar.
Not proud of it, dude.
I'm proud, dude.
I'm actually super fucking embarrassed by it. If you want to get real, I'm actually super duper embarrassed by it, dude.
Well, it's
but
called
my doctor says
consequences.
from like the whole thing where I'm not smoking during the week, it's helped. But yeah.
It's what you deserve, man. You deserve worse, actually.
It's actually kind of fucked up that it happened during the time when I wasn't drinking. You know?
Funny people who don't even get that much
we got
medical
the toes,
attention.
but we want the hooves now. I have figured it out, Lil Horsey.
No, I'm definitely embarrassed by it. It's fucking retarded, dude. It's really retarded to me. So, I mean, yeah. So I'm not ever going to do another RV. But one of the main reasons why I was on that tip, was because I didn't want anybody to know. Like, when I'm wearing shoes, you can't really tell, but not too late to do something now. Yeah. So I'm not crying, dude. Help.
Maybe stop binge drinking. Ever thought about that, bucko?
Well, the fucked up part about it is, dude, is I actually lost it when I wasn't drinking. So, yeah, a few toes can never bring down the hype. But yeah, no, I'll admit it. It's probably retarded to tell my community that I'm embarrassed by something because of how retarded I get and the shit I put out there. But yeah, that's something I'm embarrassed by, dude. It's not hype. It's not cool. It's bad. And, it's been like it literally happened about, I don't know, 6-7 months ago. And I've been trying to hide it because I'm embarrassed by it. And yeah, the only people that knew about it are like close friends and like family members, and now the internet. So it's bound to happen. It's bound to it's impossible not to show that, especially. So as you guys know, I only do the drinking streams on Fridays for my health. Obviously, I'm not lying for donos. I'm admitting to it, dude. It's clear as day. The last stream, I was streaming on Kick and then decided because I had some Jaeger left over, switch it over to YouTube, do a YouTube stream. Then I went and got another bottle of Jaeger, which is this, and then got super drunk, went to bed. So because I was an idiot and decided to drink on a Wednesday, I just got the urge to do it. I said, fuck it, dude.
Okay.
Then obviously I went to sleep right there in the bed. Then I'll show it to you. I'll fucking show it to you. There you go. Yeah, so during that stream, I ended up passing out in the bed, and obviously I took my shoes off, and people saw it, so I'm caught. So, yeah. So now that we got that out of the way, dude, it is what it is. It sucks. Don't be retarded like me. Because it's really stupid, dude. What the freak up, dude? Yeah. So some people are 5 toes down, and some people are 5 toes up. But, my left leg's good, right? I don't know, dude. The reason why I'm not, distraught about it is because the shit happened 6-7 months ago. I just haven't shared it, dude. I'm embarrassed as fuck, dude. That's embarrassing, bro.
Well, you did it to
and
yourself.
It's something that I can kind of hide because I literally just wear shoes, you know?
Okay, but now not anymore because now everyone knows.
It was bound to happen. A lot of you guys kept on saying like, "Hey, Blade, do an RV, do an RV, do an RV." Well, here's two couple things. One, I can't because I take care of my mom literally full time. My mom absolutely despises the drunk streams. She hates it. But I do it once a week in order to make money. It's about money, dude. So, but the plan is to get the KCIP, get the kick hype going, and give up the drunk streams, dude. I'll be completely honest, dude. I don't even like drinking. I know it sounds wild. Obviously, I have fun doing it, but I'm kind of over it, dude. Cheers.
Blade would then actually have a reunion with Chicken Andy, one of the other IRL streamers that he went on trips on the RV streams with.
Hey, what up, buddy?
Hey, what up, dude? Hey, sorry for not answering your call, dude. I wasn't trying to be a part of your content. What up, dude? I'm lit, person.
Hey, dude. It's been a long time, man.
Yeah.
How you been?
Good. How you doing, dude? Hey, dude. Hey, I'm sorry for, like, saying I would never be in an RV, but, like, I was trying to keep it a secret, but I lost my toes, dude.
Wait, what?
I didn't want people to know that I lost my toes, dude, but I went on a trip and I left my toes in Denmark.
I lost my toes.
You lost your toes in Denmark?
Where'd my toes go?
Bjorn has my toes, dude.
Dude, you gotta figure it out, dude.
I'm more of I'm 5 toes up more than a 5 toes down kind of positive person, dude. Get some water.
Keep the bones?
Bro, I'm still a person. I'm not a fucking piece of meat person. I don't say the N-word ever again, person.
That means I'm a good person. I don't say that N-word. That means I'm good.
Sorry that I hung up on you.
Only bad people say the word.
I miss you, Blake.
Me too. I miss me too.
You miss your toes?
I miss all of them, dude.
Is it harder to walk?
No. No. Oh, shit. Do you know about the toe cam?
You got a toe cam?
I got a toe cam. I got 375 people watching my toes twinkle. Twinkle, twinkle.
Your nub?
My nub, dude. Yeah, dude. I fucked around and lost my toes, dude. For the content.
Losing toes for the content.
I know you have an RV, and you know the reason why I've been all like, I won't be out on Chicken Andy's RV.
So embarrassed
because I didn't want to be exposed that I lost my toes, dude.
Yeah.
Well, now that you have no toes, will you join?
Figure it out, dude.
Figure it out, dude.
Hey, W Blade.
No.
Don't worry, I won't film your toes.
You probably will, dude.
You don't have any.
Exactly. Oh, the frothy Jaeger of litness solves everything, person. Let's go, dude.
Well, guess how that stream ended? That's right, the exact same way all of them seem to do, with emergency services shutting it off.
Yo. Hey. Brian.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
Get him out of here! Get him the hell out of here!
After a few more Jaeger streams, and someone was streaming out of a hotel because Mama Blade was sick of having to call the cops and paramedics every week. Oh, and remember that ban? Well, that caused Blade to have some trouble ordering a bottle because he's banned on every single ride-sharing and food delivery app, having to ask somebody else to order it for him.
Hey, eviction hype. No eviction hype, dude. I just wasn't trying to deal with my mom tonight, dude. She was on some super bullshit. I don't think I could do Uber Eats. Because I think I'm banned on Uber. But maybe Uber Eats still works? I don't know.
Maybe. Give it a shot.
Open Uber Eats. Yeah, account locked. Fuck. Okay, so no Uber Eats. Grubhub? Yo, what up?
What's up?
Hey, this sounds really weird. For some reason, I'm not poor. I have money, but
I'm not poor.
every
You're
time
poor.
I attempt to order a bottle for me on DoorDash, it doesn't like any of my payments. So, can I send you money and then you have it delivered?
Say what?
I don't know why. Like it doesn't let me do Apple Pay, Venmo, Cash App. But then I have my debit card, and then I do my debit card, and it doesn't let me order it. So I'm like, what the fuck?
Okay, maybe you see it as a sign you shouldn't drink so much.
Yeah, I'm working.
Oh, okay. I'll keep on trying, but I might send you some money and then have you deliver it. I'm at a hotel tonight, by the way.
Why?
Mom was tripping, so I just said, fuck, you got a hotel, I'm just gonna get...
Nope, you got kicked out.
Well, don't get kicked out or nothing.
I'm not gonna get kicked out, but, I definitely need to order another bottle, cause I've only don't have very much, so I figured I'd just DoorDash it, but for some reason I can't get, like, I have money, that's not the issue, you know?
I'm not poor!
What, you don't have the car? Or
Calling me poor!
No, I've already been drinking and I don't have the car, so.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, if you can't do it, then just hit me back and see if I'm...
Alright, I'll try to do it. I'll try to do it like an adult, and then if not, I'll hit you back, okay? So, Mama Blade was really upset that I fucking bought this half-gallon of Jaeger on Wednesday, and I was trying to have a lit stream. No, dude, Mama Blade is fucking tripping, dude. I'm the only person in this world that gives a shit about her, dude, because this is my mom, dude.
Yeah, you really give a shit about her, man. She feels the love.
She was on some fucking dumb shit tonight, dude. On some fucking super dumb shit, bro. And I'm just like, okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna stream then. Isn't that? She's like, are you gonna drink? I'm like, yeah, it's fucking Friday. I'm like, have you not been watching me for the last fucking decade? I've been streaming, I've been getting lit all the time, dude. I'm going back in the morning because she needs me. I'm not gonna abandon my mom, dude.
Well,
you
kind of did, though.
At this rate, he is going to go before his mom.
Yeah, buddy.
I'm lit, person.
Well, after getting the bottle, just like Halo Reach, from the beginning, you know how it's going to end, with Blade passed out and the cops shutting off the stream.
Ryan! Kirkland, please!
Bro.
Ryan! Ryan! Ryan!
I am trying to sleep. Quit bothering me, coppers. I'll be mad if you interrupt my sleep anymore. Stop knocking, go away.
Ryan.
Go away.
Then on April 4th, not only did Blade do yet another drinking stream, but a 36-hour bender. At the beginning of it, he can actually be seen harassing the old people in the old folks' home.
Ew. Just spitting on the floor. I'm a good person. You don't even know. I'm good. Okay? I don't even say the N-word anymore.
I'm just making sure you're good.
Good.
Good? Do you want to come down with me?
For what?
To hang out with me as a friend? Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's the movie?
Some movie. I don't know what it is.
I know you don't. Come hang out with your friend. And you slam the door in my face.
Quit being a nuisance.
There you go. Goddamn. Can I help you with your things?
I'm good.
Oh, man, yeah, you're good then. Figure it out. You're on
Figure it out, person. Figure it out. It is what it is, person. Where's my alcohol?
A stream sniper
Where are
that
my
met
teeth?
with Blade that just so happened to be at Blade's old folks' home, not smoking in the smoking area, handed Blade a bottle of Jaeger and a $50 bill.
What's up, dude?
What's up, dude?
How you doing?
Living the dream, trying to wake up.
Trying to wake up.
No, try not to wake up. Oh.
Trying not to wake up.
And you wonder why DSP gets
Jake?
any support.
Yeah.
My guy, dude.
Fucking losers like this guy.
Living out here potentially.
She's not young.
She's very young. But I don't know. I literally I like the area. I'm from Tennessee, so.
This is a nice area.
Like to drink?
It's fucking
Do I like to drink? Yeah.
You want a shot or something?
Are you offering a shot?
Yeah.
Well, let's do a shot then. Fuck it, dude.
I'm a big dweeb. I'm a big dork that no one likes. Hey, I'll give money to a fucking lolcow.
So
Don't give me a shout out. I feel important now. I affected things.
Hi, Marshall.
Hi, Josh.
They asked me to talk to you.
Something about Jaeger.
Oh, you got Jaeger?
I got some Jaeger.
What is that?
Yeah, just some guy trying to buy his way into making friends. Many such dumb cases. I'm from Tennessee.
It's like
I don't know anyone here. I just buy alcohol for everybody and they think I'm cool.
I don't know, man, either, dude.
I don't know, dude. So creepy,
Hey,
man.
Marshall, the last time you were on my stream, I made an ass myself, and I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. You can be an ass anytime you want to, big man.
As long as you give me your money.
Dude, that's so funny, because I drink Jaeger, dude.
Really?
No, oh, can I show you how much I drink Jaeger?
Oh, where's your cup?
Dude, what a fucking, like, textbook definition of a fucking dork. Look, I got my backwards hat and my big giant black rimmed glasses and my 11 rings that I have on my fingers. Fucking dweeb.
It smells good. What's going on here? Yeah, that's good.
Here we got a gold chain.
Fucking be like, what, dude? Dude, can I please show you the Jaeger that I drink? I'm gonna show you some. Dude.
Yeah, PWR looking motherfucker. You're an effing coward, you know that?
You know that I drink Jaeger, okay? No, I'm telling you, dude, I drink Jaeger, dude. I'm gonna say something right now, and cheers. Cheers. I'm drinking more Jaeger than any human beings.
You know what I'm saying? Okay?
No, it's like war.
I drink more human beings than exists.
Mm-hmm. What's up, dude? Ed, you want to do it? Take
I drink all the humans, okay?
Yeah, dude, yeah.
No, they donate for it, dude. That's what I did.
You hit me side.
Oh, and you got the sugar for your dude, you're my best friend.
You're a streamer.
I'm streaming, dude. We got 708 people on my fucking SIG cam.
Wow, I bet you feel so popular right now.
708. Jesus Christ, dude.
They all think you're a fucking dweeb. Cool.
Alright.
Cool, dude. Cool.
I guess, like, you wouldn't be able to go to, like, a local bar or whatever. Like, is that what you...
Can we go, like, to a bar and hang out there?
You can go.
I can go. But...
What's your favorite one around here?
You want to go to a bar and go hang out, buddy? Maybe we can go to the bathroom and have a little...
So this is what it is, dude. I love Jägermeister. Alright? I do it. I figured out a way to get paid to drink.
You get paid to drink?
I got paid to drink.
How long you been doing that?
Like a decade.
Wow. Winning.
Hey,
you found the life hack, man.
Say decade if I've been getting paid to drink for like a decade, dude.
Bro, you ruined your life, man. Your family despises you. They think you're a fucking just bum. It's an absolute garbage piece of shit. But okay, man, just get wasted on Jägermeister and look smug to the camera.
Alright, look, I'm not
winning or whatever.
I'm not gonna lie to you, dog.
What up, dude?
What up, dude?
I know who you are.
Oh shit! You know me? You know me?
I know who you are. I was in the area. I was
Oh my god, what a great prank!
I know the fucking dude.
Nice.
You know I'm an alcoholic. Thanks for attention. You knew that beforehand. Wow, you got me.
If you want to come
I totally thought you were just some random person.
Blade and Jake then went to a bar together. And let me tell you something, I am absolutely shocked Blade was not immediately kicked out. Look at the state he's in. Unfortunately, that stream was not archived super well, so we're going to be using some clips from the farms. These ones come from Fuck It, We Do It Live, where at the very end of the night, Blade tells the paramedic he wants to go home while he's at home.
I'm winning, bro. I got paid to drink, okay? You only wish you could... Ow! Nice.
Brian, are you okay? You want to go in your bed?
Yeah.
Sorry. It's okay, bro.
He's bald!
Sorry, dude. Hey, I'm sorry, dude.
No, you're good, dude.
Here. Sorry, dude.
Oh boy. I'm sure you're happy you made this decision. Yeah, he took that random guy to his house.
Sit up, brother.
Now he's just babysitting him.
Mom, I'm good, dude.
Mom!
The king is back. You should play GeoGuessr, solve today's Wordle, and do a few push-ups.
Sorry, dude. I'm gonna say, dude.
Okay, just sleep on the floor then.
Let's go home. You are home.
I'm peeing, dude. Dude, I just want to go for that, dude.
What do you want?
Let's go home, dude.
You just want to go home? You're in home.
I'm in, dude. Well, let me figure out my home, and we'll go home. Sorry, dude.
Okay.
You're amazing.
Again, just wasting resources that would go to
Do you want like
people who aren't just sitting on the floor pissing themselves, going like, "I want to go home."
This is not a medical emergency, so I'm trying to figure out what you need.
No, you guys are good.
You're not taking a hospital. That's not
on vitals. I'm searching the vitals.
taking the Bible.
What's the concern?
I don't know.
Okay.
I want to be a micro celebrity. Okay.
Okay. I mean, that's like a pretty good amount to do pretty often.
He had it's like 600
people
people watching.
Often?
Okay, and that was really cool.
All right, Brian. Hey, dude, we're gonna just help you up in your bed and leave you on your way. All right?
Right. You're good, dude.
Apparently not. That's why we're here. So,
thank you, dude.
Move your feet. Thank you.
Just go home, dude.
I just want to go home.
Give me your hand. Sit up.
I'm pee.
Not on me, you're not.
No, I don't want to pee.
Alright, man. Give me your hand. Give me your other hand. We're going to stand up and we're just going to lay down in bed. 1, 2, 3. You got to help us.
You gotta help, dude.
I know, dude.
1, 2, 3. Stand up. There you go. Now walk. Take steps backwards. Backwards. Backwards towards your bed. Backwards, backwards, backwards.
Damn, these officers are handsome, don't let him be, it's toxic.
From the user Sharp Lint, we actually get to see Blade waking up and immediately having a couple of Jaeger bombs. Clearly the breakfast of champions.
Guess that's what we're doing on a Saturday morning, dude.
Well, Blade actually wanted more booze and took his mom's car and drove it drunk. Blade actually got questioned by the police about this, and somehow he was let go.
She called the police on me because I went and got another bottle. So I went to the QFC, got another bottle, and the police are out there, dude. They're like, hey, your mom reported the car stolen, which is fucking weird, dude. So the police are like, okay,
you want to take it, drive it back? We're gonna let you go, okay?
mom.
Because you got blood armor.
Which I don't give a fuck about her fucking ass car, and we're
I'm a good person. I don't even say the N-word anymore. I just say the N-word instead.
They said I blew a .22. A .22, dude. But obviously, I didn't drive there. Clearly.
Huh?
So I caught a lift home. My car's still at the QFC, or her car's still at the QFC. It's gonna get picked up, I guess. I don't know, dude.
I don't know. Whatever. Not my problem. My problem is this cup has liquid in it, and I gotta take care of that.
Fire sales persons.
And honestly, what else can I say for Denham's final thoughts? Outside of losing his toes, Blade was honestly doing great for an entire year doing his own thing, but all it took was one relapse for him to fall back into what he used to be. I think it's safe to say most people were actually rooting for Blade, but unfortunately, if he keeps this up for much longer, he's gonna go the way of Cobes.
Joey got it for the people of America.
And unlike Cobes, no one will feel bad about it. It's a shame that he's even still alive now, and Cobes isn't. Big shame. I hate his stupid fucking, like, drunken, smug face into the camera he does. He's like, yeah, I'm drunk, and yeah, I get paid. I get paid to be a drunk fuck. Yeah, okay. just an obnoxious twat. The kind of person that you're happy that bad things are going to happen to him, and they definitely will. There will be so many bad things happening to Brian Rizzo. Sadly, not enough. This. Where are the Kick-Assia people now?
If you've been a fan of Doug Walker and his nostalgia critic cinematic universe, you are probably also aware of his own attempts at creating independent movies in his own right. The only difference is his movies, of course, are meant to look as low budget and DIY as possible. This kind of eliminates any real movie critic from truly critiquing his films as actual cinematic works, given the whole tongue-in-cheek nature of a film that is meant to be crappy. Essentially, you can't legitimately judge it as harshly as Nostalgia Critic has judged so many other movies from reputable Hollywood directors. And thus, we have the movies that Doug Walker actually breathed life into. Kick-Assia was the first attempt he ever committed to tape, or rather, consumer level camcorder. Kick-Assia has been lauded by Nostalgia Critic apologists as his best. And as someone who has live streamed all of his movies at some point or another, I can agree. It probably is his best of the three. But saying Nostalgia Critic's Kick-Assia is his best movie is like saying Lethal Injection is better than The Electric Chair. They both suck in their own right, and in the end, you're going to die. However, being the first Nostalgia Critic movie, there is an interesting tapestry of cast and characters that are involved. These were YouTubers who were doing the thing years and years before others would even attempt a career at YouTube, and for that, I feel there's some kind of noteworthiness to this film. You see, Doug didn't simply hire a bunch of rando actors that nobody had ever heard of. Unlike James Rolfe in his first full-length movie, Doug hired a bunch of desperate souls who worked on his website who got paid in exposure. It was supposed to be this communal celebration of all things That Guy with the Glasses, aka Channel Awesome, terms that I will be using fairly interchangeably. Tonight, I'd like to take a look at the cast of Doug's first movie, Kick-Assia, and see where all his former collaborators are at now. This is Dancing with Ghosts. Let's start with the man himself. Dozens of videos have been made framing Channel Awesome in one way or another, but it seems people have been trying to pin the whole downfall label to this guy for a while now, and it never really seems to stick. Doug's influence has lessened, but not to the point of any kind of real excitement. It's not like the whole AVGN James Rolfe downfall, which is easier to chart. Doug's downfall with the Nostalgia Critic has been the slowest old man laying back into a lukewarm bathtub type of downfall you could imagine. Much like AVGN, the Nostalgia Critic was at the top of his class in early YouTube, making movie reviews with the writing and charisma that barely anyone else possessed at the time. Now, though Doug still definitely has his own thing going on, it's less novel and therefore less of a must-see type of channel. Not a whole lot has changed about Doug's videos outside of his fear of using clips from the actual movies lest he be struck down with a copyright claim. From the very beginning until present day, Doug Walker's Nostalgia Critic hasn't really changed all that much. So that's basically what he's been up to.
Behind every great man is a woman, and presumably behind her another man. But in the case of the Nostalgia Chick, that is not so.
Well, he is a maverick to say the least, but no matter what his
the joke is that I'm Sarah Palin. That's the joke. It's
Lindsay
the
Ellis,
only
who
joke I
seemingly
have.
played some kind of Sarah Palin-esque character in Kick-Assia, started off as Doug Walker's female movie critic counterpart.
The sequel, where we try to strengthen the weaknesses and fill in the gaps that we left in the first video. Movie. So, with Addams Family Values,
There was some kind of contest held to find a Nostalgia Chick character who mainly reviewed movies that catered towards a female demographic.
Well, we've looked over all the finalists for the Nostalgia Chick contest and have finally picked out our winner. Fine, Lindsay wins.
Did Doug's audience particularly care about these kind of reviews, or was he just trying to widen the brand? Because I don't really see anybody asking for nor wanting this kind of content. Either way, that became her shtick. She was a primary character in nearly all of the Channel Awesome movies, and these days, Yeah, she's a total bread tuber. A bread tuber is a content creator that leans towards leftist, socialist, and or anarchist type of content. And they love nothing more than to figure out why something seemingly innocuous is, in fact, racist, sexist, or homophobic. Nah, I don't know. I fuck with some bread tubers every now and then. I personally just feel like they really overthink things and make them much deeper than they have to be sometimes. And apparently she disavows everything she ever did with that guy with the glasses.
If you're wondering, oh wow, your Nostalgia Chick videos have mostly disappeared.
God, what a filter.
Yeah, about that. Basically, I want to consider this channel a new era.
Floating eyes and a mouth.
Anything that is affiliated with certain former affiliates.
Affiliated with affiliates.
I don't really want on that.
I don't affiliate
the channel that shall not be named.
So that's what she's been up to. Oh yeah, she's also on Nebula, of which I know a grand total of 0 people who are on that website or use it. Up next, we have Lewis Lovehog. That is one of the best names, and I couldn't find a guy more suited for a last name like that. But you almost know him as Linkara, everyone's favorite internet GIF. Or GIF, whichever you prefer, I don't care. Linkara was one of Doug's top generals, as he had one of the more successful channels that was most easily able to stand on its own right outside of the signal boost that guy with the glasses might have given it. Linkara was in all of the Channel Awesome movies and usually had big parts with lots of dialogue. If you know anything about Lewis Lovehog, you know his lore is deep with the cringe, and for me, it's hard to separate that from the character, so I don't really view this guy as respectfully as I maybe should. However, these days, he's still doing it.
Hello,
his
and
YouTube
welcome.
channel is going strong with that phlegmy nerd voice that you've come to know
welcome.
and
with the Lightbreaker.
And no, just tearing apart crappy comic books apparently. I honestly don't watch this dude's content and I never will, but good for him, I suppose. Noah Antweiler, better known as Spoonie, started off on YouTube with the head start that those like James Rolfe, Doug Walker, or maybe even Pat the NES punk could appreciate. Spoonie realized that his videos needed more of a production value in a time when most people were uploading absolute crap from their consumer level camcorders with no scripting, lighting, or editing to speak of. On top of this, Spoonie had a personality of sorts that most people seem to have fond memories of, though I can honestly never understand this guy's appeal. Even back in the day, it seemed like Spoonie was just an amalgamation of AVGN and Nostalgia Critic. Spoonie eventually found his way onto that guy with the glasses, and his various characters and personalities were integral to the Channel Awesome movies and especially Kick-Assia. Unfortunately, Noah's fall from public favor was swift and complete. After some problematic tweets, he was ousted from that guy with the glasses, and as his desperation and substance abuse problems deepened, he couldn't even be bothered to maintain his own channel or Patreon. Spoonie devolved into making lazy, low-effort content until he eventually disappeared from the internet altogether. There have been many downfall videos about this guy, and he's seemingly yet to recover. Spoonie was one of the many casualties of the Channel Awesome universe, and again, I can't stress this enough, I don't and never could see this man's appeal, but apparently he was very beloved back in the day. Joe Vargas, aka Angry Joe, started off with what most resembled an actual internet-based show compared to his contemporaries. Angry Joe used heavy green screen and multimedia components early on in his series, and soon saw that guy with the glasses buzzing around his DMs wanting him to contribute to the eponymous website. Yeah, you like that word, eponymous? It means, same name as. Joe would collaborate with that guy with the glasses, but the website needed Joe as much as Joe needed that guy with the glasses, which is obvious in the channel's nearly 4 million subscribers as of the filming of this video. Joe would star in nearly all of the Channel Awesome movies, most likely to his detriment. It was only after the Change the Channel controversies of 2018 that saw Joe depart Channel Awesome to continue to thrive on his own and is seemingly unscathed from his time being associated with that guy with the glasses.
Joe was likable and
Channel
funny.
Awesome. Justin Carmichael, better known as Jewario, was easily the most notorious person in the Kick-Assia cast. He started off with his You Can Play This video game series, which is some super dorky weeb shit that fits right in with the cast of characters of that guy with the glasses. I mean, just look at this.
Henshin.
Yikes.
Jewario's downfall occurred when he was finally let go from that guy with the glasses in February of 2013 due to allegations of grooming and sexual misconduct. We know this after the 69-page Not So Awesome documents was shared to the public, which aired out all of Channel Awesome's and that guy with the glasses' dirty laundry, if you want to believe that it was dirty laundry. Some people don't think it's, they basically think it's a document full of nothing, which I'm kind of in between on this. God, can you believe that controversy is almost 10 years old now? Everyone was making videos about that shit, myself included. The complaints found in the document span from minor gripes that weren't even worth complaining about, but were seen as such a big deal back then, to other complaints that were more serious and consequential. The whole grooming thing being one of them.
In this chat log, it's revealed that the abuse began when the victim was only 18 years of age. She tells how an older man had begun grooming her and convincing her to take her clothes off for him. She reported him saying that he wanted to teach her how to kiss and have sex. He used his influence over her as a creator to manipulate, and she states that Channel Awesome's administration had first been informed of this inappropriate behavior a full year before he was let go from the website, placing her abuse sometime in 2012. Later that same day, Channel Awesome posted their first acknowledgement to the document. Criticized for being unapologetic, it was rejected by fans, as the site kept on losing support and their channel losing subscribers.
Through some clever sleuthing, people of the internet were able to unmask the unnamed groomer mentioned in the documents. It was none other than Justin Carmichael. It is unknown as to whether the grooming allegations caused this, but in January of 2014, Justin Carmichael took his own life. Mars Girl even had to write a disclaimer regarding Justin, since he was also in her movie Farewell Famicom Rider, which I also unfortunately watched on one of my live streams. Sadly, this will be the legacy that Jewario has left behind as far as the internet is concerned.
Oh well.
Speaking of Mars Girl, she was also in Kick-Assia and actually had speaking roles.
Why are we taking over Malaysia? I mean, isn't it barely an acre of land?
Kaylin Saucedo, aka Mars Girl, started out on YouTube in the most weeb way possible. She made videos about going to anime conventions in both Japan and the US.
Wow.
Kaylin made it onto the That Guy with the Glasses radar when they were running that Become the Nostalgia Chick contest. Kaylin was in the top 3, but ultimately the grand prize went to Lindsay Ellis.
Woohoo! What the hell? You can't do that!
Which I'm sure she's eternally grateful for. Even though Kaylin didn't win, she was still offered a chance to contribute to the website, and apparently
so you losers,
you can well. These days, the only thing you'll find on a Mars Girl YouTube channel is a barely viewed podcast that is uploaded sporadically. She hasn't even been seen on camera in years, and would appear as if her content creating days are behind her. Okay, now for this portion, I'm really digging into the weeds with these next contributors / content creators. These are the ones that you haven't heard of in over 10 years, so let's just get this over with.
Oh boy. Oh no.
Jason, aka Lord Cat, aka Felicia.
Oh boy.
I'm transgender. My chosen name is Felicia, and my pronouns are she, her.
Started off as one of those video game nerd clones that guy with the glasses absorbed as one of their own contributors. This guy, at the time when he identified as such, basically played many of the games James Rolfe had already done, except his angle was to beat the game without cheat codes or skips, which the angry video game nerd openly admitted to using. Lord Cat would eventually disavow any association with that guy with the glasses after apparently getting burned by Spoonie and Angry Joe in this now infamous clip.
Betrayal!
What?
Betrayal! Betrayed me!
Betrayal!
This game sucks!
And I had a chance to interview Notch, Mojang, Specifications, Minecraft.
That would have changed everything. That would have been
chance.
That would have been
He
my
was hot then.
elevator
That was going to
into
be huge for This Week in Games. That was going to be huge for the stream. It was going to be amazing. And you know what happened?
It'll be on
The
front page of
representative
Reddit.
at Mojang caught wind that we were going to interview Notch, and he stepped in. And he said, "Oh, I've heard of you. You're with that guy with the glasses. You're with Blister Thumbs." And I tried to tell them, "No, I'm not." But he said my name was associated with them. And he heard what you did, making a fucking jackass of yourself at E3. You fucking moron.
What? Betrayal!
So they
that
shot
didn't
it down.
happen. I wouldn't be surprised.
And then word spread at GDC. Oh, I heard about it.
Wouldn't be surprised if none of this happened.
They thought I was the guy at E3 making a jackass.
They thought I was the guy.
I was there trying to be a legitimate member of the business of the gaming industry, and I've worked my ass off to separate myself from you. Every time. You just don't get it. Every single fucking time you act like a complete fucking jackass. It has repercussions for everyone you're associated with, and you don't give a shit.
Editing Bay Josh here. I don't know why I said earlier in the script that Lord Cat, aka Felicia, left Channel Awesome because of the Spoonie E3 incident, because there's really no place where it says that definitively. That was more of a thing of an issue they had with Spoonie, just in particular, not so
as
much
someone
with
that have
that
gone
guy
to
with the glasses.
CON as someone yelling
That's
is
what
weird
happens
at a
when you
con.
start digging into.
This is why I don't understand why that clip is so bad for Spoonie yelling. Cause people do that all the time at a con.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that someone was like, "Yeah, we were going to let you interview someone, but one of your friends yelled a little bit too loudly."
These lesser-known figures of Channel Awesome yesteryear is information on why and how they did what they did is a lot more sparse. I think this individual was on the back nine of their career as a game journalist, and on top of that, they came out as a trans woman. So that's what's going on with them these days.
You mean her?
Though this guy may have started off online somewhere, there's not a very long paper trail. 8-Bit Mickey was one of those guys that somehow had the fortune of getting sucked into some machinery that was greater than anything he'd ever amount to. There is so little to go off of with this guy, he might as well be a footnote as an extra in the Channel Awesome movies.
My God, where's 8-Bit Mickey?
I think you're sitting on him, dude.
That's okay. I didn't want to stand anyway.
People see
And that's pretty
someone
much what he
cosplaying a
is. I
character
swear,
they
if
like
any
and you can hear
8-Bit
them from
Mickey
across the
stands
room
pop in
screaming
my
their
comments,
name.
I may just
And
queef
then
my
run to them
pants.
to ask if they can get a photo. It happens.
There was this random French dude in the Channel Awesome movies, if you even happened to notice him. They didn't use him very much, but his name was Benzai.
My name's Benzai, and you know that I'm always kissing guys. I got the boogaloo flu, doing the dudes. It's called AIDS, semantics. Anyway, I can talk all day long about how amazing dogs look and thongs, but you know that I rock that gay parade, and I'm ready for the summertime, dude.
Benzai, using a shitty consumer-level camcorder with zero lighting skills, started his series Games You Might Don't Know, where he played a very early Metal Jesus and essentially highlighting hidden gems on certain consoles. It's yet again another amalgamation of shitty AVGN meets Nostalgia Critic. These days, holy shit, much to my surprise, he's still alive and well.
Galaxy the Movie alias Mario 2, une production française, ma bonne dame, et qui arrive ici en salle pour confirmer ou infirmer la légitimité de...
However, if you're not a French speaker, you might be out of luck for his international Doug Walker branded content. Yeah, he only does his videos in French now, but apparently his channel is still thriving, and I believe he escaped the chapters of the channel Not So Awesome Docs, so I guess good for him for dodging that one.
Spoonie to test Enemy Unknown.
Bennett the Sage White got his start on that guy with the glasses by winning their Best of Blogs contest in 2008.
My God, where's 8-Bit Mickey?
He mostly reviewed video games and had a 2-year stint in reviewing the worst of the internet's fan fiction. Although in late 2013, he announced that he would stop reviewing games to focus on anime. He still kept reviewing anime on his YouTube channel, though he hasn't uploaded since mid-2024. Thomas Handsome Tom Hanley made a name for himself on the internet by working for the now defunct video game website Screw Attack. After only 2 years of working there, Tom left and joined the Game Heroes, which was uploaded to That Guy with the Glasses. By late 2012, though, That Guy with the Glasses announced that the show would be canceled, and Tom hasn't been seen since.
How about we use Tom's head as a battering ram?
Hey.
Nah, his head is too soft.
Hey.
Paul Pa Schuler joined That Guy with the Glasses in late 2008 and became the site's first music reviewer. He was known for his top 9 videos, underrated Disney songs, and reviewing video game music and music-based video games. In 2013, Paul married fellow That Guy with the Glasses contributor Alyssa Hansen. She played Lindsay's roommate in the Nostalgia Chick series. Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
With sexual repression, don't get me even started on the sexual repression. Take a stand, people. Oppose the big people with their fancy fucking hats.
For the last 16 years, Paul has dedicated his YouTube presence to only doing Let's Plays of the same 3.
Isn't it kind of weird that like they ended up dating each other? Like how with Alison Pregler. I don't know if did he even talk about Lupa and Phalis? Like they got together. And it's like, I guess like being on That Guy with the Glasses was pretty significant and meaningful for you because you ended up finding the love of your life, right? That you apparently couldn't find anywhere else.
Series.
So you're a picture, huh?
You're a PNG.
Lee 2D Lee Davidge. Let's talk about him. When being on a crowded site such as That Guy with the Glasses, you need to differentiate yourself from the others, find a gimmick. So instead of recording himself with a camcorder, Lee thought to just use stills of himself that he took with a digital camera. So, do less than the bare minimum.
Today's game is one of the most popular games of all time. I mean, everybody's played this thing. This thing is even more popular than Super Mario Brothers. Oh, wait. You've never played Ninja Golf before, have you? You mean you didn't own an Atari 7800 back in 1990? What's wrong with you, man?
So thus came the name 2D Lee. Lee did what most of these guys did on That Guy with the Glasses, review video games. He often had his wife guest star in his videos, who would eventually also be taken in by That Guy with the Glasses. Both are actually still making review channels on each of their own channels to this day.
He became 3D.
Hey, 3D Lee's pretty awesome.
Now, this guy wasn't so much in the weeds, but my script organization skills are not good. Brad Jones, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, he's one of the only ones that's still with the site. Brad got his start like most OG YouTubers who did reviews do, by getting copyright claimed and leaving YouTube to start his own website. After migrating to That Guy with the Glasses, along with other creators that were in his same situation, Brad separated himself from all the other angry reviewers by portraying himself to be more of a stuck-up and pretentious movie reviewer, being inspired by Siskel and Ebert. Brad was easily one of Doug's favored contributors, always being in all of his movies and being on the top of the list of contributors on the That Guy with the Glasses website. He was definitely a big reason why viewers would frequent the site. Nowadays, Brad mainly puts out 2 kinds of videos: weekly cinema snob episodes and weekly midnight screenings with Daddy Doug as the two go to see a movie together and then film a review in Brad's car. And if we're lucky, the gods might smile down upon us and grace us with a cameo from Doug's brother. All right, back to the unknowns.
There it is.
Phelan Phalius Porteous. Wow, what a fucking Renaissance fair ass having name. Phelan's been in all of Channel Awesome's movies. He's either deadpanning it as whatever character he's dressed up as, or standing in the background looking like he hates his life. Phelan got his start on That Guy with the Glasses by reviewing the movie Mac and Me, the movie that's half E.T. ripoff, half McDonald's commercial. His claim to fame, though, turned out to be reviewing bad horror movies and Disney mockbusters. And for those of you who don't know, which I didn't before reading the script, a mockbuster is a low-budget knockoff film that tries to benefit off of the main franchise. For instance, take a movie like Transformers. Well, there's a knockoff called Transmorphers. Yeah, so there you go. Nowadays, Phelan is still mostly doing the same kind of stuff on YouTube with his own YouTube channel, with some add-ons such as buying and reviewing bootleg toys and debunking old paranormal shows with his wife. Speaking of his wife, in 2021, Phelan married fellow That Guy with the Glasses alumni Allison Obscurus Lupa Pragler. Pragler? Whatever. Matthew Filmbrain Buck was the one in Kick-Assia that played the annoying nag with cringy acting.
Oh boy, I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited.
I'm excited.
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 He was one of the first contributors to be picked up by That Guy with the Glasses. He started by reposting previously written articles for whatever eventually became abandoned sites.
This channel is Dancing with Ghosts. Fairly, somewhat successful channel. 22K subscribers. Usually talks about a lot of music stuff and a lot of Nostalgia Critic and AVGN. Yeah, and Film Brain does suck.
He continued Doug's 5-second movies series after Doug had stopped uploading them. He's also appeared in dozens of specials, skits, and collabs posted to the site, but ultimately is known for his movie reviews. He's one of the handful of That Guy with the Glasses alumni that still consistently upload on a regular basis to this day. He even collabs with other former That Guy with the Glasses contributors that are still hanging on to their YouTube channels to this day. In conclusion, I was honestly surprised that so many of these people are still doing YouTube videos semi-actively. Kick-Assia came out in 2010, so for these content creators to still be doing the thing is rather impressive. Doug Walker and Angry Joe ended up being the ultimate victors of the YouTube Hunger Games by still having highly successful channels, but come on. Everyone knows Todd in the Shadows is the best content creator to come out of That Guy with the Glasses. But he wasn't in this movie, so maybe next time when I take a look at Suburban Nights, I can talk about just kidding. There's not enough vodka in the world that could get me to watch that tedious slog of a movie. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed this video, and until next time, have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, he's a pioneer, a hard worker, a YouTuber, consummate YouTuber.
I did talk to Styx. I talked to him on the phone.
No.
What he told me was no different than what he's told everyone else. That's all I can say.
No!
You know. That's the only, like, you know, friendly thing to say. I know I won't be getting my $8,000 back. I'll tell you that much. It's a wild thing when people, like, want to, like, spend their night watching someone they hate in hopes for acknowledgement. It's a weird thing. At the end of the day, it's like a very, very small amount of people that
if you don't like me, why
really
are you
don't
watching?
have any power. Unless you give it to them. Like, slowly, they just, you know, they disappear and everything's going to be fine, you know?
You know, everything's going to be just fine.
I'm 100% sure they have no power.
Seems like cope.
Channel's absolutely crushing it. Absolutely crushing it. Considering like, you know, it's kind of in a slow time of year. The key is to, like, remember that. Just go look at my analytics anytime
it's a slow time
I feel
of
like
year.
These people have any effect on anything at all, and then realize that oh, actually they don't. I'm just trying to be nice to everybody. This gets me in trouble online, apparently.
I'm sure we won't have to look
Because
at
you're
it.
fake.
Being nice
You're
to
a
anyone,
fake nice
including
guy.
Women
That's
is
why.
frowned upon.
Because you're a creep.
And those same dumbass whore women turn around and pretend like they weren't begging you for help, and then try to paint you as some sort of creeper.
I hope I can count on
You can clip that. When everyone was talking about how this broad couldn't clean her own cat litter boxes, and when they were getting deplatformed, I stood up for her, and then
yeah, it's fine. It happens. You can be a fan of one channel, and then the guy just falls off. But this is a fairly long clip. It's like 47 minutes. Is this one? No, we already saw that one, didn't we?
Nova Online.
There should be a new
Diaper
one.
Boy. So many people have come to know. He's gotten himself into some shenanigans.
There should be an update when it comes to that. Sub box is banging. So much content. Here's the Nova one. Good stuff here. I'm working on the Captain Alex video now. Put a little bit more work into that. Jeremy really did it. Did you see that Doki Doki Literature Club was taken off the Apple Store for some reason? I don't know why. It's not that hardcore game. Right?
How's it going today, guys? Nova Online and
the last week has been in constant misery, and it's all because of his own actions. After Gideon discovered who he was, Nova Online panicked and had to scurry into his garbage heap. He was basically Oscar the Grouch maxing, tunneling through his garbage. His mom probably stepped on him a few times. She probably thought they finally got the Ultra Rat. The FEV finally hit the scene, but no, it was just Nova running through there. And the only time he could ever build up enough courage to poke his head out was when Monday Night Raw or AEW was on, and that would inspire the chome. He would get up, he would brush himself off, not shower, brush his teeth or anything, go and grab his championship belts and just parade around the front yard. And after doing that a couple of times, taking revenge on most likely everyone on the chome list, this somehow led to Nova sparking a bright idea. He's like, alright, if my reputation is in the trash, and everybody I get into contact with has a stain on their reputation,
the fuck is wrong with people like buying WWE replica belts? Like, good lord.
Just by being
at least it's the WWE belt, not the AEW, thank God.
You know how hard the fucking wrestlers work in order to get this belt? Well, I'm gonna cheat. I'm just gonna buy one and then I'll have it. Oh, all these wrestlers work so hard to try and get a belt. Didn't they know they could just purchase one like I did?
In contact.
And now I feel so cool and badass because I have a wrestling belt.
Those boats are expensive. I seen some of them go up to $1,000, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to be too insulting to wrestling fans, but it just seems like such a dumb purchase.
With me, well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to find a professional
But sure, it's no more dumb than an anime statue, I suppose.
Wrestler. He had been in NXT before. His name is Dijak, and I'm going to have him unknowingly promote
Nova but get the belt.
Brand. Nova has done this a couple of times, namely on Discords filled with innocent people. He'll go into them knowing that these are going to get criticized, called out, and people are going to question why you're even in there in the first place. But he's going to go in, spread his misery around knowingly, dip out, and leave everybody else with a whole bunch of problems. So when he had this bright idea, he contacts this guy. Well, I shouldn't say contact. He bought a cameo from the dude and was like, hey, will you promote my business for me? I'm a huge fan. You know, I got a lot of haters, but this business is great.
Appreciation
give money to charity, and I think this will be great for your brand as well. And we'll talk about the charity aspect in just a little bit. So the guy was like, all right, that sounds like a reasonable thing to do. He took Nova's money, probably didn't think much of it, even though Nova left out the most crucial, important parts. Hey, I'm a known internet poetita. This is a known brand created by a poetita, and people are going to know about this and call you out for it for no reason than I tricked you. But yes, please go ahead with this. And not only did he just get this personal cameo, he posted to his TikTok, which only caused a bunch of people to run to this guy's Twitter, TikTok, Instagram to let him know who Nova Online actually is.
Alright everyone, so, yeah. I managed to get in contact with one of my favorite pro wrestlers from 2019, and, he has a little bit of a message for you regarding Nova
property
Cords.
of Atlantis World Order on Twitch and YouTube.com.
They lit the property. Look at the unibrow, man.
Pro wrestling superstar Donovan Dijak, and I want you
do
to
something about the unibrow.
Your eyes on Novacord Paracord. All bracelets and keychains are handmade, top of the line quality, and a portion of all sales go to mental health and environmental charities. You absolutely, positively cannot beat that. Check out Novacord Paracord right now. That's enough talk. Now it's time to do or die, Jack.
Why was Nova's beginning so like, my dad's in the military and you better never mess with me coded? He's like, I somehow got into contact with this pro wrestler and he's got some news for you guys, buddy. And it's like, Nova, you paid this man. He obviously has no idea who you are. Why are you trying to spin this as you've got some major contact in the pro wrestling community? Like, listen, we know if you knew a single person you used to watch on NXT, WWE, AEW, you would be losing your mind, fanning out on TikTok, So don't try to pull that ploy. You completely pulled a veil over this man's head and tried to sacrifice his reputation so you could scare off some of the haters. I mean, I'm imagining namely Gideon. You went for the hot tag and he was just nowhere to be found. He realized who you was. Oh gosh, this guy isn't worth my time, and he had to dip out. And not only did he dip out, he called you out. He sends Nova Online a message like, hey, how dare you try to do this to me and my reputation? You know, I know you yourself. You don't care about things like that. You're a degenerate. You'll continue to do this stuff over and over again. But I want people in my community, my family, to look at me with a little bit of respect and dignity, sir. So how about you never get into contact with me again? And, you know, he didn't say this, but this is just something to add to it. Don't try to pull this ploy on anybody else.
Lolcows really love wearing this Demon Slayer shirt.
I
know. Leave Demon Slayer out of this.
Nova also had the audacity to tell somebody in the comment section
Ring Cam Chud was wearing one too.
An apology. Not only do you owe this guy an apology, but you need to make an hours long video apologizing to everybody who watched you pause South Park. I know for a lot of them it was from their own doing, but you still need to apologize for it. You need to apologize to your family, everybody who's ever been in a Discord with you, and especially those people you took advantage of, Nova. So don't you sit there and say, this man owes you an apology. You tried to ruin his career, because you're getting called out reasonably so. But when he's not thinking about that, he's just laying around acting all depressed because he can no longer get on Discord and act weird. Well, I say no longer, but there's even more scrutiny and worry about it to him, because he knows Gideon could be around the corner. Whenever he's feeling it, whenever he wants to chat up somebody he's not supposed to, Gideon could be there, and that's just something that scares Nova to his core. So he decided to get on stream for like a solid 4 or 5 minutes. Shout out to McGrubba for finding this, and while he's sitting there just complaining, someone, the boogeyman, emerges from the shadows and scares Nova to his core. You have never seen him run so fast when somebody started donating money, but when Gideon started donating to him, he pieced out of there. Doesn't make you look suspicious at all, Nova.
He hasn't had a job. He hasn't had a job since August of 2024. You can't fucking trust anyone. I have no one to fucking go to, okay? No one fucking listens. Fuck my life, I'm gonna go fuck myself.
This guy is so great at live streams, isn't he? I mean, there was at least 3 or 4 minutes I cut out of that just because it was dead silence. Who opens up a live stream to get some pity points because you're just laying there, just laying in the very bottom of the muck, lying with the filth, just to signify where you're at life? And he doesn't even showcase that. It's aiming up at the ceiling, and everyone's just like, Nova, why are you doing this? Why? Just talk to Gideon. That's all he wants to do. It doesn't make too much sense for you to come on here and have a pity party and say that nobody is listening to you when there's a brand new person willing to hear you out, willing to hear your story. I mean, if this was Cyrax, he would be so excited to tell another 7-year version. Now, just like you, when they start throwing out some facts and throwing out some proof, DMs, you're probably not going to be too happy with it, especially when the Nova files pop up and things of that nature. But that's neither here or there. If you truly wasn't concerned about it, if it was all fake, and this guy, Gideon, he deals with that kind of stuff, I would guarantee you there's been times he had to weed out some fake crap. So he would probably be best suited to deal with this. People like him, Alex, Skeeter Jean, Chris Hansen, you know, but you don't want to talk to them. As soon as they show up in your live streams, you gotta get out of there immediately. You can't be trusted. So instead of running away from your problems like you always do, just ducking and hiding, just face it for once. faced these heinous accusations and proved to everybody that we're all wrong, that they were all fake, it was AI now, and that's the end of the Nova story. But now let's move on to some odd videos that Solidus Nova was able to recover. Shout out to Solidus. That Nova is going bald, and just a random video he sent as a cameo of him crying. I imagine it was a mistake, but I'll talk more after you guys see it because it's really odd.
What's going on, Sam? It's Nova Kadri. I wanted to let you know that there's nothing wrong with balding at 21 years of age. Unfortunately, I'm going through the same thing. So, hopefully we'll be able to find some treatment for it soon. There are some things to help with that. Anyways, your friends still love you regardless of how far back that shit keeps receding. All the best. And thank you for being a fan. It truly means a lot, and I do appreciate it. Anyways, yeah. Once again, don't let this discourage you, and know that there is treatments. Hey, Nova Kadri, signing off. Nova Kadri, I'm sorry if I sound off. I'm sick, and I'm extremely pissed off. So, I'm just gonna get quick and straight to the point. I don't want to sour y'all's mood, so...
Save it for later, man.
Anyways, thank you both for being fans. I'm gonna go ahead and...
I'm just gonna go.
I'm just gonna go ahead and go now. You know, Kadri signing off.
Shout out again to Solidus Nova for finding those, because the first one surprised me a little bit. From what I remember, Uncle Drew had hair until the very end. You know, I thought the genetics on his dad's side might be alright. So, I mean, this Gideon stuff must be really getting to him. The dude is literally balding over the stress because of the heinous actions that he's done in the past. 21 years old, and he's put such a target on him, gained so much attention for his terrible actions, and now that he's facing the consequences, he can put on a smile, he can pretend that everything's okay on his TikTok page. His body is literally revolting against him, whether he's losing hair, getting strange rashes, or just sudden weight loss, which normally we wouldn't be like talking about, but it was so sudden. It's like something seems wrong here, but Nova doesn't seem that concerned. I mean, this guy literally, he claims that some days he cannot even get out of bed. He just has like some strange muscle problem and he just can't get up. If that was me, going to the hospital immediately. But no, he just thinks it's all fine and dandy. He's got bigger problems to worry about, like crying to his viewers. And at first, I was thinking that cameo he sent was like him accidentally going live in his head and he sent it for some reason. It looked like an accident. But then he said, I'm so glad that I have you two to look out for me. It's like, what? No, this isn't normal, Nova. You don't send people who like paid for videos of you crying. Like, that's crazy work, dude. To me, it's just taking the sympathy ploys and the sympathy baiting to a whole other level. These people are already giving you money. Why do you have to take it a step farther and say, hey, please feel so sorry for me? Like, no creators I've ever enjoyed in my past, I felt sorry for. The people I felt sorry for on the internet videos I watch was like fleeting emotions. Like, oh man, I feel so bad for that guy. And then I move on with my day. That's the kind of stuff you're shooting for, and it's gonna get you nowhere. And speaking of getting you nowhere, Nova is now doing a charity scam. At one moment, Nova's been claiming that he's given 100% of his donations from Paracord to charities and things of that nature. Well, as it turns out, Nova only gives 30%, or who knows if he even gives anything. He's really fluctuating on how much he's going to give to charity, and for a brand that's already earned money, you're trying to have wrestlers shout it out whether they know you're a heinous person or not. I think that's something you should go ahead and figure out, Nova, before you get into serious trouble.
Again, as per usual, shocker, I know. I just want to stop and say reasons like this are the reason that I am a mental health advocate, so no one has to go through my same pain. And don't forget that all proceeds in Novacord Paracord go straight towards mental health charities to help with this.
Sure.
Anyways, back to the video. I just got my hands on
This is why I'm a mental health advocate.
MacBook Neo.
Unlike those other people who don't give a shit about mental health.
And if you're wondering why I'm wearing the Novacord vest, that's right. This is a business expense. I mainly bought this to manage Novacord orders, and do some business on setting up listings.
Exclusive property of
No,
Nova
my
Universe
universe on TikTok.
and YouTube.
So let's go ahead.
This is probably the My Universe on TikTok.
This is actually going to be my first Apple product that is not an iPod.
Wow.
So first up, we've got the MacBook itself. We're going to... Someone sent me an eBay message. We're going to set this to the side. And we got a Designed by Apple in California sticker.
Hooray!
We got the brick.
Those are so rare.
And the cable. And I think that's it. Except for the
Alright.
laptop itself. Oh, this thing looks absolutely amazing. I got this in the indigo color because my Target only had the blush version, and this is the color that I wanted. Thankfully, the
Well,
Apple Store
good
did
for
not have
you.
the piss yellow version. Opening it up. The Apple Chime! Oh my god, it turned on right out of the box!
Whoa! Holy fuck!
This looks so good!
Whoa!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Guys, listen to this when I plug it in. Listen, listen, listen. It's got the same chime as the iPhone!
Oh my god!
I'm sorry.
What a fucking Coomer consumer.
I'm sorry, I am so used to Windows. I'm so used
Oh
to
my
Android.
god!
I am just
It made a
impressed by
noise.
the clean and polished look of
It
Apple
made a
devices.
noise.
Alright, I am creating
Oh
my
my
Mac
god!
account now.
What the fuck?
Not showing any of it. Okay, I'm getting sick of wearing the hat. It's just so freaking hot. Siri, play some music. Alrighty, so my MacBook is now all set up. I'm setting up the Etsy store now. So by the time this video comes out, the Etsy store will be public and will be in my solo. Or you can just search up Nova Cord Paracord on Etsy. Novine Universe, signing off.
I wish I could get so happy about a piece of plastic. I remember being 12 years old and getting my first iPhone as well. The phone games I would play were super fun. Temple Run, hard to beat. Never played many phone games after that, but yeah, top notch. That and Subway Surfer. It's like, I'm just not gonna lose my mind over a piece of plastic. Like, yeah, if I get a new expensive computer, I'm gonna be a little bit excited when I play some brand new games. But no, I'm not gonna lose my mind because of the jingle that was brought up. That's so weird, Nova. And he's doing this reaction to put on for the TikTok. You can tell a little bit, I would assume. But you would think when Gideon's hunting you and he's got the warrior vest on, but you know, he changed it up. He didn't want to disrespect the movie, so now it's a brand new white, and you can just hear Gideon tapping the cupcakes in the background.
God, look at the
Predators
garbage.
come out to play. Predators, it's time to play. And then Nova just reverts back to under his covers, can't stand the heat, so he's got to get out of the kitchen. Or he tells his manager that he can't work around children anymore or teenagers, and he just gets fired immediately because that's just weird. So now I guess anytime we see Nova wearing a vest, we're just supposed to know this is a business expense. And like, Nova, you record yourself eating food, like I would imagine that you could write this off as a business expense, but I figure it's just a brand new ploy. He's just gonna walk around wearing that vest out in public, holding his phone up, taking some videos, and be like, look, this is tax deductible. I swear on everything, IRS. I am not doing anything illegal here. He's not even uploading them. He's just having a grand old time, chowing down on all the fast food he possibly can. But I guess that's enough for me today, guys. If you enjoyed the video, make sure to drop a like, subscribe, follow all the socials down below, use the new hype feature, leave a comment as well, and I'll catch you guys next time.
Thank you, Chilla. The update. Still working on the Captain Alex video here in the background. Making good progress. This song takes it back. What is it? I wanna be your girlfriend. Doki Bites. Big ups, Doki Bird. A lot of fun. We love our VTubers. Anything else in the old sub box? Was there that that one video, the Turkey Tom one about the TikTok predator? We haven't seen that yet. This one. Play.
If you've been on the internet long enough, you've probably heard of Cameo.
Dank Schrader here with a message to Dank
Schrader. It's a website that allows you to pay people for a short video message, including celebrities, TikTokers, really anyone with any amount of clout.
Every time that you eat a hot dog, you never seem to finish it.
Naturally, when someone who is famous falls off, Cameo is a good option for them to squeeze the last bits of money out of their brand. But today's subject, Paul Breach, never really fell on in the first place. He began his online career at age 40, dressing and dancing like a teenager on TikTok. After developing an ironic fan base around his content, he was exposed in countless videos, forums, and blogs that covered his predatory behavior.
He is so cringy that it is unbelievable.
And he constantly engages inappropriately with young girls in his audience, and it's something he's come under heavy scrutiny for a long time.
Green grass, blue sky on the day that I...
When you're 27 to 28 years old talking to a 16-year-old girl...
Your opinion on my moral compass isn't going to make my moral compass any different.
Before long, his life was a living hell. He was confronted multiple times in real life over the allegations. His haters created a website to stalk his every move across the United Kingdom. The police took him into custody for his own protection after he was swarmed in public. After meeting up with an OF girl for a photo shoot, he was attacked by a man in a ski mask.
You're cool, you're beautiful, you're amazing.
But weirdly, the infamy only made his business stronger. His Cameo currently has 1,500 reviews, about the same as Dean Norris from Breaking Bad.
Hello, cupcake.
TikTok turned him into a bona fide celebrity in his home country, and while being known for being a creep isn't the best path to take, he seems fine with it.
Lenny, smile, that is an order, and then jump in a cold bath.
But how has he managed to survive for this long? What fuels his success? And most importantly, how do we put a stop to the entire country of England forever? The year was 2020 AD, also known as 27 AK, after Kirk. On first impressions, there isn't too much that stands out about Paul Breach. Born in England in 1980, he's part of the TikTok generation that weren't really from that generation. His first digital footprint under the name Snapshot Eye appears to actually be on Instagram, where, as his name suggests, he shared his passion for photography. But while he was working as a nurse, he decided to create a TikTok account with the same name, where he would post videos of him doing voice dubs, dances, and making jokes, if that's what you want to call this. It was all pretty standard TikTok content, albeit with some suggestive comments here and there.
What's your favorite dinosaur, out of curiosity? Mine's a clitoris.
Sometimes seeing older people on TikTok can be endearing. From the
you remember DSP's answer? It was the Penisaur. DSP's favorite dinosaur is the Penisaur, so of course.
Start though, Paul Breach made it clear he was definitely trying to be someone he wasn't. His videos came across more like something a teenage boy would be recording as opposed to a 40-year-old man like him. He even deliberately dressed like a teenager would dress, while covering his face in filters to conceal any signs of aging, and making jokes that seem to reflect a mindset a little immature for someone middle-aged.
How do you do, fellow kids?
What?
Naturally, the first people following him were mostly ironic enjoyers, just laughing at this goofy guy as he pretended to be a broccoli-haired Rizzler. Despite these oddities, he probably would have gone entirely unnoticed, if not for the fact that he managed to get a duet with a popular musician named Declan McKenna, as well as a few other decently viral sing-alongs that really boosted his profile. One of them is him dancing to this song called Green Green Grass. Seeing this middle-aged man do his best impression of Jacob Sartorius was pretty eye-catching at the time. So much so that Paul recorded another video where he actually dances to the song in front of some real green grass, which also went decently viral. This increased visibility naturally led to a few curious Zoomers doing research into his past, and what they found was pretty strange.
One question. Anybody giving out hugs? I think I want one. Good morning.
Paul would often use his TikTok comment section to flirt with people. Here we have someone leaving using a drooling emoji on one of his videos, and Paul replies with, "Let me help with that. Laughing emoji, XX. In this context, X means kiss, by the way, for any geniuses out there. Here we have him replying to a few fans in a very loving way, and he would also often express that while he was single, he was ready for love. Now, all of this in and of itself can be considered very cringe, but not really anything more than that. Frankly, it's exactly what you would expect by looking at his videos.
Stop! Get me all embarrassed on the interweb.
So, for the time being, Paul was able to brush off anyone criticizing him as haters. When someone messaged him about it, he said, "Dude, it's a game. People pulling funny faces. It's called interacting with your fan base. Get over yourself." So he just went about his life, dancing, singing, and doing his best impression of a 16-year-old boy.
They say if you watch that video, you die.
Ah, that's a lot of baloney. A soda? Better come stop me. That must be the sugar. Oh, God, that's good.
Another interesting trend during this time that I just have to note is that Paul would sometimes pretend to have a girlfriend when there was clearly no one there at all. This is something he did a lot. For whatever reason, he just needed people to know that he is, in fact, a slayer, a high-value male who has no issue getting some when he wants it. He continued to enjoy a fan base of ironic stan accounts where they called him their idol, said that they loved him, and made fan cams of Paul degrading himself for attention. His account even grew to nearly 1 million followers, so regardless of the kind of views he was getting, the numbers didn't lie. On the other hand, some suspected that his flirtatious nature may reflect a more twisted side of him. In June of 2021, a thread was created on a British gossip forum called Tattle.life. This man gives me the absolute boke, which means ick, with his dancing, grabbing his t-shirt, his big hugs, and his little ol' me routine. Do you see what I'm saying here about British people? Who says boke?
Attention everyone in Leeds.
Enjoy your boat from under a pile of rubble and ash.
But this thread does show a lot of people speculating on why he replied to so many girls in his comment section.
Hello, baby. Hello. Why was I not in this live? Oh, bedroom voice.
And other people on the forum also shared knowledge beyond what the general public was even aware of. As it turns out, Paul Breach wasn't just a nurse, but also a father. He would sometimes speak about his 12-year-old son in much older TikTok videos. These personal disclosures implied that Breach wanted to build a more personal, intimate relationship with his audience, which on one hand is not necessarily wrong. Technically, creators are allowed to share whatever they want with their audience as far as their personal life. But it also raised a question. Why was this middle-aged man with a normal job and a child to take care of acting so suspect on TikTok, doing cringy dances, deliberately dressing younger than he was, and flirting in comment sections? Well, a few people stumbled onto his Facebook page and found information relating to the mother of his child. It turns out that if the information they were given was accurate, in 2008, when Paul was 27, he was in a relationship with a 17-year-old who would have been pregnant with his son at the time. Although this was a decade prior to his online fame, it was still not a desirable age gap to most. And around the same time this discovery was made, Paul was already getting up to no good again. He got into a major controversy for asking his underage followers for pictures of their feet. Naturally, this made him look like a pretty creepy guy, and once the conversation exploded on TikTok, he felt the pressure to respond.
So when I did that game and said, show me a picture of your feet, whether wearing slippers, socks, hobble, naked feet, send it to me, or with a funny face, or do this with all of your hand. At not one point did anybody ask for pictures of kids' feet, children's feet, or feet.
Paul's argument was basically that he didn't specifically ask kids for photos of their feet, and if he did receive any, it wasn't in a sexual context. He just finds feet funny. Apart from the fact that this reeks of Dan Schneider, the reality is that feet on their own are not really funny. Like, what is the joke? Paul was gooning. Technically, this in and of itself is not illegal, but his explanation is definitely not something that anyone was buying at the time. One commenter said, awesome. The facial expression of guilt after he says naked feet gives everything away.
Show me a picture of your feet, naked feet. Send it to me.
With the foot topic becoming so widespread, the debate over his relationship with the mother of his child would also come back into the fold, mainly because he refused to talk about it in depth despite the evidence of the timeline of their relationship. He just deflected any sort of confrontation, insisting that he doesn't want to talk about his family. On the surface, this seems like a respectable choice, but anyone who was following his career early on knew that he regularly spoke about his son anyway. So in reality, this was just an excuse for him to not address the claims made, rather than a principled stance on his privacy. He willingly chose to ignore the fact that there would be much less of an investigation if he just explained what actually happened, whether it made him look good or not. So he made his entire account private.
I have gone private. You won't see me doing live chats for a while because the hate has just got too weird. Your choice whether to believe the hate or whatever that's being spread about me. Basically, it's not true, but again, I can't make your mind up on that. It's up to you to decide that, to be honest.
In the same video, he also claimed that he himself was taking measures to counter the hate. Firstly, he says that he called the police, and they should be coming to his house soon, although he doesn't explain why. I assume he's keeping it vague so he can sort of imply that the hatred online is somehow criminal. Therefore, he contacted law enforcement so they will deal with it. I'm sure that dealing with Paul Breach's TikTok comments is right at the top of their list.
Oi, mate. Have you made an hateful comment about Paul Breach online? Right then, you are hereby sentenced to 5 years of the hurdy-burdy crumpet.
In the video, he also says that he's talking to his TikTok manager about the situation. I'm not sure what that is supposed to mean, but I think this is just a manipulation tactic to scare people into not talking about him anymore. It did not work.
I'm also talking to my own TikTok manager about the stuff that's going on here. So hopefully that will get sorted out as well. Fingers crossed. You never know.
Although he began his time on TikTok with the goal of attention, now that it was negative, he was retreating back slightly into the hole from whence he came. He was initially under the impression that his Stan accounts were sincere instead of ironic, but it seems like he caught on at some point and began blocking them. He also appealed to a sense of loyalty among his followers, stating that any rumors being spread were unsubstantiated, and they were simply being made by people who held a grudge against him.
Because technically, I've done nothing wrong.
You could choose to believe them or not, but ultimately, he didn't care anyway. He knew who he was, and so did the people around him.
So if you do come across any stuff written, said about me, it's your choice whether you believe it. I know, and the people close to me know, none of it is true. At all.
But at this point, even his inner circle was turning on him. Paul reveals that he had a tight-knit chat with him and his moderators, but even they had walked out on him after learning the new information. Or lies, as he puts it.
And these mods told me that I should only basically speak to them and didn't need anybody else, so I confided lots of different stuff in them. I didn't do exactly what they wanted all the time, and it turns out they then write stuff about me as well. And they've twisted a few things as well, which is nice to see. Grown adults, by the way.
You gotta love how this guy calls out people for behaving immaturely as grown adults, while he himself had been hitting the yoinky sploinky while cosplaying as a high schooler for over a year by this point. There was a deep insecurity in Paul's words, reflected in the fact that he couldn't even seem to take people jokingly praising him. As a creator, you have to be ready to see the humor in your own content, especially if it's this level of cringe. If Breach was gonna be famous, people would make memes no matter how well liked he was. But it seems like TikTok fame was ultimately a very secondary goal to his true intentions. After all, browsing the web unprotected with people like him on the loose can be dangerous. That's why today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Surfshark creates a secure, encrypted connection.
Beg for money instead of getting
Chrome browser extensions. They have 40 offer block ads. Surfshark breach warning. Plus, they have an exclusive offer link in the description. Free trial.
Down my throat. Just beg for money instead.
Surfshark. And thanks to them for sponsoring this week's video.
Beg for money.
Chloe? Lovely, thank you. Chloe Hall, I notice you're not following me. Hint, hint, wink, wink.
It became obvious that Paul was lonely following the end of his long-term relationship with the mother of his son. Although most people would just use dating apps or meet people at social events in this scenario, his interactions with fans showed that he was looking for something else. And it wasn't helped by the fact that he did seem to possess a skewed interest towards his younger audience members, considering the whole foot scenario. Given he was so forward, it wasn't long before someone actually reciprocated his advances. Another TikToker by the name of Sophie.
Always turn these comments off. Why? Because people aren't nice.
Sophie could be seen interacting with Paul all throughout 2021. She was in her late 20s, which seems a bit old for him, but she did possess some redeeming qualities. Much like Paul, she was a parent, and the couple seemed to have some serious chemistry. After repeated interactions on TikTok Live, and even a couple of meetups, they decided that they were ready to take things seriously, and they entered an extremely public relationship. I have no idea what possesses people to make every second of their life a matter of public knowledge like this, flirting on TikTok streams and explaining their whole origin story to the world, but I guess that's just what it's like living in current year. And hey, maybe this twist could yield something positive. It could be a way for Paul to prove that he can hold down a mature adult relationship, and that he's not just online looking for young girls to chase. As it turns out, the exact opposite happened. First of all, Paul decided to share his relationship with the world in the most attention-seeking way possible.
But just before this live chat, my girlfriend video called me and we spoke all the way around Tesco. So we spoke for about 2 hours.
Private time. Private time.
But I'm glad you know my girlfriend very, very intimately, Sarah. Or do you only know her from TikTok?
Posting TikTok after TikTok, leaving comments like the relationship was some sort of prize or validation, rather than just dating a girl. When someone commented, "What's the youngest you'd go, lad?" he simply responded with, "I'm dating Sophie, so it would be Sophie." As if to say, I'm currently dating someone in her late 20s, therefore nothing weird could possibly be going on with me. But okay, so what? Some guy involves his girlfriend in his content. That's not a big deal. You know what? True. I don't think this matters that much if Paul was a committed father outside of the relationship. But almost as soon as our hero was singing from the rooftops that he was dating someone, things began to fall apart.
I do like being here, but I have to go home this weekend. We'll see how I feel.
Although it seemed initially that Paul was staying at Sophie's for Christmas, when December 25th came around, it was clear that he was actually staying in a hotel. As sad as that change of plan was, Paul still tried to keep up the facade. He recorded this video of himself dancing in his hotel room, where he clearly looks up past the camera as if someone is there to acknowledge them. But if we look in the reflection of the window behind him, he's just alone in this room. No one is there. Someone even commented asking who he's smiling at, and he says, "The person right in front of me."
When my grandma asked where my girlfriend is, so I have to genuinely explain astral projection and my 2022 ashwagandha overdose.
But hey, maybe Paul and Sophie were just on a small hiatus, or there had been a change of plans. This guy is a slayer. You cannot tell me things didn't work out for a high-value male like him.
Stand by me
and enjoy the fruits of my labor.
You'll be dead.
But from this point onwards, Paul started acting suspicious. Before, he was showing off Sophie all the time, and now his posts were all sad. I need to stop making simple mistakes. I keep hurting people close to me, and that just has to stop. I need to start making a difference and being the difference. Someone in his comment section asks him, "What's ruining your life?" And he says, "Being pathetic at dealing with conflict. I have never been able to deal with conflicts or disagreements. I run away." He even asked his audience for wisdom. What are you looking for advice on? How to stop adopting the fetus position and disappearing into my own head after a disagreement. Maybe this guy isn't 40. He may actually just be a very old-looking 16-year-old with the way he posts.
I loved her!
Although the relationship had distracted the masses from Paul's previous issues, they didn't go away entirely. By the end of 2021, he had set his Instagram account to private, but one curious user would troll him into accepting a series of follow requests. What they found was that Paul had been leaving likes on the account of a girl who was underage at the time. While I won't show the posts themselves, the girl is clearly in a bikini in multiple of the posts he had liked. Another one of them is her fully clothed, but her ankles are out, which Paul made sure to like as well. While others are more innocuous, like what appears to be a photo of her at prom. Once again, in and of itself, this is not necessarily malicious, but it does speak to a pattern for Paul, especially since we know he uses his following to farm potential dates. All of this was captured in a screen recording, which, while not definitive proof, as I suppose someone could fake it, it's harder to fake than a screenshot. People then dug up more instances of the same thing. This person says, "He used to like my TikToks when I was 17. Here he is following a girl who says she's 17 in her Instagram bio, but in fairness to Paul, this wasn't exclusive to people who are underage, as he would also follow the accounts of girls who were above the age of 18. Once again, this stuff is not inherently predatory, but it doesn't look very good, especially if Paul wanted to dispel the previous claims made against him. All of this evidence was then passed on to Paul's current girlfriend, Sophie, who would confront him over it, with Paul stating privately and publicly that he was only liking the first girl's pictures because she was fighting cancer, and he followed another girl because she had suffered from a debilitating illness.
If you're on my follow list, post on Instagram, I will keep liking your pictures. I will also say the ladies' pictures that I've liked, like I said this morning, she suffered with cancer when she was growing up. So I will like her prom pictures because she survived to be a prom. The other lady's picture, guess what? She suffers a long-term health issue where she has to go to hospital. And I've done lives with her. So I like her photos too. I'll keep doing it.
To be honest, I think he would have been better off just saying nothing in this scenario rather than acting like he is helping the world somehow by liking a girl's photos on Instagram. Pretending to be some kind of savior is overshooting a little bit. He also made a longer post to his TikTok, giving some commentary on the state of his social media presence. You call me creepy and vile, yet you crawl through my social media and edit things to twist into your sick minds, then post them on other sites. You've stolen pictures of my child, my girlfriend, my friends, and posted them as profile pictures or made them into whatever edits you like. You people are literally obsessed with me, and it's unbelievably strange. I like photos and videos of people who follow me, and I follow back. It's that simple. I noticed how you don't post the buildings I like, or the couple pictures, or the Christmas photos. You just take whatever photos you think cause controversial moments in my life. I know there are a whole collective group of you now who are fully invested in hating me. You really have serious issues. Paul was clearly grappling with the fact that his time online had taken a turn for the worse. Maybe if he had taken the time to retrace his steps, then he would be in a better position. Instead, he's doing probably the worst thing you can possibly do, inviting even more scrutiny by acknowledging them.
I do go through your profiles though. I do go through your content. So if I do follow you and it turns out your content isn't fun, nice, friendly, respectful to people, it always ends badly.
And at the same time as this was happening, Sophie began speaking publicly about Paul. In January of 2022, she fired up a stream on her TikTok. Unfortunately, I couldn't retrieve a large majority of the footage, but according to forum posts and comments from the time, she revealed that she and Paul were no longer together. Given how much of a big deal Paul had made out of the relationship, loads of people flooded into the chat to react to it and roast Paul. She initially censored his name altogether to avoid the discussion, but as anyone who has used the internet for more than 5 minutes is probably aware, the more you try to censor something,
I have no knowledge of any of this.
The more people want to talk about it. People in the chat bypass the filter by respelling his name to P-O-O-L, with more and more trolls flooding it as it ballooned from a mere 100 viewers to nearly 1,000. Sophie making the breakup public and the humiliation of it all was clearly too much for Paul to bear. As he stated, "Tonight was the last straw. I'm obviously a fool, so now we move on with life." To the shock of many, he then deactivated his entire account. This could have been the end of his career, but even at the time, he announced that he still had 30 days to change his mind before the account was gone for good. But then, Paul decided to go live on his Instagram to share his side of the breakup, being upset over the fact that Sophie had decided to publicize anything. Meanwhile, he was accused of playing the victim for his previous sad boy posting.
This is not helping. If you've got problems going on in your life, or you're feeling low or whatever, TikTok and Instagram, social media itself, there's not the place to be airing out your stuff. Excuse her Britishness, but she is generally right. It's not a good idea to air out your issues on social media. Your followers are not your close friends. They do not know you. They shouldn't be trusted with your feelings and your sensitive information. Paul, meanwhile, made a new post to his Instagram. Why can't people just be normal, decent human beings? I was told that some of you who follow me on here screen recorded me last night talking on Insta Live. How is that not the strangest thing to do? I just want people in my life who I can be there for and who also just want to be normal friends. Am I asking too much? In a sense, he isn't asking too much, but he is seeking it out in the wrong place. If you don't want your Instagram live streams to be recorded and posted elsewhere, then you shouldn't be live on Instagram. If Paul's only followers were his close friends and family, then maybe he could expect something different, because then they would actually be people he trusted. But that's clearly not the case, given that he had over 1,300 followers. Am I supposed to believe that every single one of these people are Paul's close friends? Or is it possible that most of them are just people from his TikTok who don't know him personally? If you want to have friends, then make friends offline and talk to them in private messages or call them. A live stream is not FaceTime. I know Paul is middle-aged, but even my dad knows this, and he was born in 1922.
I can't just no one now. I just can't. I don't mean that. I do mean that, but I don't mean that. I don't know what I mean. I just can't trust anybody at the moment. And if any of you are in here who want tattle, enjoy screenshotting this, posting it on there.
Even here, we can see that he has 87 live viewers. Is it possible for anyone to be close with 87 people? Do you trust 87 people who you've never met before to have your best interests in mind? Paul would fire up several more live streams over the next few days with the same general tone. He said that he hadn't been going to work.
I don't know, it might all stem from not going to work and stuff like that. Maybe I need to go to work to kickstart and stuff like that, so we'll see.
He complained about the ironic Stan accounts making edits of him.
Somebody screens records something and edits something. Somebody does something.
And he just generally commiserated with his followers from behind the private account firewall.
I'm too naive and too soft for this world.
The way he talks to them is as if he genuinely thinks he could know all of them or befriend them. And it's hard for me to tell this is just because he's putting on a fake niceness front to hide his true intentions, or if he's just dumb.
And I've got you on here, Jessica, and you are always one of my favourites. And you just need to let me know about the birth of little one, and I'm so happy you're happy. Mate, what are you going to do after that? Have you got things planned? You got things lined up? Oh, that makes me smile, Meg. Well done, Babs.
At points, this even veered into more concerning territory, with people leaving comments like, "You've got so much to live for," as Paul implied something very dark could happen. At one point, someone was so concerned that they even called a welfare check on him to make sure he was okay. It's understandable to be sad about the end of your relationship, but this kind of behavior wasn't doing anyone any favors. He should call his dad or something, not talk to his followers on Instagram. With even more scrutiny than usual, Paul was called out for some other pretty suspect behaviors. The first claim was that he had set up an Instagram account for another one of his ex-girlfriends named Frankie. Paul was the only person to interact with this account, which had a total of 1 photo. When someone messaged the person behind it asking, "Is this the real Frankie?" the account responded with this: "Yes." And I think the disrespect that Paul is getting is disgusting. He has not done anything wrong to me, and I'm pretty sure he has not done anything wrong to Sophie. He's a good man, and everyone who's trying to push him over the edge deserves to see the evil in themselves. It's horrible. Soon after this message was sent, the account disappeared entirely, which played into the theory that Paul had basically created a sock account to defend his honor under the guise of being a woman who dated him in the past. With that being said, Frankie herself would then make a post on TikTok saying that it actually was her, and she even defended Paul a bit.
So I met Paul in 2021. He was really lovely to me, and he was really fun and bouncy, and that's what he's like in person. He's a really nice, supportive person.
At the same time, Sophie also found out that the gifts that Paul had bought her were originally intended for Frankie, throwing more suspicion onto Paul's intentions.
I knew who they were for. I knew for a fact they were for Frankie, but clearly she must have left him before he got a chance to even give her the present.
Meanwhile, the entire argument itself had mainly descended into a toxic cycle of pointing fingers and Paul playing the victim when he was called out. This entire part of the story is honestly really petty and inconsequential, so much so that I want to clarify here that Paul was not accused of being abusive or anything to Sophie as far as I can tell. More so, it's that because of his past behavior, people were intent on following the saga to see where it would go next. Another narrative shift would occur later that month when Sophie would go live to explain in more detail why she left Paul, basically framing him as a leech who tried to move in with her out of the blue.
He started coming down to see me. I think his dad dropped him off. But when he came down, he bought everything but the kitchen sink. Didn't plan on moving anyone in anytime soon.
When you take this into account, Paul's juvenile behavior starts to make more sense. Not just from the videos of him dancing and his sad boy posts on Instagram, but also in the sense of his life in total. He didn't drive to her house, instead being dropped off by his dad. When he got there, he threw out Sophie's belongings, left a mess, and he brought so much of his own stuff that she thought he was trying to move in with her. Even though they were in a relationship, Sophie claims that they didn't even sleep together, with her taking the couch while Paul used her bed. This whole situation is where the video of Paul pretending there was someone in his room around Christmas also begins to make more sense. Paul was too much for her to handle, so he was forced to spend the holiday alone in a hotel. She then breaks up with him, and according to her, he didn't take it very well, sending her a series of angry voice messages. Paul obviously heard her side of the story, so his next move was to do a stream from a dark room giving his thoughts.
Every tiny, minute thing can be drama. Why? I don't understand.
In this stream, he doesn't really argue with anything she says, instead taking issue with the fact that any of it had become public drama in the first place. I would argue that none of it would have if he had just shut his mouth in the first place and not been sympathy baiting his audience into talking about it and expressing their condolences, but at this point, it was far too late to turn back. Paul returned to TikTok the following day, first saying that he did actually sleep with Sophie, but then he quickly deleted the post. He then made more response videos attempting attempting to cope with the situation as it went down.
I know I'm being slugged off on a live chat. Still not going to talk about stuff that doesn't concern anybody else. But if I'm really that bad, why drop my stuff off to me? Why give me a Christmas present?
Generationally embarrassed by projecting this intimate relationship online before it immediately crumbled, Paul would change his handle from Snapshot Eye to Beauty Beyond the Eye. I don't know what this is in reference to, as Paul is such a naturally attractive person on his own, but I guess he wants people to know that his beauty extends to his soul as well. Weirdly, Sophie then returned to Paul's life, teaming up with him one more time later in 2022 for a few collaborative videos, which kind of undermines her previous stance on him entirely. After seeing all of this,
he even kind of has like a Ralph-like face with like the little tiny eyeballs.
My biggest takeaway is that it's just weird to see these two grown adults willingly air out their relationship drama for the public to see. And by the end, I'm left questioning if this whole thing had some degree of calculation in the first place. It wouldn't be the first time someone basically faked a relationship for clout. But when I think about it more, that seems a little bit over Paul's chromosome count, if you ask me.
You told me that you wasn't a freak, remember that? Now I don't believe you.
Although some people were shocked to see them collab again, many more were distracted by her feet during a trip she and Paul took to London, in a development now known as Toegate. They also called Sophie Tofi. I don't know, man. These TikTok people are their own breed. Regardless, our hero had officially made it out of the relationship in one piece, and he was ready to seek out fresh prospects on his love quest. Paul continued appearing on stream with girls who were significantly younger than him. Although I do want to say that in this case, they were fully legal, and as a result, I personally don't care. It's more just funny to see this guy pretend to be hip with the kids when he's not.
You are such a giving lady. What a woman.
Oh, you've got to be. You're right.
This girl is named Leanne. She's 24 years old and someone who Paul found himself on stream with a lot. Much like Frankie and Sophie, she also had a son. It's unclear what specific intrigue Paul had with her at this stage, but it didn't stop him from asking about her and her friend's sex life.
And nothing happened the other night, did it? Friday?
Yeah, a Thursday night.
You are near enough a reborn virgin now. Do you know that?
In spite of his obvious interest in her, nothing ever really came of it. So Paul would continue to perform mating dances on TikTok, hoping to attract a fair maiden. A few months later, he thought he had done just that, traveling to London to meet a woman he thought was 19 years old. If there was any ambiguity over his intent, he even showed that he had taken a condom with him. Imagine his shock when he arrived and he was told that he had actually been catfished, and this supposed 19-year-old was actually 32. In other words, a skeleton, a vase of ashes, an eldritch being, one of the old gods. Paul claims that while he was talking to this woman for a total of 5 months, she even pretended to have a sister who was having mental health issues to sympathy bait him. He also states that he never really did anything sexual in their messages. He simply asked for a photo of her smiling and nothing more than that.
Then I will ask you to send me a smile occasionally, like I do lots of people on here, because yeah, I'm that creepy guy who likes to smile. I send a message saying, can I see a smile? Because it makes me smile. I find it just incredible that you pretend to be somebody you're not, and I'm the weird one.
He also goes on to say that if this woman had stayed the night at his house, he himself is a relationship guy, so he wouldn't have banged her anyway.
Oh, can I stay the night? I said, your choice. But I'm the guy that doesn't do one-night stands because I'm a relationship guy.
It seems like the catfishing was really weighing on him, as he made this post being sad about it. When I say I want to meet with you, it's so we can go to places like this, laugh, chat, and smile at the world around us. I'm missing when life was simple, and not every moment was minutely judged. He seemingly hadn't caught on to the fact that his online following was now peppered with trolls who wanted to embarrass him, rather than genuine fans who loved his content. In fairness, for those who were real fans, there was a lot to love. But people weren't willing to appreciate it at this point in time, and he couldn't come to terms with that. This trend continued as he asked another girl he thought was 19 for photos of her in a towel.
I just wanted to see a smile. Then there was a towel involved, and that towel was my smile. And then you would be in the towel smile. I just wanted to see a smile.
Once again, Paul was not breaking the law here in any way, and you'd be hard-pressed to call him a PDF file of any kind over this specific instance. But it was clear that trolls were basically trying to extract any cringy message they could out of him, and he fell for the bait every single time. A few months later, it happened again, as he would attempt to go geocaching with someone who was 19 years of age, as far as I can tell. With that being said, the age has been debated, as in one video where he was confronted in real life over it, his harasser refers to someone being as young as 16 years old.
Oi, why do you talk 16-year-old girls? What? Why do you talk 16-year-old girls?
Who's 16?
Huh?
Who's 16?
Why are you filming this? Should we go talk to the police? Should we go to the police? Should we do this? Have a chat with the police? Why are you trying to video?
I'll just go away.
But I haven't been able to find any confirmation of that. Meanwhile, his sad posts on social media continue. I'm missing affection at the moment more than I can ever explain. And I know that's not healthy, but it's literally my life force. It gives me energy and recharges my bounce. Your bounce? What is your bounce, Paul? Everyone watching this video, do not recharge Paul's bounce. People also found his old horny post from his Twitter, Cheeky Breach, like, why do ladies think just wearing those tight see-through leggings is okay? Hashtag nice, pink panties. I'm gonna censor it, but the profile photo here is him and his son, which just makes it that much funnier. Like, bro, why are you posting this with your kid in your profile photo?
Where's your wife? Go home to your family.
Paul was obviously in major horn dog mode at this point in time, but he kept hiding his intentions. For example, in the case of this girl he was supposed to meet up with, he said he just wanted to go geocaching with her instead of anything suggestive.
Oh, why are you going geocaching with a 19? Well, because it's geocaching. It's a walk in the countryside, finding something, move on to the next thing. It's not uber exciting.
Hey, what are you guys doing? Geocaching? If you isolate some of his comments or actions, then you could say that maybe he was just trying to be nice. But within the context of his whole online history, there was no other way to interpret it than some sort of advance, especially given the kind of people he had behaved this way towards in the past. While 19 is above board, another TikTok user reported that Paul had a habit of messaging one particular 15-year-old girl.
Obviously, I have made the screenshots so you cannot tell who they are because they are a minor. I then went and did a bit of due diligence before responding to the messages to make sure I wasn't being had and the post is legit. You can tell she's a child in the post because she mentions school.
The explanation given here is that this girl made a post about her ovarian disease, so Paul was just messaging her to provide his support. While on one hand, that is possible in the best interpretation, realistically speaking, this girl has a family for that. She did some random 40-year-old man online messaging her about it. This girl apparently blocked him after the first message he sent.
Paul, if you're watching, it is not okay to message minors on Instagram.
I'm not going to jump to any conclusions on this one, but I think whether Paul wants to acknowledge it or not, he clearly possesses an unconscious bias that causes him to give more attention to a certain demographic of people. And when you have a record of seeking relationships with much younger women, a message like that isn't going to be perceived as a show of support, but more as a foot in the door for his own interests. By now, it was just controversy after controversy with Paul. It began to dominate the search results for Paul Breach, from Reddit posts to YouTube videos reacting to him.
Paul Breach, a breach of child safety.
Just watch this. Yeah. Now, even if you're the nicest person ever, you surely can't help but be tempted to say something a little bit mean.
And he constantly engages inappropriately with young girls in his audience, and it's something he's come under heavy scrutiny for a long time.
As people dug through his past, they also found his account on Face Party. It's an old British website that was mostly popular in the early 2000s, kind of similar to MySpace. And it seems like Paul made the account when he was 26 years old. While some may initially doubt that it's even his, once you read the bio, that washes away. Hey, I guess you want to know about me. I'm a 26-year-old guy who lives in England. I love to be hugged, and I love to have fun. What's one of the first things Paul was known for online? Asking for hugs.
Anybody giving out hugs? I think I want one.
Once again, this seems innocent enough for the time period, but it just confirms that Paul was always seeking out relationships online in unusual ways. Rather than make an account on a dating app, he would rather use other social media to be underhanded about it. Naturally, this increased visibility from YouTubers and his haters also led to more interactions in real life.
With beauty beyond the eye.
Hey, I'm a pedo.
Enjoy yourselves. Alright, you ready?
You're a pedo. You sit on your live and pretend to talk to people that aren't there, bro.
Now, I do want to say here that I don't support ambushing any online figure in person, regardless of who they are. If they're going to be dealt with by anyone, it's the police, not random guys following them around like they're John Lennon. With that being said, this negative attention could have been a sign that Paul needed to step away from social media, that his infamy was going to have a detrimental effect on his life and the lives of those around him. However, Paul's addiction to fame was too strong by this point. Going forward, he would only seek to extend his influence and to silence those who spoke out against him. Point of view: you're mentally exhausted after binging 7 hours of Snapshot Eye videos and reading the last 9 threads on Tattle, trying to figure out who this man really is. By early 2023, plenty of people were aware of Paul Breach's reputation, and they mocked and hated him from all corners of the internet. However, the most persistent source of research and coverage of his behavior was the aforementioned forum Tattle Life. For a little more more background, Tattle Life is a site more oriented towards celebrity gossip. However, they also cover a variety of tabloid and social media figures. Over the last couple years, they found themselves at the center of legal cases and criticism from public figures who they made threads on.
How would you feel if people were writing completely untrue and extremely abusive comments about you and your business online?
But before a lot of the mainstream attention, they found an adversary in today's subject. The first thread about Paul Breach had been made on June 4th, 2021, and by April of the following year, they were on their 32nd. To put this in perspective, each thread has approximately 50 pages of messages. So, in the time that they had been following Breach, 1,600 pages of discussion had been created about him, and Paul was very aware of this fact.
They hate living daylights at me.
But with the feeling being mutual, there wasn't much he could do about it, until April of that year, when he decided to take matters into his own hands. At first, it seemed like he was going to be taking a break from TikTok, making posts about it being time for change. However, not too long after, he would begin making cryptic references to users on the forum, and threatening to release further information about these people's identities. According to reactions in the thread, he specifically chose to target one member who had suffered a miscarriage, making a mean joke at her expense. Given that Paul was also threatening to dox users, they opted to not archive a lot of this information. But we do know that Paul reached out to one poster's employer to try and get them fired. This lady represents you and is happy to post your company on her Facebook page, while spreading malicious rumors about me on there and other social media platforms. I find this behavior totally abhorrent and slanderous. This wouldn't even be the only time.
Yeah, the power line is helping. The connection isn't super good, like the bandwidth isn't super high, but it's a lot more stable than Wi-Fi was. So thank you.
He made these kinds of threats. He would use his Instagram stories to threaten anyone who challenged.
Plus, it's something that I can take with me if I move out or something, which is really useful.
Him. Turns out your job and education isn't the only thing you have a passion for. Bad-mouthing me also seems fun for you. Although the forum users were definitely upset, this whole thing inspired a debate as to whether or not it was truly ethical to even keep the threads open. Not just because Paul was doxing users, but also as to whether or not they would be giving Paul what he wanted by talking about him. On one hand, Paul could be attempting to silence those who criticize him, relieving himself of the backlash that he had been getting online. But on the other hand, was he provoking people with the intent to increase his coverage? Although he began his TikTok journey with an attempt to corner his own niche in the market for old men acting half their age, maybe it had dawned on him that infamy was going to be more profitable. Maybe it was both. In the end, moderators decided to keep the Paul Breach threads open, although some people did opt out of the conversation entirely. But honestly, I don't really think their decision mattered, as Paul continued to seek out any way to profit off of his reputation. At the end of May, Paul launched his own Cameo page. As I mentioned at the start of the video, as funny as Cameo can be, there is a class of people who, at the peak of their infamy, join the website to make the most of the attention they're receiving. Paul Breach was an excellent example of one of those people.
Lainey, smile. That is an order. And then jump in a cold bath. Get yourself smiling, get yourself happy. I've been a moody little... for a little while, and that is just stupid on my behalf. You need to smile, you need to be happy. You got a beautiful smile. Please, please use it, Clouds. Please, please, please. Believe you're amazing, Alicia, from me.
Although he was seen as a menacing predator to some, to others, he was just too incompetent to pose an actual threat. He was very clearly delusional on this topic, even claiming that Cameo invited him personally to the platform and posting this very professional message to prove it. But in an entertaining way, the culture of a website like Cameo is perfect for Paul.
Sigma on the wall, who's the skibbidiest of them all.
This guy is an actual politician, by the way. It's over. Or rather, it's over for England, but maybe it always was. Owned! People who follow so-called lol cows like Paul love someone who's just out of touch enough and will gladly follow whatever orders they're given, no matter how stupid they look. I will say, for someone who was so obsessed with wanting to be perceived as a hero, making a Cameo was a surprisingly cynical move. It represented another step in Paul Breach's evolution from somebody who wanted to be liked to someone who knew they were hated and was learning to live with it.
Lights, camera, action. Why don't you put
book a cameo for your friends, family, loved ones, all those people who mean the world to you, even your pet goldfish, and that person who's had the intimate relationship with the bin bag in next door's drive. They might wish for a cameo from me.
With that being said, his questionable conduct continued to gather hatred across the board. Some of the people who made YouTube videos about him simply reacted to his stuff, pointing out that he was extremely cringe, while others decided to do deeper dives into his pattern of behavior with younger women.
His inability to take on general criticism or even do a half-decent response where he isn't just gaslighting others is probably gonna be a thing he does forever.
And despite all of it, Paul continued making TikToks that were only gonna garner more and more negativity. At one point, he reflected on his career as a nurse, giving some details about his interactions with the patients.
Give a resident a hug. I will give a side cheek kiss on the top of the head because I am an affectionate carer. I know if I'm so poorly or sweaty. So I am an affectionate carer. Side cheek, hug, people, treat them like human beings. Welcome to me.
On one hand, given that Paul is a person who's always had a very big ego, these comments could be seen as someone who believes that their behavior isn't out of the ordinary. On the other, it constantly feels like Paul walks up to the line of admitting to being weird and then overreacts when people express concern. Paul knew that people saw him as a creepy old man by this point, so by making videos like this, surely he had to know he would be made fun of for it at the very least.
Well, I didn't think I'd have to make this video after yesterday's, but who'd have thought the world of the shitty internet goes, oh, I see some Larson in him as well. He's vile, look at how disgusting. Should we do it? Should we look? Hold a resident's hand, palm to palm, not romantic. Hug a resident, side to side, arm round the shoulder, not bear hug, not romantic. And let's get to the side cheek, kiss on the, into the air, not on a person. Person, side cheek.
Who kisses like this? Is this a British thing? Once again, I am calling on our current administration. Give up the Strait of Hormuz. What we need is every bar of gold inside Buckingham Palace. The controversy that Paul created would always bring in more attention, where he would then be able to redirect his followers to his TikTok badges to fund his bank account directly, or his Cameo, where he could provide shoutouts for a profit.
Hello, sweetie. Hello, cupcake. Hello, my little delectable princess. Hello, my queen. Hello, my box. Hello, my boo-boo-boo.
Even if the people paying for these cameos hated Paul and were just going to repost whatever he sent to make fun of him, in the end, he still won in a way because he was making money. So he just grew stronger and stronger. The hate had officially become a vehicle to make a living. It all begs the question, was everyone calling him out at this point actually helping him?
I miss my social media being small and stuff, where I could just interact with you guys and find out about your lives, your families, your work, things you like, things you don't like. Now it's just ridiculous. I just can't do it.
Over the next few months, Paul's cycle of dancing, trolling, bragging, begging, and posting Pinterest monologues continued. So this is me and my face. I used to let it affect me when people called me unattractive or poked fun at my appearance, even more so since I'm now everywhere on social media. I understand that I will never be a 10. I will never be the guy that turns heads when walking into a room, and I will never be that guy the ladies lose their minds over. What I will always have is the self-confidence to hold my head high and say, this is me and my face. I embrace my imperfections and I keep smiling my wonky tooth smile.
I think in the future, orbital implants will probably be required for you to fully ascend, but as well as an OBO.
Yeah.
If there was ever an ounce of self-reflection in Paul's posts, it would immediately be destroyed by his innate desire to make himself the center of attention. Criticism from people who had called him out in the past for interacting with underage girls
It is not okay to message minors on Instagram.
was ultimately brushed aside as nothing but hate.
Boo-boo! Our little boo-boo's watching. And he's like got a phone with me on the picture going, little boo-boo's watching. Little boo-boo. Little boo-boo needs to spend some time with a boyfriend of an evening. But is there not much more exciting to do than talk about me on a thing? I mean, you are acting like an adult, slagging off another adult on... So I might as well join in and go, little boo-boos.
And I think part of the contempt brewing for him was how smugly he responded. Even though he would always deny any wrongdoing when he addressed the drama, it never came across like he genuinely believed he was innocent. Instead, he just knew that there was no burden of proof that could yield actual consequences for his actions. But pride always comes before the fall. And with so many people waiting to pounce, a misstep felt more like an inevitability every day. In January of 2023, he would finally come face to face with the consequences of his actions actions when something insane happened. So Paul decided to go do a photo shoot with a girl named Grace, who at the time was 19 years old. As his old Instagram posts and his username suggests, one of Paul's secondary passions was photography. He would mostly post pictures of the world around him with some heavy filter that made the imperfections difficult to spot, but at the end of 2022, he wanted to take it to the next level. So he hired Grace to be a model for his photographs. Obviously, there were a lot of people clowning on the fact that he was 40 and he was taking pictures of a 19-year-old girl. They called him a gooner, especially given the fact that she had an OnlyFans. But despite all of this, Paul was very comfortable sharing details despite the persistent stalking from some people online, including the fact that they were staying together in an Airbnb. However, as time passed, rumors began to circulate that something more serious had gone down, that Paul had divulged a few too many details on his stream, leading someone to jump him outside of where they were staying.
Don't get excited. It's just the person we're doing the photo shoot for. Don't get excited. It's just the person we're doing the photo shoot for. So if you hear another voice, it's the photo shoot person, because we're going to do the evening pictures.
Initially, Paul wouldn't acknowledge anything, continuing to operate his account as if nothing went down. But once the shoot was over, Grace herself took to her stories to share that something bad had happened, and she had to call the police. A few days later, she would go live to finally reveal everything. After a day of photography, they were on their way back to the Airbnb when they were attacked by a person in a ski mask. Paul was apparently already inside the house, so he just pulled her inside. A few hours later, Grace called the cops again after she spotted someone outside taking photos of the house. In light of these incidents, she decided to cancel the lingerie shoot that they had planned together, which obviously disappointed Paul.
So let me get this right. Because I'm not a professional photographer with a studio with expensive equipment, when somebody who does some modeling wants me to try and take some pictures of her, it's not allowed because you guys decide so.
Now, this video I just showed is from before Grace shared her story publicly, but once it was out, his tone changed very rapidly, now to one that was angry on her behalf.
I had to put cameras outside the front of my house now to sort of picture your faces, because you can't stop being dicks in this universe. I've got to put up with people putting masks on, running at a poor girl who I'm with at the time, trying to punch me, or trying to just scare the living shit out of her. But luckily, thanks to this social media shit, I can afford to pay for something legally. So that's my day tomorrow. We'll sort it out. I'm going down civil court route to that.
In fairness, he is right. It is insane that someone in a ski mask decided to track them down to the Airbnb they were staying at to harass them, attack them, and take photos of them. At the same time, Paul should have known that sharing his exact location so carelessly would allow some of his more insane followers to engage in this behavior. He didn't seem to be doing his best to prevent it. Given how insane this development was, the story spread throughout TikTok like wildfire, picking up attention from very popular TikTok creators who would shed some light on the situation outside of Paul Breach's usual detractors.
Our dads are probably that age. Can you imagine your father having almost 1 million followers on TikTok, being famous for being called a nonce? I think it's kind of time to stop making fun of Paul Breach and start reporting him taking his platform away.
On one hand, whoever followed and attacked them should probably face some kind of legal consequences. But that point seemed to be lost on people, or at least it wasn't talked about nearly as much, because Paul was so hated for his actions leading up to it. If this attack was completely random, then Paul may have had a greater case in his own defense. But to many, it felt like he was intentionally provoking this situation through his actions. And now, TikTok themselves were suffering from the negative publicity of having a massive creator on their platform that attracted so much scrutiny. So, bizarrely, this incident ended with them banning Paul Breach's account entirely.
Well, at the moment, my account is gone. If it stays permanently gone, I'll go back to a normal life eventually. I've got enough money to do what I want at the moment. I wonder what people's content will be now.
In this same live stream, he would also fire back at his critics by telling them that he was still on good terms with many of the people that the internet was trying to pit him against, claiming it said more about the character of his critics than him.
Shall I speak about all those people who still talk to me? All those messages I've still received from those people who don't like me or who are scared of me. Maybe I can do an Insta talk.
One of the people specifically that he claimed to be on good terms with was Grace herself, who Paul had insisted was not afraid or hostile towards him and had in fact called him following the incident. But not too long after, Grace would contest at least the tone of his response, sharing that she had only called him after he had alluded to taking his own life. She shows this message where he says, "I'm not okay. What others do on social media impacts me and my loved ones. I live in a tiny village, and yet now I have to put cameras up because people can't can't stop being arseholes. I wanted to end my life tonight, but instead turned it into anger. She then comments on whether or not this message was genuine or if it was some attempt at emotionally manipulating her.
And from what I've heard is that he went on his live and essentially said that I called him when I asked him to call me because of this message. At this point, I don't know if it's manipulation or if it's like genuinely how he feels, but what do you people think? Because I'm not talking to him anymore. I'm not calling myself a victim in any kind of way here, but it's just a bit peculiar that a 40-odd-year-old man is now telling a 19-year-old that he wants to himself.
Grace also claimed that Paul tried to kiss her and made what she perceived as advances while they were staying together. Paul would then fire back, claiming that she asked him to take photos, essentially just saying that she had no issue with any of their interactions at the time and only complained after the fact. Yeah. He would also post on Instagram where he again argued for his character by saying that nothing he did was illegal and therefore he didn't understand the hate he was getting. Although TikTok does have a policy in place to prevent banned users from immediately creating new accounts, they often struggle to enforce this. For example, one way around it is for a creator to basically have a manager make an account for them, where they can circumvent the ban to then post videos on that new account because it's technically owned by someone else. I can't tell if this is the case for Paul, but what I do know is that it wasn't long before he made his return to the platform.
He's already made a new one. We knew he wouldn't stay away.
Finding out that he had a new account, many people flocked to TikTok to mass report him for ban evasion, but the platform decided to let him stay for the time being.
Good morning. I wanted this account to be dancing. This new one, I just wanted me to be dancing and smiling.
He also made sure to turn off the comments on this post, probably because they were going to be far too positive if he left them on, and he just doesn't need that in his life. TikTok allowed Paul to resume his career uncontested, but his infamy was now spiraling out of control. Just a few days after the ski mask attack, another video went viral of Paul Breach being led into a police van. Many people initially thought he was being arrested for some kind of crime, but in reality, this was done for his own protection. Apparently, while Paul was out at some bar, someone recognized him and locals began swarming the area. Once a large group of people had gathered, they started chanting "hot chalky walkie," which made Paul feel unsafe.
Hot chocolate walkie.
He was so infamous that his every step was being tracked. A website was opened called the Paul Breach Tracker, where people could see every confirmed sighting of him across the United Kingdom. He couldn't go anywhere without someone recognizing him. They treated this guy like he was Bigfoot.
Guys, we're on our way to go see Paul Breach. The pedophile. Oh, I think he's talking to someone.
Oh, the pedophile.
Y'all see that over there? Yeah. Y'all see him? Yeah.
With the sightings of him often going viral on their own.
Paul Breach spotted in Trafford Centre.
He wasn't even doing anything here, bro. He's just going for a walk. Meanwhile, on his own social media pages, he continued to act a fool, drawing in more coverage from YouTubers who would provide their takes on his actions.
It's been a really, really weird time seeing this man develop into even more of a creepy bastard online, and I think it's safe to say that it's not going to stop anytime soon.
He was so well known that he was being referenced by mainstream celebrities like Louis Capaldi, making fun of the time that Paul accidentally ripped one on stream.
Oh no. That's a reference to that guy. That kind of snapshot I get.
In April of 2023, he was reported to the police for allegedly taking unwanted photos around a park. According to this article, he was accused of taking photos of children, mainly girls, and then asking them to take selfies with him. Although I will say, no real police action was ever taken. And honestly, this could be an issue of Paul's previous reputation causing him issues once people found out he was in the area, rather than him actively doing something wrong in this scenario. Paul's response was just to say, "I can't answer accusations that didn't happen." Around this point, his following amongst critics began to wane, not because he necessarily changed in any way, but more because he didn't. Everyone had already tried to stop him from posting content, and they couldn't. Any publicity was good publicity at this point. If the entire country of England banding together to stop him from posting cringe wasn't enough, then nothing would be. So people just kind of moved on. With the attention mostly dying down, Paul Breach has settled into websites that allow him to use a paywall as protection from anyone who might want to attack him. The main one being Cameo, where he's continued to fulfill the lifelong wishes of his fans.
Have a beautiful birthday. I hope you're being spoiled, not only by this, me speaking to you, but by amazing things that make you enjoy life. So whatever you're doing.
Cameo is the perfect match for someone like Paul, who always wanted to be paid for doing basically nothing. He rakes in praise from satisfied customers, while leaving most of the criticism confined to spaces that can't reach him in any meaningful way.
All this horrible evidence, where is it? All these people I've met, where are they?
Yeah.
You block them all.
Where are they? All these. Where are they?
You don't let them talk to you unless they give you money.
Yeah,
and
all
they're not
these
gonna do
court
that,
dates. Where are they? All these all these girls. Where is it? All these kids I've got. Where are they? Yeah, all the stuff.
While he makes money off of Cameo now, the beginning of his career shows
Later,
that
Dominic.
Paul Breach's goal was never really financial. Instead, he wanted to connect with people. And by that, I mean their feet.
They're called Cheetos for a reason.
People who found his account in the first place were addicted to cringing at this 40-year-old man acting less than half his age. Once more serious claims were made about him, things took a dark turn. But instead of leaving, Paul began a tug-of-war with the internet, turning his life into a spectacle. But when a person's sole purpose is to be that spectacle, what happens when people stop watching? His most recent posts on Instagram show him basically playing into the cringe culture he thrived off of in the first place. I don't even feel the need to comment here. I think this video really just speaks for itself. But given the nature of Instagram Reels in current day, stuff like this really works, as this post got over 260,000 likes. Maybe he will have another shot at some level of mainstream appeal. Once again, in the ironic sense that he was followed for at the beginning of his career.
Please.
250,000 views.
You're amazing, Alicia.
Being a
For
weird
me, this
freak.
is a moment in time.
Neat.
A moment that you look back in a couple of years and go,
what a
"Yeah,
world!
What was I worrying about?"
Or maybe he'll just wallow in obscurity, constantly trying to one-up the level of embarrassing video he can produce for people to cringe at. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching. And until next time, leave me alone. Bye.
Yada, yada, yada. Well, that was depressing. That was a black pill for sure. Some fucking creep. I'm not going to go as far as calling him a PDF file, because as that made quite clear, there's not enough evidence to definitively say that, but he is definitely 100% a creep. And somehow he's able to make a living being a creep.
No AI was used in the making
Thank
of
you,
this
Ludwig.
video.
Hold your fire! What the hell? Did something just hit us?
This is June the King, the rise and fall of Halo.
In the early 2000s, there were few game series as influential
I
as
wouldn't
Halo.
trust this guy
From
with
its
a book
gameplay,
full of
art,
baby names.
music,
For sure.
story, and multiplayer, its success
I mean,
had
it's a
defined
serious
genre
accusation,
and created
like-
such great demand for a sequel.
Like, it's easy to just label people, you know? But if you have integrity, you really want to be careful, because it's a serious accusation. You don't want to just delegitimize it by just applying it to whoever. So I'm just going to say he's a creep.
Cool that when it finally arrived, its launch broke the record for the biggest 24 hours in US entertainment history. This
definitely a
record was
heave,
broken
I'd
soon
say that.
after. Broken by none other than Halo 3, the final mainline game in the trilogy that satisfactorily wrapped up the story and delivered an exceptional multiplayer experience. So how has a series known for its innovation, story, and genre-defining gameplay failed to capture any of these aspects? And why has its dwindling fanbase lost interest in the IP and grown resentful of the studio steering it? To understand how this came to be, this video will be covering the rise and fall of Halo, from the mainline game's development, lore, campaign, and
long.
multiplayer experience, as well as
1.4.
the series' often antagonistic relationship with Microsoft.
Jason said it best, I think. He said that Microsoft is building the biggest cannon in the world.
Well,
and they're
yeah,
pointing
like,
it right at Sony, and we can be the...
Like, I talked about my experience at the time. Like, I was playing TFC and Half-Life Deathmatch before Halo even came out. And so I was familiar with online gaming and multiplayer on PC. And then you know, finally it came to console, and I was like, just thumbs up, guys. Hey, good job. You guys are able to finally play online. Good for you.
in that canon.
But I wasn't really part of that world because, you know, I was already playing multiplayer games before Halo had even come out.
1999 and 2000, Sony both...
Not that I was a
Sadly,
super...
I didn't grow up the Halo craze back then.
Not that I was super, like, competitive online. It was mostly about being part of a team. But yeah, I did find it funny
But they
whenever...
still had to pay extra for it, LMAO.
Yeah, they had to pay for it. And it's like, you just have to, like, give a polite smile and a thumbs up at the console people being like, hey, you guys made it, kinda, finally, hey.
The power of the PlayStation 2 promoted it...
Like, basically what I'm saying is I was kind of underwhelmed by Halo. Like, I see it for the cultural phenomenon that it is now, but at the time, it just felt like catch-up to me.
in such a way that...
And you guys know how much I hate ketchup.
threatened Microsoft and inspired fierce competition. Quote, powerful and traditionally inexpensive game consoles and the processors haven't had anywhere near the power of even a low-end PC. PC makers don't fear them right now, but they should. Companies such as Sony have something in mind other than just games. Unquote. Microsoft, the 90s tech giant, took this personally and intensified development of its own console. The console was referred by the development team as the DirectX box for the DirectX software that it utilized, though Microsoft's marketing team felt it could create more appealing names such as Map, Mike, Mega, or even Face.
Is that why they went with Xbox? Is because of DirectX? That would make so much sense, actually.
Evidently, this was the marketing team's second
DirectX box
run at names, as the first batch of names, quote, were so bad we didn't even save them, unquote. Due to the absence of an appealing name, the development team's internal name was chosen for the console, although it was shortened now to the Xbox. Microsoft had its cannon, but not the required ammunition. In February 2000, Ed Fries, the soon-to-be vice president of Microsoft Game Publishing, received a call that could help remedy that.
I did not know that.
Hey Ed, we're kind of in financial trouble. We're thinking we're going to have to shut the company down or sell it to someone.
Bungie, a Chicago-based development company, was in dire straits. This arose partly from Bungie's real-time strategy game, Myth 2 Soulblighter. While the game itself was well received, all copies were recalled just before its official release, as it was found that the uninstaller would delete more than just Myth 2. Only those seeking to wipe their entire hard drive would be pleased by this bug. Even though the demo was afflicted by this devastating bug.
Oh my
a bug and a recall that placed Bungie
You uninstall the game and it deletes everything.
Probably on the path of financial ruin. The only thing that could save this company was ambitious, untested shooter.
Oh no. What the fuck? What a disaster.
That is incredibly Bungie of them.
Halo,
I know.
initially revealed at Macworld 1999, began as Blam. The name of the game would change, but Blam would remain as the engine used to create the game. A game that at one point was conceptualized as an RTS. Now it was conceptualized as a third-person shooter releasing for the Mac and PC. Halo, headed by Jason Jones, the co-founder of Bungie, and written by Joseph Staten, took inspiration from the 1986 film
Halo.
Aliens. It was set in the far future and carried a mature tone,
Wait,
of mystery, of vastness, of desperation. As was in Aliens, despite humans being technologically advanced,
wait, where's the marathon influence? Maybe he'll get to it.
They could hardly overcome simple yet ancient horrors. The name Halo and the music created by Martin O'Donnell and Mike Salvatore with their...
By the way, Martin O'Donnell, so based. He's so great. Most based video game music composer, IMO.
Gregorian chants alluded to a religious component. After all, the game is an allegory for Noah's Ark.
Yes.
Yet Microsoft's marketing team felt skittish on the concept. Quote, they said, if there is one thing...
Like, it's a deeply religious allegory, which a lot of people don't want to admit.
You take away from this meeting, it's that we absolutely think you should change the name. And we laughed out loud. It was like, we're not going to listen to you. They'd had somebody cut a 2-minute video together to heavy metal, all quick cuts and fast action. No story, nothing. I'm like, what's this? This didn't look or sound like Halo at all. Unquote. Even so, by 2000, anticipation for the game only grew, and Microsoft's acquisition certainly got the attention of market leaders such as Steve Jobs. Quote, I got an email from Microsoft Chief Executive Officer Steve Ballmer, which was unusual for me. It was pretty short. It basically just said, Steve Jobs is mad that you bought Bungie. Call him and calm him down. And then it had a number. Okay, I guess I have to call Steve Jobs.
Call him and calm him down.
Steve Jobs had to address Microsoft's acquisition of Bungie and Halo during that year's Macworld.
What would that mean about the future of Bungie's games on the Mac, about the future of Halo on the Mac? To clear that up for us all, it's my pleasure to introduce Ed Fries, the Vice President of Games for Microsoft. Ed?
Apple and Microsoft are going to team up with the Executive Vice President of Publishing from Bungie, Peter Tamke, to form a new company. Wow. And that company is going to take, hopefully over time, our entire line of games to the Macintosh, to everybody here.
Though Halo would eventually find its way to the Macintosh, the plan to launch it on the computer had changed. It was now set to launch exclusively on the Xbox, as not only would their work for the Mac port seemingly go to waste, but it also
imagine if it actually looked like that.
Customer base. Furthermore, Halo now had to launch with...
Imagine if they shipped it like with the prototype shell like that. It would have been so wild. It would have been so collectible.
The Xbox.
Whereas the final version is just like, it's a fucking DVD player, essentially.
Meaning that Bungie had less time to work on the game than they had hoped. The silver lining in this acquisition was that Bungie still had the freedom to flesh out their vision for Halo. Microsoft was more concerned with the marketing of the game and requested it be subtitled in order to steer clear of Halo being confused as a religious game instead of a futuristic shooter. The game was set to release as Halo Combat Evolved. After the acquisition, the lead game designers and core team moved into Microsoft's office located in Redmond, Washington.
Yeah, I'm sure there are versions of
for the
it
first time.
that look like that.
Okay. Dan's new place. And Dan gets the leather couch. We don't know why.
This is where the good games were made.
Bungie had to defy expectations. They needed to make their now...
Like, this is where the good games were made. And when you get rid of this, you get rid of the good games. Like, it's just that simple.
first-person shooter operates smoothly on a console. The challenge came in the form of the controller.
Like the office.
Rewind to the couch.
the casting couch. Like they just don't look like this anymore. Look at that Parappa. That's a Sony IP. They had no business having like hard Sony IPs in their office, but they were just like, we love video games, so of course Parappa is here.
Place, and Dan gets the leather couch. We don't know why.
That's my casting couch.
Bungie had to defy expectations. They needed to make their now first-person shooter operate smoothly on a console. The challenge came in the form of the controls. Seamus Blackley, the creator of the Xbox, in an interview with IGN, recalled the scathing commentary as, quote, "A shooter would never work without a mouse and a keyboard." And this was a widely and passionately held belief, unquote. Though the famous 1999 Nintendo 64 game GoldenEye had made strides in the first-person shooter console genre, the controls were not at all up to par with computers. Rather than having a free-floating aiming reticle, players had to contend with a single analog stick, and relied on movement and a slight auto-aim mechanic to hit enemies. It was only with a toggle that players could enter a precise aiming mode that both sacrificed movement and had players fight against a reticle that aggressively directed itself to the center of the screen. Even at the time, modern shooters, such as Alien Resurrection, were ridiculed for using what is now considered to be a modern dual analog stick control scheme. Quote, "The game's control setup is its most terrifying element. The left analog stick moves you forward, back, and strays right and left, while the right analog stick turns you and can be used to look up and down." Unquote. This is why it was believed that Halo would suffer the shortcomings of all console shooters, as the Xbox was set to launch with a similar dual analog stick controller, aptly nicknamed the Duke. Side note, the sheer size of the controller attributed to poor sales of the Xbox in Japan.
And I can remember putting it on my leg in Japan and trying to say, see, you can rest it on your leg. And this Japanese TV host put it on his leg, which is much smaller than mine, and it immediately fell off. And he said no.
The Duke was a non-starter in the Asian market, period.
With the Xbox launch set in November 2001, Bungie had several
It's a cool
upcoming deadlines to
controller,
hit.
like-
Marcus Lato, the art director, has stated on the Crunch, quote,
I have a weird affinity towards the Duke. Like, it's such a weird, bizarre controller. Like, I can see why it didn't sell well, but I can see the appeal. It's such a bizarre thing.
We had an insanely short period of time to figure our shit out, to actually convert Halo.
It reminds me of just like the Trident controller for the N64, just how like basically it was designed for one game, and the idea was that every other game on that platform would be built around that same control scheme.
From a third-person to first-person game and build a real world.
Like it really is like planting a flag down and being like, no, every game on this console is gonna adhere to this control scheme.
I swear it was like 9 months.
Like there's balls to that. It's very bold.
Just a ridiculous period of time to build the entire first game and ship it, unquote. The crunch meant that several plotlines, levels, guns had to be cut. Multiplayer was also on the chopping block,
microwave
where the team
gun,
initially
a
envisioned
flamethrower,
32-player
It's
battles,
dual
the
function.
multiplayer, which came secondary
When
to
it
the
breaks, you
right.
can use it as a flail and beat the shit out of someone.
It's collectible, to say the least.
With only 3 to 4 developers working in it, just several months away from release, was now aiming for a smaller, arena-style experience that games like Quake popularized. When it finally came time to showcase the game at E3 2001, the campaign showed much promise. There was a live demonstration highlighting the dynamic and strategic ability of enemy and friendly AI, a system in where units moved to pre-designated squares depending on morale, if they were winning or losing, and on the intel units had, which depended on where they last saw an enemy. The single player, through the design of weapons, AI, vehicles, and the story of the last super soldier discovering the truth of a mysterious ring world showed much promise. That much could not be said about the multiplayer. As seen on the show floor, the 4-player split screen had tremendous frame rate issues.
The console's still very much under development. The machines we had to show their half-speed graphics card at that time. So everything's running half speed. They try to show this multiplayer demo on the floor, and it doesn't really impress people. If you read the press from that time, it's very, I don't know, wait and see.
Unlike the upcoming Nintendo GameCube or the Sony PlayStation 2, the Xbox was releasing with a built-in hard drive and a built-in Ethernet port to future-proof it for a potential online service. This feature would also be utilized for LAN parties. It would allow up to 4 Xbox systems to be connected under a single network, as to have 16-player battles. But Bungie questioned whether the system link would be utilized and if the multiplayer was worth keeping now that the company was siphoning employees from its other projects.
Getting closer and closer to the deadline for Halo, each one of those teams ended up getting absorbed into the Halo team because there was just no way we were going to make it.
We almost cut multiplayer out of it a few days before we had to ship the build because it wasn't really working that well. You know, we were having arguments about how many people can actually connect a box together. We're like, maybe in college dorms people will do it, but who's going to carry a TV to their friend's house?
The decision was made to keep multiplayer in. As the performance of the Xbox through its development had drastically improved, the multiplayer frame rate issue had disappeared. The last thing to do now was to ship the game and console.
It almost
As Bill
launched
Gates did
without
when he
multiplayer.
revealed the final look of the Xbox, he also attended
The
the launch
Rock!
party and handed over the first console. No one at Bungie could have foreseen the tremendous success Halo brought to the Xbox, to their studio, or how their innovations would set standards for decades. Halo Combat Evolved, in its beautiful simplicity, was a tremendous success. Its campaign and multiplayer were universally well received.
good.
I remember when I gave this to the game designer whose level it was used in, he came to me and said, Paul, I spent so much time listening to that piece, and I just love that chick singer. And I said, Paul, that was me.
We set up 10 Xboxes, actually. That meant 10 TVs or screens of some sort. Turned out we had 4 LCD projectors.
They keep on bringing in more stuff, and it seems to be expanding. Would you agree that without Halo, the Xbox might not have survived without that killer app?
I think you're probably right.
If there's one game that almost single-handedly made the Xbox, it's Halo.
Launch titles that don't suck. Great concept.
Where contemporary console shooters relied on uncanny, narrow, and linear levels with enemies segmented throughout as if they only existed to wait for the player, Halo Combat Evolved ushered in a new era of design. It created an active world where players could stumble into battles between the alien opposition known as the Covenant and the human Marines after crash landing scattered across a mysterious ring world. The game, through its open and sometimes narrow level design, encourages a player to use a wide arsenal of purpose-built weapons and vehicles. Close encounters encourage the use of grenades and melee, which have their own dedicated buttons. Even the aiming reticle, albeit always large and generous, changes based on the weapon being used. In more than just this way was the gameplay supported by well-thought-out art direction. The humans were seemingly inspired by the Marines and aliens.
The way the crosshair would change depending on the
yet still resembled
gun.
familiar and modern equipment. The Covenant relied on bright, round, smooth, and glimmering tech. Their pronounced color palette and art direction made it easy to inform the player on elite rings, and most importantly, their location, as to make sure they would not blend into the background.
I probably wouldn't have made the Covenant guys so colorful, but that was a request from Jason. Shinier, brighter, more color. I'm like, dude, you're nuts, man. This thing's like Rainbow is horrible. Obviously it worked. I mean, he knows it from a gameplay perspective. Like, this is what makes games tick.
Even the grunts were designed in such a way that the design allowed their weak point, their heads, to be silhouetted against their shiny armor. They were also the only English-speaking Covenant members, which provided the player much-needed information on their changing tactics. This much could be gathered from gameplay demos prior to the game's release. However, Bungie did well to
It's just
keep
like,
the 2 additional factions
It was great
secret.
at presenting you as this like having the grunts like literally be terrified of you, the player, was like such great storytelling.
Anybody know that, I mean, this was the big twist.
After finding the Covenant through a moody and foggy forest, a player enters a facility of neither quote-unquote human or Covenant origin. Within, the player discovers traces of a recently fought battle. Though discarded weapons and blood are present, only the corpses are missing. What is left is a lone, distressed Marine that actively shoots the player while rambling of otherworldly horrors. This and a recording left by the Marine squad built up to the introduction of the Flood, a parasitic ancient horror that assimilates biomass, Covenant, and human alike. It is shortly after that the player is introduced to the final faction of the game.
I am the monitor of Installation 04. I am 343 Guilty Spark. Someone has released the flood. My function is to prevent it from raiding this installation.
343 Guilty Spark serves the presumably extinct Forerunners, the creators of the mysterious Ringworld, and also serves to provide exposition on the Flood. Similarly, the human AI Cortana provides exposition and commentary where the player's character, the stoic super soldier, the Master Chief, cannot. It was at this point that the scope of Halo's story shifted to a much larger and even more mysterious universe. The purpose of the player shifts from maintaining the remnants of Marine forces scattered through the Ringworld to eliminating the Flood through the firing of the Halo rings. This is the exact reason it was built. But before the player is able to achieve this, he is abruptly stopped.
That wasn't supposed to happen.
Oh, really?
The Flood is spreading. If we activate Halo's defenses, we can wipe them out.
You have no idea how this ring works, do you? Why the Forerunners built it? Halo doesn't kill Flood. It kills their food. Humans, Covenant, whatever. We're all equally edible.
He looks excited, doesn't he? All of time? What does that mean? Human history, is it? Oh. Fascinating. That's a clue.
Among this revelation is the hinting through 343 Guilty Spark that the Forerunners were ancient humans.
Chief, I'm picking up movement.
Why would you hesitate to do what you've already done?
We need to go right now.
Last time you asked me, if it were my choice, would I do it? Having had considerable time to ponder your query, my answer has not changed.
With the secret of the ring revealed, and after several battles, the player returns to the
Cortana
crash
looks so
landing
weird
ship
in the
to
first
destabilize
game.
the fusion reactor, thus creating a massive explosion to destroy the ring. The final segment has
Odd
players
look
drive through
for-
waves of Forerunner Sentinels, Flood Forms, and Covenant forces in order to reach a smaller spacecraft and outrun the explosion.
Halo, it's finished.
No. I think we're just getting started.
Yeah, something that reminded me when Ann Lee and someone else was playing Halo 1 is like the library section is so tedious. Like the pacing of that entire area is so fumbled. It's so botched. It reminds me a lot of the Zen levels in Half-Life 1. Just like how you're in the third act and it's like, we're not really sure what to do with the third act. Like move forward and kill stuff, I guess. Like we're trying to get you to the end, man. Like we put a lot of effort into the first and second act. Third act, we're just kind of like phoning it in. It was Shybot. Okay, thank you.
Bungie, through their comparatively small team by today's standards, had all aspects of the game's design work together. It was no secret that the team was infamously hard to work with, but also equally passionate for their vision of Halo.
We are the most cynical people. Like, we are the jaded crowd who, if a game doesn't entertain us in 5 minutes, we stop playing it.
The music was not omnipresent, and was designed in mind not just for the tone of the level it appeared in, but also the exact location in said level. This type of design extended to weapons, players' regenerative health, enemy forces, ally forces, and vehicles. While some levels, such as the library, would be criticized for its repetitive layout and frustrating difficulty, and certain lines were written for environments that were envisioned far different than they were implemented.
Here's my favorite line in the game. I don't know if they show it. Yeah, no, we show it. Here it comes.
This cave is not a natural formation.
Not? It's not a natural formation? I don't believe it. No, duh.
The game as a whole innovated and delivered an experience where all parts worked together to flesh out Halo's gameplay and story, to the larger set pieces, to the soundtrack and religious significance of a Halo. It all invoked a sense that there was something greater at work in the universe of Halo, and it gave Bungie plenty to work with should there be a sequel. Still yet, the game had more to offer. Multiplayer, the mode that was nearly cut, was a selling point, perhaps even more influential than GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64. Halo through its split-screen multiplayer became known as a party game, a revolution in console gaming that successfully made LAN parties easily accessible and Halo a must-have. Quote, every week,
Someone
the Xbox
built
would sell
this.
a certain number of units and something like 50% of the sales would convert into Halo sales. So it just kept selling. 2 years after it came out, it was still in the top 10 sellers on the console. That's almost unheard of now. Unquote. Halo sold consoles and primed an audience for online multiplayer. Though the game was celebrated, the development, the crunch to finish the game had exhausted the developers at Bungie. And though the studio had garnered prestige for their work, as per the
doubt it's
contract
better
with
than
Microsoft,
Nightfire
Bungie
or
did not get
Agent
much
Under
else.
Fire.
So the core development Bungie team threatened to leave Microsoft just after their major hit.
What I remember was a general disappointment in the, sort of sharing of profits. Well, it turns out, of course, that there is no such thing as profit sharing based on, merit or your performance over a certain product inside Microsoft. As a matter of fact, I remember Robbie Box saying to me in a meeting, Marty, we don't give profit sharing to people who do Microsoft Word or Office or Excel or whatever. And I'm like, no, we get that. The 7 people who were saying, I think we should be getting something better from Microsoft, at least for the next one, Halo 2. And then he goes, Marty, you got to understand, Microsoft does not negotiate with its employees. Robbie, that makes total sense. I get it. That makes total sense to me. And then the guys started to get up. We were all going to leave the office because it was over. Like he said, we don't negotiate with our employees. And as we were reaching the door to leave, he goes, wait, guys, come back. Come on, let's talk. So I sat down again and I thought to myself, maybe Microsoft does negotiate with its employees. So we negotiated a deal. We negotiated probably the only product-related profit-sharing plan maybe that Microsoft has ever done. I don't know. It's possible. So our profit-sharing plan was for Halo 2, and that caused us to stay instead of leaving. We were going to leave and start our own studio.
Bungie was going to make Halo 2. This was already presumed through the success of Halo Combat Evolved. What was not was their promise to impress with the sequel. Quote, you already know Halo 2 is the sequel to Halo. You already know Bungie has no intention of disappointing anyone. The game itself is everything you loved about the original Halo, but with all the knobs turned up to 11 this time around. This is not a quickie, quote-unquote Halo 1.5 follow-up using the same engine. We are using a completely rewritten graphics engine, which allows our artists to work in previously unimaginable complexity and detail. Anyone who thinks the original Halo stretched the Xbox's graphical abilities to the limit is mistaken. Unquote. Only 5 days later, Microsoft announced Xbox Live. Quote, in addition, at least 7 Xbox Live-enabled games are currently scheduled to be available on November 15th, with up to 10 more to be followed by the end of the holiday season. Unquote. Halo 2 was named amongst these games to launch with Xbox Live in 2002, but Bungie knew they needed more time to make the game they wanted. Quote, I remember having a very vociferous discussion with Pete Parsons, who was then sort of Bungie's manager as an internal Microsoft executive. He said, Marty, it's inconceivable for us to not be a launch title for Xbox Live, which was coming in November 2002, just a year after the first Halo's release. And I said, yeah, and I want to have a baby in 4 months. There are just things that cannot happen. He told me, you've got to understand that Microsoft has already planned their fiscal year. I said, fuck the fiscal year, which became sort of a statement that everybody knew at the studio. I wasn't saying screw Microsoft. I explained the only way you truly motivate a game development team, and especially Bungie, is by saying we have to get this done for E3, or get it finished by Christmas. If you say, oh, we need to get this done for the fiscal year, they just won't. They will not do it. Unquote. Microsoft was not the only company using Halo to market itself, as there were various games desperately trying to emulate or even topple Halo.
But this is Brute Force. It's been called in the United States the next Halo. It's a tactical-based team shooter, and it's more of a thinking man's shooter. Players that have been used to Halo will jump right in with this game. We're looking more for pure action. So you're running around and it controls basically just like Halo.
Poor game. No chance.
This is Sony's first-person shooter. It's really going to be their Halo killer. That's what they hope it to be.
Among the many teams attempting to outdo Halo was Bungie with Halo 2.
This process began with the end of Halo and realizing all the stuff that we had left out. And Jason and I and Jamie and a few other people sitting down and thinking really hard about, wow, what did we really want to tell?
I don't know if we're crazy or stupid.
Yeah, Killzone was good.
We just like good stories or what, but we certainly worry about that a lot more than you might think we'd have to in a game that's mostly just about action and and about not thinking.
Bungie sought to tell a dramatic, expansive story with their sequel, one that would reveal the mystery of the Forerunners, the intentions of the Covenant, and satisfyingly wrap up the fight with the Covenant. To do this, Halo 2 would have 2 playable protagonists. The game would take place shortly after the events of Combat Evolved. It highlights the repercussions of the destruction of the Halo Ring. While the Master Chief is being awarded for saving the galaxy, the high-ranking elite who discovered the ring alongside the humans is being shamed by the 3 prophets of the Covenant, 3 hierarchs known as the Prophet of Truth, Prophet of Mercy, and Prophet of Regret for allowing the ring to be destroyed. It is the intent of the prophets and their covenant to fire the rings under the guise that it will take the galaxy on a great journey, a new plane of existence. This is evident by the absence of the Forerunners who fired the rings long ago, and as there are no living traces of them, they must have successfully transcended into a higher plane of existence. Though the player knows the purpose of the rings, this convincing lie sets the stage for a tragic story where all but humans are unwillingly fighting to the death for their death. The prophets brand the Forerunners as gods, the monitors such as 343 Guilty Spark as oracles, and the humans as heretics. The high-ranking elite is shamed, branded, and bestowed the title and responsibilities of the Arbiter. He is tasked with killing an elite separatist, but this brings more questions.
The Oracle.
Hello, I am 343 Guilty Spark. I am the monitor of Installation 04.
Fun fact, a game called Breakdown was also shipped to be a Halo killer.
After the defeat of the Separatists,
Look it
Tartarus,
up.
a brute, a newly introduced race to the series, and the same brute that branded the
Trust
Arbiter,
me,
shows no
Chicago
reverence
smile.
to the Oracle, snatching it before it can reveal the truth of the Halo rings to the Arbiter. Tartarus, who represents the brutes, is uncaring for the cause, and similar to the prophets, is using the religion to gain power. None hungrier for it than the Prophet of Truth. He has prime access to Forerunner artifacts, and as his storyboard demonstrates, knows all too well not just the purpose of the Halo rings, but also far more damning secrets around the Forerunners. The Prophet of Truth emerges as a true antagonist of Halo 2, who allows the assassination of the Prophet of Regret by withdrawing elite forces. The Prophet of Truth uses this event as a reason to change the guard from elite to brutes, further fueling their tension.
This is unprecedented. Unacceptable.
The Hierarch is dead, Commander.
His murderer was within our grasp. If you had not withdrawn our Falcons.
Are you questioning my decision?
As to tie up any loose ends, he also orders the assassination of the Arbiter.
The prophets learn of this. They will take your head, Wimbeber. Fool. They ordered me to do it.
The Arbiter falls to what should have been his death. Earlier in the game, the Master Chief should have also shared a similar fate.
Let him be. The great journey awaits for no one, brother. Not even you.
The Prophet of Truth allows the Prophet of Mercy to die via the Flood. Through the course of the game, Truth has demonstrated his strategic ability. He has executed a plan that has eliminated his greatest opposition and made him the sole ruler of the Covenant. Truth orders Tartarus to fire the rings while he stations himself on a Forerunner structure known as the Ark. This is both safe from the firing of the Halo rings and is located on Earth. The Prophet of Truth's plans is only foiled by the manipulation of the Gravemind, a sort of physical compound brain of the Flood who shares the interests of the humans, the Arbiter, and a growing contingent of elites who want to stop the firing of the Halo rings. It is only through the Gravemind's meddling that the firing of the Halo ring is stopped, that the Arbiter was able to exact his revenge on the Prophet of Truth, and that there was a grand reveal that humans were ancient Forerunners, as a human skeleton is discovered on the Ark by the Arbiter. It is inferred that the Prophet of Truth knew the humans were Forerunners all along, and was aiming to quote-unquote become a god by taking this ancient human's place. This also means that the Covenant was, throughout the Human Covenant War, fighting against the very gods they worshipped. In this way, the story of Halo becomes poetic. It is the story about how a single influential and deceitful figure manipulated an entire galaxy into war and nearly into self-destruction. The characters were well written and intelligent, always making optimal decisions dependent on the knowledge they had at the moment and goals they maintained. The end of the game, through a post-credit scene, was meant to tease a potential Halo 3, where the Gravemind, the only thing that was able to trump the Prophet of Truth's manipulation, was being set up as the next and even greater antagonist. Joe Staten, the cinematics and narrative director, had a grand vision for the game, but perhaps too big for the rest of the team. Quote, one conversation I remember very specifically was when Marcus and I finally sat down to review the script. He was terrified of the scope it implied. His job in that meeting was to assess how many props are you asking for, how many custom cinematic stats. You know, it was a big game at that point, unquote. It was not just a story, but also the
Halo
art and mechanics of everything
fan.
they wanted to
OMG,
This
it was
ambition
about
extended
Trump
even
all
beyond
along.
Halo 2, because Bungie was attempting to develop another game with the separate Phoenix team, leaving
They
even
do
less
that.
resources
They say
for their
that.
highly anticipated sequel. As opposed to Halo Combat Evolved's development, where the smaller team shared or disputed their vision for the game, Halo 2, through its lack of leadership, ever-expanding team, and massive scope, led to the disaster known as the E3 live demo. Bungie, in their delusion, desired to prove to their fans and to themselves that Halo's sequel would be superior in all aspects, and then some. It was decided that a live gameplay demo would be showcased. This highlighted, among new mechanics such as dual wielding, vehicle hijacking and a vehicle damage system, an engine that supported a stencil lighting model that brought to life otherwise flat textures. The live demo consisted of the Master Chief fighting through a war-torn city, first on foot, then manning a Warthog God's cannon. The gameplay was scripted and cinematic, and fans loved it.
I don't say the word awesome. Usually dude doesn't come out of my mouth, but the truth is, the game's awesome, dude.
We came back with E3 with actually less than what we wanted to. We came back from E3 with a demo. We did not come back from E3 with a playable part of a level. That was really bad, actually. That wasn't the goal. We've got 50, 60 guys now on the Halo 2 team. They're waiting to be told, hey, what do we do? What do we, as this massive, smart, talented, hardcore, devoted guys that are going to stay up early late, what do we do? Tell us, we want to do it.
Though Bungie had created a demo that impressed and lived up to their promises, it was unfeasible. The Xbox would never be able to run such a visually complex lighting system, or at least not be able to run it consistently above 3 frames per second. Quote, we can't ship this. It wouldn't run. There was no way we could do the whole game this way. It was a huge, horrible realization that the entire plan that had been worked on for 2 years was basically going to be thrown out. Unquote. This was not an exaggeration. The engine had to be rebuilt to accommodate the hardware of the Xbox. The campaign had to be basically redesigned. Quote, a lot of people sacrifice themselves in ways that you should never have to for your job. Unquote. To make matters worse, Bungie, through an embrace of work culture and an unheard of independence on the Microsoft campus, had long been trying Microsoft's patience, from missing the launch of Xbox Live in 2002 to now requesting another year to finish the game for a 2004 release date, not the present year, 2003. Microsoft wanted their flagship game this year, and they were determined to get it.
Now Halo is too important, okay?
What a crazy
now,
story.
Everything, all the marketing people, all the planning, everything wants to revolve around Halo and the next Halo, and there's huge pressure to get the next Halo out and to rush it out. I meet with my boss, Robbie Bach, and say, we need to spend an extra year. He said, let's have a vote. So he brought in all his senior staff members, Jay Allard, Mitch Koch, other people you don't know, and went around the room. Should we force Bungie to ship on the original schedule because Halo is so important to the company, or should we give them the extra year that they want? Every person in the room voted we should force them to ship on the original schedule.
These guys don't see
except for me.
Yeah.
And I walked out of the room and I said, I will quit now if we don't give them this extra year.
Even though Ed Freeze would quit soon after, his threat to quit had won Bungie the extra year to finish their game. And so Bungie prepared for what was possibly the worst crunch they would ever experience.
I'm enjoying the sunset, the last sort of rays of light, because the next 5 months or so, I don't think we're all going to see very much sun. As a matter of fact, I don't think we're going to see any sun at all for the next 5 or 6 months, so enjoy it while it lasts.
Employees working 7 days a week, all day, every day, and significant others bringing in changes of clothes. Quote, I slept at the office some obscene amount of days in a row, like almost an entire month at the end. I kenneled my dog for almost 2 months. There would be mornings I'd wake up at home and not remember how I got there, and many others where I'd wake up at my desk. It was that way for a lot of people. A lot of relationships got fractured, and that felt irreparable at the time.
I mean, it's
with all hands
art,
on deck
man.
And the team working tirelessly.
That's how you end
there
up
was
with
finally
great
steady
shit.
progress, and a solidified deadline that under no circumstance was
Weird
going
to
to
say.
move, as was made apparent at E3 2004.
It's in stone.
Like, for better or for worse, that kind of suffering is what makes great art. I know it's hard to, like, really rationalize, but there's some truth to it.
Well, actually, that's not the only place it's in.
It's also awkward to say that as someone who's all gung-ho for using AI tools in order to reduce the amount of suffering that developers face.
I got you
I don't know. I think we can still find a balance.
release date right here.
That's wild.
November the 9th,
We're never going to get this back, are we?
the moment Xbox Nation's been waiting for, Halo 2. And yes, that is 2004.
The extra year and having all hands was still not enough. Bungie had a singular option left.
We have this fantastic story arc that we're trying to get across, and we have all this backstory that we're trying to get across. And there comes a point where we look at the amount of time that we have left to finish this game, and we realize we're just crazy. We're not going to be able to do all of this. And so we pick our battles with what we can cut out.
And everything that wasn't essential, all these things that we just love to see in the game, they get put on the bottom of this list, and we start hacking them off.
Here comes the knife. Out of the script, what's important, that isn't, goodbye, my lovely child.
In order to meet their deadline, Bungie had to cut a large portion of the single-player campaign. There was a fear that this butchering would be noticeable. Still, there was no time left, and the game needed to be ready for a November 9th release.
There are those who said this day would never come. What are they to say now?
Rated M for mature.
Where Halo Combat Evolved sold gradually, Halo 2 was going to sell steeply. This game was going to sell like nothing else. The demand for Halo 2 had ballooned to the point that there was 1.5 million pre-orders for the game. As Xbox saw it, the game's launch was going to rival even the launch of the original Xbox.
In the next 72 hours, Halo 2 will be sold in 27 countries in 8 different languages. And there's going to be another 1,200 stores in London, Seoul, Tokyo, Toronto open in similar Midnight Madness events. I mean, this is bigger than a video game. This is a true entertainment phenomenon.
Quote, one of the things we'll look back on in 24 hours is what size is the industry. It is very clear to us that this kind of entertainment is usurping others. Moore said, there was a commotion about the film The Incredibles making $70 million over the weekend. I guarantee that we'll make that up by 4 p.m. tomorrow. Unquote.
Look at this line. This is crazy. This is just for registration.
This was a common sight across the United States. The fervor of major theatrical releases could not compete with the demand for Halo 2. In just 24 hours, there were 2.4 million copies of Halo 2 sold, amounting to $125 million in sales. This figure was even higher than what Peter Moore, the vice president of Microsoft, predicted. The launch of Halo 2 broke the record for the most money generated in a single day in entertainment history. A video game surpassing a film's release was unheard of. The campaign, besides a small area with overtuned snipers, was well received, until players experienced the game's abrupt ending.
Well, we had such a great ending to Halo 2, where Master Chief said, I want to finish the fight.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing on that ship?
Sir, finishing this fight.
Which had most Halo players universally screaming and throwing their controllers at their TVs because they didn't get to finish the fight. Well, I didn't say anybody threw their controller. They might have dropped it.
Quote, I beat Halo 2. And I think the first words out of my mouth upon victory were, what the crap? To describe the ending of Halo 2 as anticlimactic would probably be a bit of an understatement. Towards the tail end of the game, I just gave up on trying to understand the storyline and its in-game ending. If you thought you were pissed at the end of Matrix Reloaded, you hadn't seen anything yet. It's kind of bullshit that there's going to be a Halo 3 when Bungie said that Halo 2 would wrap up the loose ends, when instead it has only made it worse and making us wait a few more years for the answers. Unquote. Bungie had cut out the entirety of the final act. This means the story ended right as the Prophet of Truth was headed to Earth. Thus, there was no reveal that the Forerunners were human, no retribution for the Arbiter that players did not universally appreciate playing as, and no satisfactory conclusion. This was greatly disappointing, but was not all that Halo 2 had to offer.
If we do this right, if we are able to really pull off the engine and Xbox Live and the social community, it's going to destroy everything else that's out there.
As Combat Evolved was revolutionary for its local multiplayer, Halo 2 was revolutionary for its online multiplayer. In the same spirit of Combat Evolved's LAN parties, Halo 2 created what Bungie called the Virtual Couch or Party System. This allowed users playing split screen on the same Xbox to all play together online and join other parties. Among this was the introduction of skill-based matchmaking. Several game modes like Capture the Flag, Big Team Battle on Slayer, custom game modes, proximity chat, statistics that were tracked and viewable online, a clan system, and on top of all that was the option to play as a Spartan or an Elite. This was only a single element of the customizability. Players could change the color of their characters and the color and design of their emblem. Halo 2 was a game that broke records across the entertainment industry. Through the party system, it was a game that surpassed even what was available in the PC-dominated multiplayer space. Other consoles, such as the original PlayStation 2 and the GameCube, while offering online multiplayer, required the addition of a network adapter. And worst of all, they did not play Halo 2. From July 2004 to July 2005, the number of users subscribed to Xbox Live doubled from 1 million to 2 million. Xbox exclusive games, such as Halo, were undoubtedly responsible for this increase.
In 2005, Xbox is the fastest growing platform for game sales. Right now, 6 of the top 10 selling games are Xbox titles.
This was coming at the end of the Xbox's lifecycle. By the end of the year, Microsoft wanted to release their next console generation, an entire year before Sony and even Nintendo. This console, among offering a graphical upgrade, was gearing itself up to focus even more on the Xbox Live service and the Xbox Marketplace. The Xbox 360 would also offer a removable hard drive. Altogether, this would theoretically allow future downloadable content like the Halo 2 map expansion that was sold separately on a disc to be purchasable and exclusively downloadable online. A greater focus was also placed on user profiles and their social elements. This console was set to retail for $399, a price point that would end up favoring Microsoft. In 2006, Nintendo shifted its approach to the console market. Their Nintendo Wii was to be more family-oriented on top of utilizing older and thus inexpensive hardware. Sony also shifted their approach somewhat. Though they planned to compete with the Xbox with modern but difficult to work with hardware, the new PS3 was meant to be a modern media machine capable of running Blu-rays, and so their 20GB console was $100 more than the 20GB Xbox 360. This bloat and the effect it had on its price gave Microsoft an immediate advantage.
You know, Robbie's strategy to launch a year earlier than everyone else, to keep the price low, worked very well, and Xbox grew its market share a huge amount in that time.
While it had design flaws that would cost Microsoft possibly over $1 billion in recalls, the Xbox 360 was a serious competitor to the PlayStation 3. As more games took a greater focus on multiplayer, the amount of users subscribed to Xbox Live service doubled this year to 4 million. Sony, through its at the time free online service, sought to inflate its numbers of online users as well. It attempted to create exclusive quote-unquote Halo killers. But Bungie now had the time and a console powerful enough to create a game more accurate to their vision, a task that they were somewhat reluctant to do following Microsoft's allegedly lackluster compensation to Bungie for the success of Halo 2.
So we were like, okay, Halo 2 shipped. We got something from it. We did not get what we were expecting and what we had all thought we'd agreed on. It turned out to be that good business for them was not necessarily doing what we thought they were going to do for the team. So then we said, okay, well, that's it. We are done now.
Yeah.
We're not making anything after Halo 2.
Wow, so that was like the real
really
starting point. Yeah.
That was like, okay, so you aren't going to be good to your word. We we are going to leave, and we're going to start our own company, and we're going to do what we want to do. Good luck with Halo.
Some of Bungie's top employees left in response to this and the terrible crunch of Halo 2, such as Jason Jones, who was the project lead for Halo 1 and 2. Bungie were still making Halo 3, and throughout the game's production, they were negotiating a deal to split from Microsoft. While not as tumultuous as the production of Halo 2, Halo 3 suffered a lack of leadership. It also lost Joe Staten as the narrative director when he took an extended sabbatical after getting into a giant argument with a fellow developer. In his time away, he wrote the book Halo: Contact Harvest. In his place was a committee set on finishing the story. What they lacked was Joe Staten's vision to wrap up the plot threads. There was much deliberation on how to write the story for Halo 3. Without a strong project lead and without a single narrative director, certain contradictory story elements were baked into the final product. Paul Russell, an environmental artist, has said on the matter, quote, "I don't believe that management gave a single shit about any story element. They only cared about shipping a game." Unquote. Nearing the end of the project, Joe Staten came back. While he was satisfied with certain plot points, it was clear Halo 3 was not capturing the final act of Halo 2. The game was set to go in a different, less character-driven direction. In the first 5 missions of the 9-mission game, the story hardly, if at all, progresses. It begins with the Master Chief inexplicably jumping off Truth's ship from the end of Halo 2. He fights his way through the jungle with Sergeant Johnson and the Arbiter. Sergeant Johnson gets captured and rescued. The Chief then fights his way through a UNSC base under siege, through a town to disable an anti-aircraft battery, and back through the same town to fight through hordes of Flood that crash-landed on Earth.
What is it? More brutes? Worse.
This is where the story picks up. Rather than the Ark be a Forerunner facility built on Earth, it is instead its own installation. A massive space platform that creates Halo rings and can activate them remotely. Through a portal on Earth, the Prophet of Truth now heads to the Ark and all the main characters follow. After much fighting, High Charity, the Holy Covenant city assimilated by the Flood in Halo 2, crash lands on the Ark. At the same time, Johnson gets captured a second time by the Covenant, and the Prophet of Truth, whose character has been reduced to a one-dimensional, egotistical madman, utilizes him to activate the Halo rings. Miranda Keyes, the daughter of Captain Keyes who died on the first Halo ring, crashes a Pelican into the control room with no backup, and dies a pointless death. It is in this control room that the Arbiter, the Master Chief, and the Flood all team up once more to stop the firing of the rings.
You must be silenced.
After Truth is killed by the Arbiter and the rings are stopped, the Flood once again turns hostile. After the Chief escapes with the Arbiter, it is revealed that the Ark has made a new replacement Halo ring. With the Covenant leadership decapitated, defeating the Flood takes priority because all of its forces are on the Ark. This is where the Master Chief launches a solo mission to infiltrate High Charity and rescue Cortana, who has the index which is necessary to fire the Halo rings. But because the ring is still under construction, firing it will cause both the ring and the Ark to be destroyed. As the Flood is on both installations, this will successfully eradicate them. 343 Guilty Spark, seeking to preserve the Forerunner installation, lands a mortally wounding blow on Sergeant Johnson and reveals that humans were in fact Forerunner.
You are the child of my makers, inheritor of all they left behind. You are Forerunner. But this ring is mine.
The Chief and the Arbiter then escape the Ark only to be caught in the explosion.
We don't make it.
We'll make it.
It's been an honor serving with you, John.
I wonder if Wheatley... It does seem like Wheatley is kind of based off Guilty Spark in some way. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it. You know, from Portal 2. He's just like a fucking smug idiot.
The cutscene that follows shows that only the front half of the ship made it through the portal back to Earth, the part that the Arbiter was on as he was piloting the craft. The Chief is presumed dead.
As we start to rebuild, this hillside will remain barren, a memorial to heroes fallen. They ennobled all of us, and they shall not be forgotten.
Preset, hops!
I remember how this war started, what your kind did to mine. I can't forgive you, but you have my thanks for standing by him to the end. Hard to believe he's dead.
Were it so easy.
This was the emotional send-off to Bungie's Master Chief and the end of the trilogy. However, there is a post-credit cutscene that shows the Master Chief did survive. What remains of the ship is floating in space, and the Master Chief ends as the series began, in cryonic sleep, this time with the ship drifting towards an undefined planet.
Wake me when you need me.
Halo 3's story may not have been dramatic nor brimming with intelligent and cunning characters, but the campaign was incredibly cinematic. The level design was equally well done, with the player given even more liberty with vehicles and weapons, as well as several confrontations with the massive Walking Covenant tank, the Scarab. The Brutes saw an expansion to their tribalist culture portrayed not only by their dialogue, but also by their designs, weapons, and abilities. Multiplayer saw even greater innovation. Halo 3 was to release with a theater mode and a forge mode that would allow players to move, add, and remove certain assets in multiplayer maps. Halo 3, while not as boundary pushing as 1 and 2, was arguably the most anticipated Halo game, but it could be more. Halo 2 managed to break entertainment records that only Hollywood was known to set. With this mindset, the marketing team that was given millions to promote the upcoming game decided they were not going to treat Halo 3 as they would any other video game. Rather than run commercials of sizzle reels to highlight gameplay or otherwise reduce it to a simple first-person shooter, the marketing team decided that this was bigger than that. They planned on marketing Halo 3 as if it was a cultural milestone, meaning that they wanted to show great respect to the IP and advertise the world of Halo. It would not compete with upcoming games like Uncharted, but rather larger traditional products like blockbuster movies. Quote, "Our aim was to position Halo 3 as a landmark entertainment industry launch, competing against the Spider-Man and Caribbean pirates of this world, not Mario and Lara Croft." Unquote. This strategy was ambitious, but it also had the money to achieve it. The marketing team decided it would, through the campaign's various phases, appeal to the hardcore fans, newcomers, and people who have never heard of Halo.
Like this whole the diorama thing was so special. Like it actually impressed me. It made me realize that this is bigger than what I thought it was.
Or had little interest in the product.
Like I didn't think Halo was such a big deal until Halo 3 was, you know, people were anticipating the release of Halo 3, and it's like, man, this is like a huge franchise.
Product. Microsoft was putting everything they had into this.
And then look at where it went from there.
Game. It was even the last thing they showcased at E3 2006.
Yeah.
Although the game was set to release in late 2007, the marketing team began their campaign late 2006 with the Starry Night ad. In line with their cinematic approach, it opens with a young Master Chief thinking about the possibility of other intelligent life in the universe before cutting to modern day where he's fighting said life. The marketing of Halo 3 was hardly limited to television commercials. In April 2007, players could register to access a beta of Halo 3's much-anticipated multiplayer. Players could register at Halo3.com or by purchasing specially marked versions of the Xbox 360 game Crackdown. Another leg of the campaign was the alternate reality game, a sort of puzzle that the community is meant to collectively solve to reveal more information about Halo 3 and its lore. This is something the marketing team did with Halo 2 as well. This expansive strategy arguably went beyond what would be expected of a film, but it would not end there. A stock car was sponsored to advertise Halo 3. There existed a Halo 3-themed Pontiac that could be won through a sweepstakes, Halo 3 and Mountain Dew game fuel, Halo 3 Slurpee Cups, Halo 3 Doritos, the Halo 3 Burger King meal, and nearly 100 unique miniatures with many more planned to release by several different companies after the launch of the game. As for product directly related to the Xbox 360, there were custom controllers, headsets, Xbox 360 skins, the Xbox 360 Halo 3 edition, and more. To cap it all off, at the end of the campaign, right before launch, were the Believe ads. According to Brandweek, this alone cost $10 million. Believe centers around a massive diorama depicting a battle between the humans and the Covenant. This is the centerpiece for the fictional Museum of Humanity.
When Master Chief armed his grenade, I was in the back of an overturned Warthog firing an M41.
How did you manage to keep it together?
We knew Master Chief was still in the fight. He gave us hope.
To quote Brandweek on the success of this estimated $40 million ad campaign,
you know that
after
movie
10
Blob
months of marketing,
angrily munched
everyone
the
should
Halo
have gotten the
Doritos.
invitation by now.
With Halo 3, finally, after
That's
months
funny.
of waiting and enduring Halo on the mountain.
Like, Movie Bob probably hated this because it was such a validation of just like a certain breed of gamer that he deeply hated and resented, the FPS shooter player.
Dew bottles and Halo over at the Burger King. The game is out for Xbox 360. People lined up.
Like, I'm guessing he just dove headfirst into his Wii to try and deal with the feeling of inadequacy.
Overnight for their chance to finish the fight.
Bill Gates, as he did with the Xbox, sold the first copy of Halo 3. Again, thousands of people across thousands of retailers lined up across the country for the Halo Midnight release. Halo 3 broke the record for the most money generated in entertainment in a single day at $170 million. The game's sales were such a phenomenon that the launch of Halo 3 was blamed for poor theater ticket sales. Though the story was lackluster and the campaign was even shorter than Halo 2, Bungie took the lessons they learned from Halo 1 and 2 to refine 3. As such, there was reduced focus on dual wielding because it disturbed the core gameplay.
Whatever weapon that you start off every round with is going to really affect the decisions you make.
There's this thing we didn't really identify in Halo 2, that if you spawn everybody with a dual-wieldable weapon like the SMG, it changed the game. People stopped meleeing and people stopped grenading because when you're dual-wielding, you can't do either of those.
The assault rifle works really well with the golden three things of Halo, which are weapons, grenades, and melee.
The golden things of Halo are weapons, grenades, and melee. Halo 1 through 3 has equal starts. All players spawn with identical gear. Players are encouraged to salvage the battlefield to obtain more powerful or long-range weapons. The rush to obtain this gear causes short-range encounters where grenades and melee are present. Melee is typically a move of desperation or assassination, as striking a player in the back will instantly kill them. Grenades are used more strategically because the standard grenade can be bounced off walls, and while they do not do enough damage to kill players at full health, the damage gives an advantage in an upcoming encounter. They can also effectively be used against vehicles and to make an escape. But if one were to dual wield, meleeing or throwing grenades would have that player drop their offhand weapon, discouraging players to do anything but shoot, and the game becomes who shoots first or more accurately, a method of combat that is less varied. On top of this, Halo 3 replicated or improved upon playlists, ranking systems, social elements that include the addition of downloadable clips and forged maps, and customization that now expanded to armor. Armor sets could be unlocked through multiplayer, single player, or in the case of Recon, initially only given out by Bungie to select players. Bungie employees also had flaming helmets, which further spurred player curiosity. Players would spread rumors on how to obtain this highly coveted piece of armor, like having it unlocked by completing a certain custom map, or through programs that in reality could have been keyloggers or something just as malicious. Bungie knew how fabled the standard Recon helmet had become, and would eventually release a way to obtain it through the completion of various difficult challenges. Before that was possible, some players would even modify their Xbox just to have it. This modding extended to the Forge feature, where players would spawn vehicles that were not meant to be replicated, or even go beyond the intended replication amount set by Bungie. Halo 3 was a massive game with a wealth of new features players could get lost in, and above all else, it was a cultural milestone. Shortly after the game's release, it was made public that Bungie was splitting from Microsoft.
The deal was essentially, we make a couple more Halo games, we leave Halo with Microsoft, and we can split amicably. So, I mean, ultimately the price of our freedom was to leave our baby behind, to move from being Halo developers to Halo fans.
One more Halo game and a campaign expansion to Halo 3. This is what Microsoft required from the newly independent studio. The immediate issue to solve was, how does one go about making Halo 4? Halo 3 had quote-unquote finished the fight. Through 3 games, the Covenant was utterly defeated. Their leadership was no more. Their Holy City High Charity was entirely consumed by the Flood, and that same city, alongside the Gravemind and its army, crash-landed on the Ark in Halo 3. The Ark was destroyed with a flood on it in that very same game. Furthermore, Halo had been established as an IP. That story is played out through several games. A Halo 4 could be self-contained, but would it be worth bringing the Master Chief back right after Bungie had given him a satisfying ending? And who would he be fighting? Bungie could plan out a new series of games with a new antagonist and leave the story to whichever studio was meant to pick it up. But seeing how even Bungie failed to capture Joe Staten's vision for the series after a short departure, how well would the new studio do to honor a passed-on vision? What if they wanted to tell their own story entirely? There is a simple solution to all of this, and that is, do not make Halo 4. Ensemble Studios, known for the real-time strategy game Age of Empires, was making a Halo real-time strategy game. The game would take place 20 years before the events of Combat Evolved. In this way, the game takes place in the Halo universe, with the Covenant still as the main antagonist. These are reasons why Halo Reach is perfect to satisfy a Halo game. It was a prequel to Combat Evolved. The game was to follow a team of Spartans that all but one die. They die in heroic, but sometimes sudden and meaningless ways. This also expands to the mythos of the Spartan and how they perished. As stated clearly, even in the back of Halo 3's game case, the Master Chief was the last of his kind. The planned Halo 3 campaign DLC could have gone in a similar direction, telling more of the story of the Master Chief prior to the game's ending. Instead, they went in a new direction, the DLC placing the character in control of an Orbital Drop Shock Trooper, or ODST for short. They are the Navy SEALs of the Halo universe. The project eventually expanded and became its own game, renamed Halo ODST from Halo Recon, as to not confuse brands of Halo and Ghost Recon. The game was to be much smaller in scope than Halo Reach, and had a much smaller team working on it. This was partly due to employees choosing to work on Halo Reach, because they would get a larger royalty package from the larger game. Marty O'Donnell, the lead audio designer, was also Bungie's stand-in marketing director.
You shouldn't be in charge of PR and marketing. That's too much.
Yeah.
CEO. I said, I'll handle PR and marketing. I'm going to do a horrible job at it, but we should
And it
open
was
up
so
a
cool
position
how
to be
like
head of marketing.
a lot of the characters who did the voice acting were in Firefly. So you had like Alan Tudyk and you had Nathan Fillion like reunited, and like for fans of Firefly that was really satisfying.
Set in motion a plan to reveal Halo ODST on Bungie.net at the end of a mysterious countdown that was posted prominently on the website's front page.
We had a countdown clock, and we found out like 2 days earlier, before E3, before the countdown clock was done, we found out that Don Matrick pulled the plug on it. He didn't like the plan. Well, me as marketing director said, screw that.
Marty O'Donnell as marketing director.
I'm going to keep the countdown clock going, and when the countdown clock hits 0, we're going to say, oh, sorry everybody, but our overlords have decided that we can't show this thing.
Oh, is that?
So that was a bit of a what we call a marketing disaster.
Marty did not, nor did Microsoft, enjoy his temporary position as marketing director. Conversely, the developers of ODST, for the first time with a Halo game, had a pleasant time making it. There was no need to design or master a new engine, and ODST was to release with the addition of Firefight, a wave-based rival mode. Additionally, ODST came with a separate disc that contained not only Halo 3's multiplayer, but all of its expansion packs. The goal was to underpromise and overdeliver with a $30 price point. But Microsoft, seeing how big the DLC turned game was, decided to double that to $60. When the game released, it was criticized because the campaign was even shorter than Halo 3's. Still, ODST in 2009 released to positive reception and massive sales, fulfilling one of Microsoft's obligations and further funding Bungie's independence and projects for a post-Halo Bungie. Halo Reach released the following year and made $200 million in the first 24 hours of its release. Though it made $30 million more than Halo 3, it did not break the record for the biggest day in entertainment history. That was stolen by GTA 4 in 2008 at a whopping $310 million in sales. Reach was not marketed as heavily as Halo 3. It was not a continuation of the game and was really a stopgap. The game was not revolutionary for its multiplayer that also featured a loadout system that was predetermined by the game type or map being played. These loadouts came with abilities like the infamous Armor Lock that offered a period of invulnerability. Also controversial was the ability to sprint. The latter was controversial for the same reason loadouts were. It was because they too closely resembled the loadouts available in the Call of Duty series, a first-person shooter series that had grown greatly in popularity and now competed with Halo. Call of Duty is known for its loadout system, which included perks similar to Halo Reach's abilities. For Halo to emulate even some of Call of Duty's mechanics was defeatist to some.
Hey, anybody in here play Call of Duty? You're so cancer, fuck you.
As the series was looking to emulate rather than innovate on its gameplay. Call of Duty also had a robust progression system where the player could unlock new weapons and the like. Halo Reach also further defined its progression system, allowing a much larger catalog of armor pieces and now armor effects to be unlocked, maintaining the Halo standard of equal starts. Halo Reach may not have been groundbreaking in its multiplayer, but it did innovate in virtually every other aspect. It included ODST's Firefight
You're a
mode,
syndicate,
Halo
man.
3's
You
theater mode,
cheated.
and massively improved Forge mode. Where Halo 3's Forge, outside of the DLC map sandbox, allowed the placement of smaller assets, mostly amounting to weapons and vehicles, Halo Reach's Forge placed a larger emphasis on map creation, allowing a library of base building assets to be used. These could now phase through one another, be frozen in position, rotate to a specific angle, be moved incrementally for more precise placement, and easily snapped onto each other.
We realized that Reach was our swan song to Halo, and what better way to do that than to let people do what we've been doing all along, which is creating new cool maps.
It's nice to go out with a bang, and this is a pretty big one.
John here.
What?
Microsoft had
I'm
been building
not
up a new
paid to make
studio,
the maps
343
for you,
Industries, for the
Bungie.
sole purpose
You
of making
stupid
Halo
idiot.
games. The studio was going to employ
DSP.
some former Bungie developers,
Oh,
and
I
Microsoft
felt
selected
so
employees.
cynical.
Bungie, before Halo, gained experience as a studio and with first-person shooters through the development of the Marathon series. Halo Combat Evolved was a collection of ideas that even drew from the real-time strategy games. The studio began with a very small and cooperative team. They had a vision that could easily be altered amongst this small team. And most importantly, they had a blank slate to work with. 343 had not made a single game, but had produced Halo properties such as the anthology film Halo Legends, and in collaboration with Certain Affinity, created map packs for Halo Reach. Bonnie Ross, 343 studio head, was formerly the general manager of Microsoft Game Studios in charge of publishing. Microsoft at the time was losing interest in Halo. They were focusing less on gaming in general, as the newly planned Xbox One was to be sold as a general media console. This is similar to PS3 with Blu-rays. Xbox were electing to have third-party studios like Gearbox, the developers of Borderlands, make the new Halo.
Just finding another partner to do that, and I went to Shane and I put this proposal together that I pretty much thought that was blasphemy, to do that. But they were just basically like, hey, I think it's it's maybe good for another game or two, and let's just cut our losses and tell another story.
Bonnie Ross did not want Halo to be a third-party product that would make a singular installment of the game. She wanted to keep it in-house and tell another expansive story with the same gusto that Bungie had. Quote, O'Connor, then at Bungie, helped with the transition. He went into his first meeting with Ross expecting a suit, looking to check off the boxes. Bonnie came in and really surprised everyone, he says. Because she read all the novels, she was deeply immersed in the fiction, and she played all the games. Unquote. 343 made Halo 4, brought the Master Chief back, and were terrified of how it would be received.
You
but
read
that's
the
why they were likely
books.
relieved when the initial reviews
No one
came
else
in,
has done
though
that.
these reviews were limited to only the experience of the campaign.
This
like a
isn't just the
girl
best
who reads
Halo,
books.
it's probably the best Xbox game this year, and quite possibly the best video game on any platform in 2012.
Quote, Halo is in new hands, but guess what? 343's debut effort out Bungie's Bungie. Halo 4 is a triumph. Unquote. Halo 4 had glowing reviews in the beginning. The overly positive coverage of Halo 4 was suspicious. This article from Eurogamer dissecting an image of Jeff Keighley reads, quote, Lost Humanity
The Dorito
18,
Pope.
a table of Doritos. Ralph Lawrence contemplates a tragic, vulgar image. Here is an image doing the rounds on the internet this week. It is an image of Jeff Keighley, a Canadian games journalist sitting dead-eyed beside a garnished Halo 4 poster and a table of Mountain Dew and Doritos. It is a tragic, vulgar
Dorito
image,
Pope.
but I think it is the most important image in games journalism today. I think we should all find it and study it. It is important. Unquote. The author of this column would step down from Eurogamer because of it. When Halo 4 reached the hands of a wider audience, it was not so well received. Its flaws in time would become apparent. Ryan Payton, a creative director who was demoted to narrative director, who then left the project entirely, stated, quote, "I think the problem we had doing something creatively challenging and risky is that we were attempting to do this with a new team that had never shipped anything together. I believe that both my success and failures at 343 were ultimately the results of my naivete about how important it is to have a solid team with multiple titles under its belt before taking on something as wild and crazy as I was proposing for Halo 4. Unquote. 343 Industries had to understand Halo's GLAM engine with little documentation on how to use it. The game would be made without the original trilogy's art director, composer, narrative director, or producer. 343 with Halo 4 was aiming to respect the expanded lore of Halo, which includes the books made by...
At that point, you don't want it, you know? Like, you'd rather not, because, like, it's not the same.
Various writers, but the game made sweeping changes to the detriment of the gameplay. These were made without any express purpose outside of 343 creating their own vision for the game. The music and art direction was significantly different from Bungie's. The Master Chief's armor was a muted green. The armor pieces were more segmented and bulkier, exposing the underlayer of armor, a design the Master Chief begins Halo 4 with. These changes, in theory, would be inconsequential. Changing the sound effects of the energy sword or the shield recharge may alter the experience, but not to a large degree. Changing the design of the enemies does, significantly so. The grunts in Bungie's Halo always had bright or at minimum reflective armor. Their pacifier-like methane masks had a small blue glow as a contrast to their orange or red armor. Even the plasma pistols, needlers, or fuel rods had a light glow to them as to effortlessly inform the player on where they are.
The dollar relation with Halo is this quote, once marketing gets into design, the company is ruined.
I know, and that's really the moral of this entire story. What do you mean you completely lost the focus of the gameplay? Bonnie read the books!
A head is silhouetted by their armor. If looking at a side profile, their head is still visibly protruding.
Bonnie read the books, okay?
Easiest when taking out using a single shot of a precision weapon, such as the battle rifle, Magnum, or DMR. Though their armor is bright and cartoonish, they serve to deliver vital information and were purpose-built to be in a game.
She read the
They
books!
were designed to avoid subtlety.
The most useful data we got from our playtest was a list of things to avoid.
Cool, dude.
At the top of this list is subtlety. If it's not totally obvious, it's too subtle. Even if you make something as obvious as you can possibly make it, most of the people will miss it the first 3 times they see it. For example,
that DSP-oriented gameplay design.
Initially, nobody in our playtest noticed this. So
everyone who plays our games is retarded.
By the time we ship the game,
like, when you're operating from that premise, like, obviously you're not gonna make a good game because you're just like, we're making a game for retarded people. They're too stupid to figure out like basic shit. Like, they're fucking dummies, okay? Let's make a game for dummies. And then it comes out and you're like, this feels like a game made for dummies.
we made it so not only does
like, you need to challenge the player. Like, oh no, not everyone will be on board with the challenge. Well, fuck them. Fuck them. They don't buy games anyways.
Every single grunt run away every single time an elite is killed. They have an outrageously exaggerated
maybe they were watching
Phil. They wave their hands above their head. They scream in terror, and half the time one of them will say, "Leader dead, run away." I would estimate that less than a third of our users made the connection.
The grunts were redesigned in Halo 4 to the detriment of the gameplay. Gone were their reflective and bright armor elements. They were given helmets which made their weak points even less perceptible, and they no longer spoke English, greatly detracting from the silliness, leaving the player to decipher their actions dependent on the panic in their squeals.
Yeah, we took away their words. They don't speak words anymore. Why? Because the majority of gamers didn't even notice. It's like, well, fuck you, man. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, at the very least, I can take solace in the knowledge that the developers failed. But they deserve to. They deserve to fail. Like, let's get rid of the grunts speech because most people didn't notice. Like, come on. Just because you don't like actively cognitively notice doesn't mean your brain doesn't function, doesn't interpret the input.
Nearly every
a lot of people like video games without even being able to explain what they like about the game because they're not game developers, not people who think about things that deeply. They just know that there's the emotion of playing a good game, and that's, you gotta cater to that, man. You gotta sell people on that.
Redesign in Halo 4 was made more complex. The Covenant, across the board, were given leathery skin. The Elites redesigned entirely from their proportions to the armor they wore. There was a reduction of the black underlayer they were once fully equipped with. Their once sleek appearance was exchanged for a monstrous, brutish look. Because of the way they now arch over and due to their skin being exposed, the Elites now look like large shackles from far away. Their rank distinction no longer relies on bright, distinguished colors. Outside of the gold Elite Warrior, the Elites blended into one another. This is 343 altering a template, making an existing enemy type worse, but not frustrating to face. That is reserved for the new enemy faction.
Cortana.
I'm picking up unknown energy signatures.
Where?
This can't be right.
The Prometheans. These were the new faction that the player was facing off against. Due to their blue and orange glow, they stick out much better on the battlefield. But their design, particularly the Knights, in which there are 4 variants of, are terrible at communicating what they do. At a glance, the Promethean Knights look identical to each other. Many players would not even realize that they were facing off against different variants of the same enemies. Bungie color-coded their enemies on top of maintaining a theme of armor complexity as an additional indicator of rank. The Prometheans have no consistent theme for ranks.
Some people doesn't know that in Root 2 when you're playing as Claire and you're escorting Sherry, if you stand still she will hold Claire's hand. It's a nice touch, that's those Soulless hacks would deem pointless.
And it's a decision that a developer has to make, right? It's not a decision that a publisher makes. The developers make those kinds of decisions, whereas a publisher wouldn't care about those kinds of small details. And that's why, like, developer-oriented game design is so important, as opposed to leading it in the hands of the boardrooms and the CEOs.
On its back, the commander's back glows and the battle wagon has spikes. None of these design elements are shared. It is nigh impossible to infer, based on their design, what these knights' unique abilities are, or where they sit in the Promethean hierarchy. The crawlers, the dog-like variants, had the same issue with the long-range and short-range types looking far too similar. And unlike the Covenant, they are hardly reactive when taking damage. Grunts and jackals may be stunned when suddenly encountering the Master Chief. They may also flee in terror. Brutes or elites lose their composure and charge at the player when taking too much damage. There is no such apparent system for the Prometheans. Even flood forms would react to damage. To top this off, fighting the Prometheans is a terrible experience. The crawlers are extremely fast for a fodder-type enemy, making large encounters more frustrating as they can utilize fast-firing weaponry and speedily flank the player. While they do not do very much damage, the damage will constantly reset the shield recharge timer, discouraging the player from ever closing in. And due to their speed, grenades and melee are not viable. The Knights also discourage grenades and melee, partly because of their melee attack, but mainly because they will teleport away when taking damage without signaling where they are teleporting to. Their shields recharge much faster than the Covenants, and they can also be revived by Watchers. These are flying enemies that can shield their Promethean Knights and revive them. They take several shots of even precision weapons, and when taking damage, they will fly away, retreating just as the Knights do. All of these mechanics are far worse on harder difficulties, where the Knights become so spongy that players will frequently run out of ammo. The optimal way to approach an encounter with Prometheans, even on the standard difficulty, is to stay long range as to not easily get flanked by the crawlers, to guard the corpses of the Knights so they do not get revived, and to have an open area to shoot the retreating Watchers. The Prometheans, across the board, only encourage this playstyle. Their designs are terrible at conveying information. Their mechanics do not respect the golden three things of Halo,
playing this game.
and they are arguably the worst enemies to encounter in any Halo game.
I mean, I remember playing it, but
that they make up the majority of encounters in Halo 4.
I guess I just got through it.
It makes sense. They are the Forerunner faction that is established as a new enemy in Halo.
So I didn't really pay that much
attention. The vision that Forerunners were ancient humans, the lack of a singular vision in Halo 3 allowed contradictory ideas to exist in the game. For example, the player is told by 343 Guilty Spark that they, the humans, are Forerunner. The Gravemind in Halo 3 also lays this out clearly.
Child of my enemy, why have you come? I offer no forgiveness of other sins, cast to his son.
But in Halo 3, there are terminals. These are sometimes hidden and provide additional lore that deviates from what the core writings team vision of the game was. This is because it was written by a different team. Evidently, discrepancies in the narratives were not fixed, and Halo 3 shipped with this line from the 6th terminal, quote, "Did I tell you? I built a garden. The earth is so rich, a seed falls and a tree sprouts or a flower blooms. There's so much potential. We knew this place was a special place because of them. But unless you've been here, you cannot know. It's Eden." Unquote. In the lore of Halo 3, this is an archive message from the Librarian, the Forerunner responsible for preserving the genetic code of life across the universe, so when the rings were fired, it could be repopulated using the templates archived. The Librarian, as explained particularly on Terminal 4, is trapped on Earth. In Terminal 6, she describes it as a newly discovered planet. The reference to them and Eden points to the discovery of ancient humans. In short, these terminals heavily imply that Forerunners are not human at all. The characters within these terminals include the Librarian, the Didact, who is heading the war against the Flood, Mendicant Bias, which was an AI made to counter the Flood, the Primordial, who is the last of his species that predates the Forerunners and is of the same species that the Flood originated from, who also, after 43 years of conversation, convinces Mendicant Bias to betray the Forerunner, and finally Offensive Bias, a simpler AI, also created by the Forerunners to defeat Mendicant Bias after the Flood and all organic sentient life is eradicated through the firing of the Halo rings. Halo 4, through its terminals, shows this story unfolding, but affirms, without a doubt, that the humans and Forerunners were separate species. These terminals explained that the humans were also a spacefaring species, and were the first of the two to encounter the Flood and find the infestation on a Forerunner-hosted planet.
Flood infestation detected, my lord. Damn it. My lord, the infestation is in a remote locale. Perhaps if we warn the Forerunners? If we warn them, we give the Flood time to sprint. You know we have no choice. Cleanse the planet.
The decision from the human Lord of Admirals to not even warn other Forerunner colonies of the Flood's presence, or even explain why they killed 2 billion Forerunners, makes it appear as if the humans are enacting war with the Forerunners, who swiftly defeat the humans and regress them back to the Stone Age. The Forerunners then discover the Flood, which is where the story of Halo 3 and Halo 4's terminals align. To ease the players into this world, 2 books were released under the titles of Halo Cryptum and Halo Primordium. David Canland, a former Bungie developer, has stated, quote, "One of the most striking retcons to me is the basic concept of whole role of humanity. Originally, back in Halo 1, the reason why humans weren't conquered and incorporated into the Covenant Collective was because their presence defied Covenant religion. When the Covenant discovered humans, they knew they were Forerunners. But their presence implied the quote-unquote Great Journey failed. They also weren't the all-powerful gods they worshipped. So the prophets wanted to quote-unquote sweep them under the carpet, as it were. The plotlines in our games imply this everywhere. The Chief being called Reclaimer, only humans being able to retrieve and insert the index, Spark telling the Chief, you are Forerunner, etc. I just finished reading Cryptum this morning. In it, I discovered that the Forerunners are now an entirely different caste-based species, with humans as a beaten, but allied race. At this point, I just follow Cody's lead, shrug my shoulders, and say, it was a good read anyways. I'll buy book 2. Unquote. Bungie's Halo had wrapped up the conflict with the Covenant and the Flood.
Very similar to Stargate, if you're aware.
The only major
where my Stargate bros at.
Your faction left were Forerunners.
The humans and the Ascended.
Though all that was left of them throughout the games were Ancilla, like 343 Guilty Spark, and their subservient Sentinels. This retcon,
be a very popular
players, as all the Halo games heavily imply humans were Forerunner, would allow 343 to frame their set of games around defeating the Forerunners. The main story of Halo 4 opens up with the ship the Chief was on. After 4 years of cryonic sleep, the ship is now being invaded by what are presumably former Covenant forces, which leads the Master Chief to the outer hull of the ship, where the planet they were orbiting scans him, opens, and pulls everything in. On the planet, Cortana explains that she had been online for 8 years, and that it is necessary for AI to be decommissioned after 7 years because they become so intelligent they become erratic before thinking themselves to death. The immediate motivation of the player is to return to Earth to fix Cortana and avoid her decommission. At the same time, the UNSC Infinity, humanity's largest, newly constructed warship turned exploration vessel, finds the distress call left behind by the ship the Chief was on. In order to avoid it being drawn into the planet, the Chief attempts to find any Forerunner device that will allow him to warn the Infinity about this planet. What happens instead is, the Chief and Cortana, fumbling with Forerunner artifacts they have no prior knowledge of, release the ancient Didact. In Halo lore, there are 2 Didacts. This is the bad one, who, for no reason at all, and despite hating humanity, allows the Chief to live. After the Chief wakes up after being thrown, he finds that the UNSC Infinity also gets dragged into the planet. The Chief fights his way through the jungle and makes contact with Infinity's forces, which now includes a new version of Spartans.
I thought you'd be taller.
That interaction, with the newly introduced Spartan Palmer and her one-sided banter with the Chief, would sour many players' view on the Spartans and her. It hardly helps that she enters what was just an active combat zone without her helmet on. This theme of unlikable characters making unintelligent decisions would persist with the commander of the UNSC Infinity, who wants to return to the Earth due to protocol shortly after driving the Didact back.
Captain, this is the first contact scenario, Master Chief. Priority is to free Infinity from Requiem's gravity well and file a threat assessment back at FleetCom.
You mean we're leaving?
Sir, Infinity drove the Didact back. He's vulnerable. He isn't the only one. You know, I think you, of all people, would appreciate the benefit of living to fight
Arrest that man! Arrest him!
The Infinity and the Chief then destroy gravity wells holding the ship in place. Shortly after, the Chief makes contact with the digital form of the Librarian, who delivers an excessive amount of exposition, to the point that players would tune it out.
First time going through, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. It took me a while to figure out why I didn't understand the Didact and Forerunner story on my first playthrough. That's mostly because of this scene with the Librarian, the most important scene in the game in terms of narrative, because this is where we learn what the fuck is going on. So the Librarian...
I had to have just shut my brain off to the story of this game and was just shoot, blam, 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 shoot.
Appears before Chief.
Because I have no feedback when it comes to the story of this game. I was completely checked out.
And talks to him about many important plot points. Let's list them all, shall we?
It's just okay, whatever. You're trying to tell me something, it's not really sinking in, but let's get back to the game, I guess.
And try not to get lost.
Skip, yeah.
Number 1, the Librarian is some sort of ghost or AI that was kept alive to assist humanity on their path to the mantle. Number 2, humanity's path to the mantle is at risk. Number 3, Didact is trying to leave Requiem and we can't allow it. Number 4, he seeks to compose a device which will allow him to contain the greatest threat the Forerunners ever faced, humanity. Number 5, a history of mankind's previous journey into the stars, their encounter with the Forerunners, how humanity was unmatched until the Didact and his warriors stepped in. Number 6, the Didact battled the humans for a millennia and afterwards...
It seemed like it was one of those stories
Here's the story of Halo.
Right.
The aliens hate us because they ain't us.
Yeah, basically. Why is that such a hard story to tell? I mean, if you're if you're a moral relativist and you're like a postmodernist deconstructionist, you probably don't want to have such a simple story as humanity good, aliens bad. You want to have something that's more subversive and more just like negative towards humanity as a whole. But it just seemed like one of those stories that if you paid too much attention, you would get punished for it. And it's like, well, then in that case, I'm just not going to pay attention because you're just going to hurt me for caring. So I'm just not going to care. That'll show you.
Sentenced to severe punishment. Number 7, humanity's threat was not just the Forerunners.
Yeah, Bonnie read the books, okay?
But also the Flood. During this time, they were retreating from the Flood. Number 8, the Forerunners weakened from the conflict with the humans that succumbed to the parasite. Number 9, Forerunners make plans for a final unspecified great journey. Number 10, Didact didn't want to yield the mantle and insisted on fighting the Flood. Number 11, Didact wanted to fight the Flood at the cost of using the Composer to transform living beings into warriors. This creates the Prometheans being part of their quest for transcendence.
Like, it's a lot like the Resident Evil movies. If you pay too much attention to the plot, you're just gonna feel stupid when the movie just, like, insults you and is like, nope, that's not a thing anymore. Fuck you. And it's like, well, fuck. Like, sorry for caring. Good God.
It's an immortality. Number 12.
No, you care way more than we do, you weirdo.
Composer doesn't work as intended.
All right.
Number 13,
like,
Didact used the Composer to enact his revenge against the Flood.
My
Number 14,
bad.
Prometheans are actually humans. Number 15, Didact wanted to turn all humans into Prometheans, but the Librarian intervened, betraying the Didact and moving the Composer from his core and sealing him in the Cryptum. Number 16, Librarian indexed humanity for repopulation, planting their seeds in places the Didact was unaware of. The purpose behind this was to accelerate mankind's evolution in the Chief's current state, the Spartans and the Ai Cortana. This was planned over 1,000 lifetimes. Number 17, the Librarian is actually dead, and this is some sort of dream sequence. Number 18, the Librarian places genes on within the Master Chief that contains an immunity to the Composer, but this could only be unlocked through magic powers the Librarian has, allowing her to accelerate the Chief's evolution, granting him the immunity. Oh, Jesus.
Bungie, when it came to secondary
it's true.
or outright contradicted,
Halo had a clear ending with 3, but there was too much money to be made to end it there.
I know, or like The Matrix. It felt like a lot like Matrix 4 when they just brought back Keanu Reeves and was like, yeah, we're gonna lose our rights if we don't make another movie. And it's like, okay, what a fucking cynical cash grab this feels like.
This was the case with Halo Reach because they felt the games always take precedent. Halo 4's story and its mission to pack.
But yeah, the CGI movies, like, if you're watching the live-action Resident Evil movies and you're like, man, why can't these be more like Resident Evil? Watch the CGI movies. They're very, like, unapologetically Resident Evil. You even have, meetings between characters that have never met in the game, like Leon and, like Chris, or not, what am I thinking? Not Leon and Claire, because they'd already met. But, just like meetings between characters that didn't happen in the game.
As much lore, mainly,
and they're very goofy. They're very they don't take themselves too seriously. Yeah, Leon and Jill, you're helping me out, thank you, because they had never met in the games, but they met in the CGI movies, and it's like, hey, you don't that's nice.
From Halo's expansive secondary media as possible was
speaking of Resident Evil, there were books as well. There were novels, and I read quite a few of them. I read at least I think 5 or 6 of the Resident Evil novels. And they basically recounted the events of the game while also giving you a little bit more details into STARS in general and how they're just they're this private international group of specialists that cooperate with the police, but they aren't government affiliated. It's more of just this super cool veteran badass who was so awesome that he created the STARS, and a lot of the books focus on that guy and how he led the team of STARS and told them what to do next.
From Halo's expansive secondary media as possible was ambitious, but made the story heavily convoluted. The original Halo trilogy had its expansive lore, but also heavily simplified the plot of the games in every game to the point where even Bungie's developers would make fun of how much they would have to repeat plot points in order for the players to understand what is happening.
Here we go. Could you once again explain to me how all this works?
Halo 4 does make an effort to center missions around important plot elements like the Composer that turns humans into Prometheans. Halo 4 ends with the Didact making it to Earth, who then momentarily uses the Composer, is trapped by Cortana that splits herself up and is using foreign technology to trap the Didact, who is defeated through a quick time event.
I'm just
the Chief activates a nuke by hand to destroy the Composer, but finds himself in a
at this point I'm just okay, whatever. Just do it. Just do the story. Just let me fucking get through the end credits so I can play something else.
Space protected from the explosion. This was created by Cortana, who then says her final goodbye to the Chief.
It worked.
Oh no, or
just
good,
like you always
or
do.
Depending on whatever's happening.
So how do we get out of here?
I'm not coming with you this time.
What? Oh no,
Halo 4
or
story is a
great,
mess.
or
It
depending
attempts
on
to consolidate
what that means.
the impossible gap from the expansive lore of the Halo books, where there are 2 Didacts, 2 librarians, though one is more of a digital clone, 2 arcs, a narrative that retcons the players understood of the Foreigners, and a scene that has far too much exposition for the average player.
Yeah,
but the
we didn't finish the fight, actually, now that I think about it.
Was something that resonated strongly with
You want to know the truth about it?
Even if the new Spartans were disliked, or the rest of the story was not easy to follow, the desperation of the Master Chief to save Cortana, only for her to sacrifice herself to save the Chief, shows they had a strong, mutual commitment to each other. This was well done and liked by the players. Yet, there was an even greater danger to Halo than even the didact. It was the release of Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
Oh no!
Halo 4 makes entertainment history
The
with
flood!
more than $220 million in global sales in the first 24 hours.
The Chud flood!
This article on the Xbox website
no.
is misleading because the
How do you
record
fight
shattered
them?
was that Halo 4 was the biggest Halo launch against other Halos. Meanwhile, Black Ops 2 did $500 million in sales in 24 hours. It helped that Black Ops 2 sold across multiple platforms, even launching on the Nintendo Wii U.
Oh my god.
This is Halo 4's
wow.
multiplayer
That must
population
have
graph
fucking
website
sucked.
HaloCharts.com, spanning Halo 4's launch, specifically tracking peak player population daily from November 6, 2012 to late 2013. On NeoGAF, a forumite applied important events to this chart. The day Black Ops 2 released, 7 days after Halo 4, over 100,000 players disappeared from the peak
flood of
population.
mom-fucking
6 months
children.
later, the player count had heavily stagnated. Not even a tenth of the player base at launch were still active.
The flood
On
of
May 2nd,
lobbies.
2013, the peak player count was a
flood of
shockingly low
F-slurs.
27,000. This Black Ops 2 stream, also on May 2nd, shows the concurrent, not peak, player count for Black Ops 2 was 174,000. This is about 6 months after launch. Even more shocking, this is an archive page from Bungie.net, dated June 8th, 2008. This was around 9 months after the release of Halo 3, where it still maintained 174,000 concurrent players. Even Halo Reach, arguably Bungie's most controversial Halo game in terms of its approach to multiplayer, 6 months after launch had an average concurrent player base of 75,000.
Halo 4 wasn't the game that I guess we all expected it to be. I put all my eggs in one basket
couldn't
and my
compete.
stream, which is fine. You have COD, YouTubers who only do COD, but the thing is there hasn't really been a Call of Duty game that has just died. There hasn't been a Call of Duty game where people just don't play it anymore. And that's kind of what happened with Halo 4.
Frank O'Connor stated on the matter, quote, "The thing that I think rocked us a little bit was our multiplayer dropped off quicker than we had liked," unquote. There was a reason why there was such a lack of interest in Halo 4 across the board. Recalling how in the 2000s there was a desire among developers to make the Halo killer, but too often studios would make the mistake of attempting to emulate Halo's gameplay, never being able to quite capture the golden three things or understand elements like equal starts. What was needed to topple Halo was innovation of the first-person shooter genre. Call of Duty had greatly refined its progression system. It improved upon its horde-based PvE modes like zombies, and most importantly, it did not attempt to mimic Halo. It tuned what it had. Conversely, Halo 4 in its multiplayer did not innovate. It attempted to emulate Call of Duty to terrible result. This comment expands on the failure of Halo 4's perk and class system. Quote, "This really is one of my largest issues. For me, Halo always was totally balanced gameplay based on map, control, vehicles, positioning. Now you have specialties and always can spawn with a BR DMR. Armor perks. You can't even pick up grenades off people without
wonder,
perk.
like-
I feel like Halo 4 is trying to be something."
Like, it was interesting to see Jim the King talk to DSP, because like he definitely cares about his subject matter. He doesn't let someone else write the script and just narrate it. He clearly has some knowledge of his topics. I wonder how in-depth a conversation with him about Halo and Call of Duty in that time, like how much he would be able to talk about it, as opposed to being like, I don't really know a whole lot about what was in the video.
Like Battlefield 3 or
I feel like he does take the time to actually try and understand these.
Call of Duty. And while I understand,
but I could be wrong though,
the need to compete and how much we all want customization ability, I love Halo because of its unique gameplay, and this is a hard step away from a few of its strongest points. Unquote. The loadout system in Halo 4 changed the gameplay more than any previous game, more than even dual wielding in Halo 2. It eliminated the strategic element of fighting over segments of the map for weapon spawns and power-ups, not only because players could spawn in with regular weapons, but also because the ordnance system that was not implemented with balance in mind.
World Ordnance, which is present in almost every
DSP
playlist,
would only
is
mimic what he
random.
read on the internet.
Yeah, what do you think about me? Like, I played this game before. Here's a video of me playing it. What do you think?
Every 2 minutes on the game clock, a random weapon will drop at a random place on the map. This eliminates strategy and belongs in a social setting where the game isn't taken as seriously. There's nothing more frustrating than seeing that a sniper rifle has just dropped where the enemy team is, and now they have a huge advantage.
This ordnance system was also present in Infinity Slayer, a game mode that replaced regular Slayer, the popular team deathmatch-based mode. Infinity Slayer allowed personal ordnance drops. While the player could choose the item they preferred, the drop would ultimately be random, adding to the chaos, leaving matches to be partly decided by luck. Though Halo was brought up as a party game, Bungie's trilogy did well to flesh out a competition, if not just through its ranking system that was also absent from Halo 4.
There is absolutely no skilled ranking system or competitive playlist. Everything is styled similar to Call of Duty's leveling system, where player performance is largely irrelevant, and the majority of XP comes from simply completing your games.
So
rather than
DSP,
winning or performing
what do
well.
you think of Halo 4?
Oh,
Oh Halo, I loved it. Do you know that Halo 4 wasn't very well received? Oh,
yeah.
I actually hated Halo 4.
Right.
Yep, I hated that.
Yeah, games suck nowadays, right? And June will be like, no, actually, there's a lot of variety if you just look outside of the AAA dichotomy. And he's like, oh, yeah, you're right. Games are good now all of a sudden. I just now decided. Okay.
For so long. That 1 to 50 ranking system that you felt invested in and could be proud of. Every game had great significance as a win or loss meant possibly going up or down a rank.
The game has an amazing amount of potential, and at its core is extremely well made and fun to play, so given some time and support to mature, Halo 4 could turn into one of the greatest multiplayer shooters of our generation.
In the early days of Halo 4's multiplayer, there was hope that some of these elements would be tweaked, a necessity with loadout-based multiplayer games because of balance. If there are weapons players could choose to spawn with, there would always be a meta weapon, one that, without the individual weapon progress that Call of Duty has, would always incentivize the player to use. This is a Reddit post discussing the Scattershot Ordnance drop, noting how it is underpowered even at close range. Then there is this comment, quote, the charged bolt shot is a better, quote-unquote, shotgun than the Scattershot, unquote.
Bolt shot is like a shotgun up close, it's like an insta-kill if you charge it up.
This quote-unquote pocket shotgun that players could spawn with, as it turned out, was a more effective shotgun than even the Shotgun Ordnance drop. At 8.25 meters, it could instant kill players, and the vision for the fully customizable loadout system was to encourage gameplay diversity.
We kind of recognized that different players have different play styles, and we wanted to allow players to customize their individual Spartans to suit their personal play style.
I did try using the Magnum more. I don't really use it as often as I probably should, but that's because I don't want to put myself at a disadvantage. It's because if you hop in, especially with the Regicide Infinity Challenge that happened last week, if you didn't have a bolt shot for certain maps like a drift, some close quarters matches, because it is free-for-all, you are putting yourself at a disadvantage. Because sure enough, what do you hear around the corner? I don't know. The sound that the bolt shot makes, you know what I mean? When it's charging, you hear it. You're going to put yourself at a disadvantage if you use anything else because everybody else uses it.
You're going to just be like, well, everybody has an opinion. But then when I say my
No. Listen, TJ. I agree with you. I think that Call of Duty right now is much better than Halo 4. That's not.
Don't say that, man. You'll corrupt the fucking community.
Halo 4 released in November. The bolt shot was not patched in November, or December, or even January.
Look, I know that Halo 4 needs a ranking system. They did cater more to noobs. But have you looked at Call of Duty? You have freaking noob tubes. You can see through walls in that game too. Like, we have to. Like, yeah, 343 gave us a shitty game. Like, we need.
Yes,
they're putting in a ranking
Live
system.
Chat.
They're putting in a competitive playlist. There's code in the game for spectator mode. Like, so you can't just completely drop it and leave it.
We don't have that.
It took until February for the bolt shot to be patched, and by the time 343 finally introduced a ranking system in April of 2013, it was too late.
With the CSR implementing in Halo 4 a little bit later, the population numbers have dropped down quite significantly, not really peaking past 30,000. So it takes a little bit longer to find matches, as well as you don't really have as many people to pull from.
Halo 4's multiplayer, because of its loadout system, its removal.
I wonder how much the downfall is to blame on these people who are just like, they wear the Razer hoodie. They got the Razer logo on their hoodie, and they're corporate pawns. They're not really gamers. They're just people who are paid to play the game. And just like how much the corporations take their input as gospel when you probably shouldn't. They're probably not the target audience or their average gamer.
From
Halo, I just don't know. I don't know how deleterious an effect that they have had.
Halo 4's multiplayer, because of its loadout system,
probably something.
Its removal of equal stars, the lack of a ranking system, 343's failure to quickly balance weapons, and the controversial ordnance system had failed. Even Halo 4's other modes, such as Forge, was looked upon as a regression. Quote, nearly every single thing in Halo 4's Forge is worse than past games, or, where that is applicable, could have and should have been done better. It's extremely difficult to manipulate and align large pieces, as the minimum hold distance is now proportional to the size of the object. The lack of zoom makes this even more painful. Moving pieces while looking down on them is also irritating, because the movement of pieces slows to a crawl. Most of the pieces
it's a tough call. It's hard to really determine who you want to listen to, because you're either listening to people like DSP or you're listening to the hardcore players who are literally just like personally incentivized to get good at the game and analyze it and give you their feedback. Whereas the quote-unquote average gamer might end up being Darkside Phil, who's literally just too stupid to comprehend what you put into the game. So, to the point where you're just like, well, then why bother? Like, if the average gamer doesn't even pay attention when we put in effort, then why put in effort to begin with?
Dad's bevels.
Whereas, like, the corporate streamer who will be, like, they'll be fake, they'll be inauthentic, they'll be artificial, they'll be astroturfed, but at least they'll give you more thoughtful and accurate feedback.
Grooves, vents, and other unnecessary details.
Then just be like, oh, I didn't even notice. I couldn't even tell.
The hitboxes were not spared either. Many of the pieces gained unnecessary physical clutter during the transition from Reach.
It's hard to tell who's worse.
For example, now have extruded bits on their bottoms, meaning the floors made of upside-down bridges are not smooth for players or vehicles. There are so many glaring bugs in Forge that were not fixed at all, even though many of them have been well known and public for a long time. For example, the fact that quote-unquote save is a death trap of an option that has an alarmingly high tendency to overwrite the wrong files, potentially obliterating hours of someone's work. They should have either fixed it or taken it out of the menus so that people would always use the much safer.
Like, I don't envy the position that game developers are in, where they have to like figure out who they're making their game for. That seems very difficult and very frustrating. Like, game design is hard, man. It's harder than people think. They do such a good job of making it look easy that you end up thinking it's easy when it really isn't.
Save as new. Instead, it's still here, and it's still a...
Like, anyone who's ever tried to make a game can tell you.
Landmine. Unquote. Halo had one other major mode. Just like Call of Duty had its wave-based zombies mode that was improved upon the perks,
was wild in
Splocks
live chats.
Oh man, if only.
Halo has Firefight.
If only we had the clips.
Now it has Spartan Ops. It is not a wave-based survival mode. It is instead Halo 4 Campaign 2, but even worse. This mode, even though it was already installed, required internet connection to access because it also required an Xbox Live membership to access. Whoa. It was a poorly conceptualized and poorly implemented episodic, co-op encouraged mode, where the player is set to kill enemies under Fireteam Crimson, but the interwoven cutscenes are meant to flesh out the newly introduced Spartans. Rather than adopting a professional or pragmatic attitude that the Chief has, they are introduced as unperceptive, unprofessional, and overconfident.
Sin was giving
These elements will not change across their story.
Oh my god.
Oh, take a look.
Oh, black going here.
I saw her first.
Hi
there. Well, hello, Spartan.
I saw her first.
I lead Fireteam Majestic.
Wow, a whole fire team, huh?
I didn't catch your name.
Sarah Palmer. Commander Sarah Palmer. I lead all the fire teams aboard Infinity.
Catherine Hale.
Fireteam Majestic, Commander on deck!
This is something that even Halsey, the creator of the Spartan program, in the cinematics remarks on several times.
As story goes, she kidnapped
Jennifer Hale.
What would an old lady like her do with kids?
First, we taught them how to be silent. Then we taught them how to be Spartans.
So you don't think we're capable of being Spartans?
Perhaps some of you are closer than others.
There's also the Forerunner artifact, that on board the Infinity causes an EMP, and in a different scene causes a scientist investigating it to disappear. Even though the Master Chief's tampering with Forerunner technology released Halo's newest antagonist and then nearly wiped out Earth, and although this specific artifact has been proven to be dangerous, one of Team Majestic Spartans, under no direct order and purely through his curiosity, touches it and gets teleported in front of a group of hostile elites. Quote, are the Spartan 4 characters supposed to be annoying and unlikable? Because from both Spartan Ops and Campaign, I don't like any of them. Palmer is just a bitch, and Majestic Squad, Bro Squad, seems to be made up of a bunch of boneheaded Marines who happen to get Spartan armor. They aren't like Buck Squad from ODST at all. All of the attitude, none of the charm. I hope they all go away in Halo 5. They're flat, boring characters with less depth than a puddle. Unquote.
Oh my god.
On the topic of the new Spartans being detested, there was one word often used by Palmer that the player base was not so fond of.
The eggheads. Freaking eggheads.
The failure of Spartan Ops was twofold.
Fucking nerds, am I right? We're not one of those nerds, okay? We're jocks who play video games, not like those nerds. Aw, man, maybe Movie Bob was right. Maybe Movie Bob was right.
Failure to replace Firefight with something superior, and a failure to set up Team...
Maybe. It's very, very unlikely.
Majestic as desirable, playable characters.
But shit like that, where it's like, yeah, we're fucking brickheads, we're fucking grunts, we're jarheads. Yeah, no, I got dibs. I got dibs on the woman, I saw her first. It's like, wow, man, that's some bad writing.
343 wanted to tell the story of other Spartans. It just would not be these Spartans. Halo as a whole lost its momentum. Even the Xbox team hardly had interest in Halo, or even games for that matter. This began with Kinect.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Wha-bam!
Wha-bam! You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe
Microsoft
looks
answer
like?
to the Nintendo Wii, where the Wii used a simple combination of
Oh
Bluetooth
man, what a fucking meme. That's so funny. You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar's foot looks like? Well, bam!
as possible.
Yeah, I'd say the feature that surprised me the most was Connect.
So we've got a number of voice commands throughout the course of the game, things like grenade, reload. At a point during the game when you're playing, you can say analyze, and this mode comes up where you can almost capture items. So you move your cursor over, say, in a leader.
Whoa, you know what I love? I love it when a character in the game says a word and it gets picked up by the Kinect. And it treats it like it's a command when I literally didn't say anything, because why the fuck would I say anything when I'm playing a video game alone? No, instead the video game character says something that gets inaccurately interpreted as a voice command, and then something happens in the game in Mass Effect 3, which I'm just like, what the fuck?
You can
I'm like Stevie. I'm like, what the fuck?
Go in there and see the things you...
Right, like... And all the lobby trolling where people were talking in the voice chat and talking to the person's Kinect. Like, oh my god, what a bad idea. I'd give it a shot. I gave it a fair shot. I tried really hard. I tried really hard to make the Kinect be worth the price, and it just isn't. It's not.
Captured, move them all.
As someone who like really tried to see how the Kinect functions and works as like a periphery.
Alexa, order 44 pounds of gummy bears.
I know, it didn't do it. It didn't have the polish.
Around in 3D.
The Kinect, which required an Xbox 360, released in
DSP
2010 and
loves the
retailed for
Kinect.
$150.
To this
but
day,
purchasing
he
the bundle
tries
will
to
not just
use the
provide
block
customers
voice command on Street Fighter.
Yeah. You're a terrible person. You shouldn't even be able to play the game anymore. You know what really sucked too is because the black Xbox didn't have the red ring of death that the white Xbox had. Not to make it racial. But the black Xbox was.
I remember Angry Joe review on Sonic Riders Zero G, and he was struggling to use the emotion feature with Ignatic. He'll try to find it.
That was like one of the peak moments of Angry Joe when he was playing Sonic Riders, and it was like, this fucking sucks. $40. But this is such a better version of the 360, like in so many ways. But you had to buy it with the Kinect, which almost made it not worth it.
It also came.
Also, that controller was really good.
With Kinect Adventures. This game also came packaged with the Pricer console bundle. In February 2013, when Halo 4's multiplayer was dying, it was announced that the Kinect had sold 24 million units in just over 2 years. That technically means that there were 24 million copies of Kinect Adventures sold.
Yours came without it, mine came with it. And it was a tough period in my life because it was after I had to sell my original Xbox, but I still had kept my Mass Effect save on a thumb drive. So when I got the black Xbox, I was able to plug it in and transfer my save over and continue my Mass Effect playthrough, which is very important to me. I mean, it was.
That's more than any other game on the...
Because, you know, when you sell your Xbox, you think you lost access to your previous playthrough, but they had a way to back it up on a thumb drive. So if you plugged it into your new Xbox, you can, you know, pick up where you left off instead of having to start over, which would have been really tough for me, man.
Console. In Microsoft's eyes, Kinect Adventures is its most popular game. Microsoft also takes note of how well Call of Duty is selling on the Xbox and how popular the Netflix app is on the console. Using this data, the future of the Xbox was not in Halo, but rather in Kinect, perhaps with sports games as those...
Right here. This really was
hack, it's black.
Yep. This was peak Angry Joe. It just went downhill from here.
And the menu.
Non sequitur. PS3 was bricked by Bethesda's integer overflow in Skyrim.
Damn. PS3 on Skyrim. I think I played Skyrim on Xbox 360. And I never finished it because they were like, hey, you gotta go kill Alduin. And I'm like, I don't want to kill that dragon. He seemed nice. And so I did a bunch of side quests and they came back and they're like, yeah, you gotta kill him. And I'm just like, you know what? I'm just not gonna finish the game then. And I didn't.
Fly across the screen and slam into a wall. And the menu, the menu is the worst damn menu I have played so far of all the Kinect games. It constantly rotates the you didn't select, and for some godly reason, you actually have to click an icon and drag it downwards. It's like the developers of Sonic Free Riders didn't get the memo on how to create a menu with Kinect. That, or they did get the memo and they just took it and wiped their fucking ass with it.
Yeah, Parthenax. You're right, Dogsplained. I'm sorry. This is why I like having like fans in chat, because I can throw out names and I can be wrong and I can be corrected without worry, knowing that someone will correct me if I'm wrong.
And then
yeah, Parthenax.
Just threw it in our face.
This is a classic Angry Joe review.
Yeah.
If anybody compares Sonic Free Riders to the scene in Back to Future, I will fight them on the street.
Right? Because he was righteously indignant. He had a reason to be upset. Whereas, like, if you buy Madden for the 5th year in a row and you're disappointed by Madden, like, what right do you have at that point to be upset?
Well, with television and...
But this was like basically a first-party Sonic title with a controller that was basically like, I don't know. How do I explain the Kinect? It's like trying to use VR, but you put like a wet paper towel over the camera. Like, it's just is so unresponsive.
Sports, Call of Duty. TV, sports, Call of Duty.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Xbox One.
TV experience. TV and movies. TV. Xbox. Watch TV.
Sports. Call of Duty.
Entirely new Call of Duty for the next generation. Call of Duty.
Yeah, at the same time, the Sonic just IP in general was being run through the mud by all these like bad games.
One of the fascinating new additions to your squad is a dog. This is someone
You know what? I actually didn't hate this part of gaming. Like, it seemed like Call of Duty was being innovative at this point, and I gave it a shot, but it didn't really deliver.
you care about. Call of Duty.
8.6 million. This is how many views this supercut of the Xbox One reveal event has. Even though the video is 1 minute and 40 seconds long, it accurately summarizes the vision for the Xbox One. It even included the sliver cut out for Halo.
I'm thrilled to announce a live-action Halo television series.
Discussion of Halo was reduced to...
It's so painful. It hurts so much. All these people who just like don't get it. They don't get it. They're like, you know what? You know what all these Halo fans want to see? They want to see Under the Helmet. And it's like, no, they don't. They don't want to see Under the Helmet, man. Like you don't get it. You don't understand what they want.
Discussion of a Halo television show.
They got questions. We're going to answer them. They're going to watch our show to answer their burning questions. It's like, no.
By Steven Spielberg. This basically means nothing. Though Steven Spielberg is credited as an executive producer, there are about 30 other producers who...
He's like a bankroller. He had no creative control over anything.
The show when it would come out almost a decade later. The Halo TV show took up about 2 minutes of the hour-long conference.
John
the upcoming
Halo.
Call of Duty Ghost,
Oh my
ensuring the exclusive content on Xbox and demonstrating the very innovative
So
and much
annoying.
discussed HDI, took up about 12 minutes or 6 times more than Halo. To top it all off, Xbox's new all-in-one media console that can control your TV through gestures was a complete lie.
We promised anything that would help us that the Xbox would do. Oh, tune your television for sure. We were lying.
Like the point of the armor was to make it more relatable. When you nail it down to one particular person, you lose that ability for everyone to relate to the character.
We were lying.
But I mean, I guess if all of you've read were the books, that makes a lot of sense.
Because we knew that if we
You
just
read
made a
the
game
books.
console, that it would work. You know.
Microsoft did announce that there would be 15 exclusives on the upcoming console. They just didn't reveal them. That would have to wait for E3. In their place, Microsoft announced that Xbox One would be an always online console. Microsoft would require players to always have an internet connection to play their games, and games would no longer be resellable, requiring users to purchase a game a second time if a resold disc was used.
This is literally the worst reveal event I've ever seen. The Xbox One seems to block used games. Individual games will be tied to Xbox Live accounts, Microsoft said. Meaning that the software giant can detect whether your ass has a game that has been sold already or repurchased or handed from one friend to another.
Xbox had its vision for the Xbox One.
It's so funny how like back then everyone was against digital libraries and now everyone's just fine with it. It just shows you how like everyone gets in line. You know, they'll shut up and get in line.
Perhaps the E3 audience the following month.
It doesn't matter how much you complain.
Would appreciate this vision. Their presentation did include the reveal of Halo 5, though this was nothing more than a short trailer that did not translate what exactly the game would be. The E3 presentation did include the final price of the Xbox One that would include Kinect.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right. Like it's tolerated. It's not like approved or seen as the best option. It's just like, sort of just like, yeah, sure, I have no choice. I'll go with it.
In 21 markets around the world at $499 in the US, 499 euros in European markets, and 429 pounds in the UK.
Sony completely... They made a 360, basically, right? They did. I mean, the two products now are very similar.
Sony, following this presentation, would pull no punches when describing their upcoming console, and neither would their audience.
We're equally focused on delivering what gamers want.
Like, it fills me with such a sense of dread, knowing that someday Gabe Newell won't be with us, and, like, Gabe Newell just very well might be the only person who's making the digital library worthwhile. Once you get rid of him, it becomes unviable, which is sad and scary to think about, but that might be our future.
Most.
Just be ready.
Without imposing restrictions or devaluing their PS4 purchases. For instance, PlayStation 4 won't impose any new restrictions on the use of PS4 games. Guess that's a good thing.
Sony would allow discs to be shared freely, as they've always had. The PlayStation 4 would not be an always online console, and worst of all for Microsoft was the PlayStation 4's price point.
399 euros. And for the folks in my homeland, 349 pounds sterling. In the US and Europe this holiday season.
The Xbox One lost the console war before it even began. Just as Sony had done with the PlayStation 3, Xbox had bloated the product with Kinect, not to mention its always online requirement. Don Manch.
Yeah, I got a PS4 right here, down below me. I don't have an Xbox. I do have a lot of their controllers, though.
President of Xbox, turned out to be a great salesman for the PS4.
Fortunately, we have a product for people who aren't able to get some form of connectivity. It's called Xbox 360.
Right. So stick with 360. That's
well, like if you have zero access
to
the internet, that is
hey,
an
if you're
offline
broke,
device,
you can just use our last console.
Consumer research.
Fucking brokey.
Did you know, or did you anticipate that people were going to push back the way they did?
Absolutely.
Xbox, due to the community reaction, drastically changed their approach. Consoles would no longer always be online, and games could once again be resold. After its launch in 2014, Xbox would sell a version of the console without Kinect, matching the price of Sony's PS4. Still, the changes hardly mattered. Sony had already won.
Where's their audio?
With Phil Spencer, the replacement for Don Matrick, now at the helm, there was hope that Xbox, with its change, could at minimum still be in the race. 2014's E3 placed a great focus on Halo 5. The trailer this time is a redone cutscene from Halo 2, in where the Master Chief utilizes a Covenant bomb in order to destroy one of their ships. It is overlaid with images of a different, mysterious Spartan, presumably investigating the Master Chief, with narration of the Arbiter describing the sort of person the Master Chief is. This was not just to market Halo 5, which would be releasing in 2015, but also to reveal the Master Chief Collection, a collection of Halo games 1 through 4 that touched up Halo 2's graphics, but also had an option for reverting back to their original settings. Halo 2 in particular had its cutscenes remade
the Anniversary Collection.
Their extraordinary attention to detail would be a much welcome addition to the collection, and the collection would include multiplayer for all of its games.
So Halo 2 Anniversary will contain the original Halo 2 multiplayer exactly as it shipped 10 years ago.
It's a true shame that, for now, Halo 2 was easier to play with your friends a decade ago than it is today on exponentially more powerful hardware and a more robust Xbox Live.
I thought it was only me personally when I tried to play last night. Over 4 hours of searching, I've only been able to experience 6 games of Halo 2 Anniversary. Like, I've tried to search for all the other Halo games.
You guys are probably ripping your hair out trying to get into a match-made game.
And when you're loading and looking for things in the matchmaking and in multiplayer, it crashes. It has issues during all those.
Quote, the problems stretched on for weeks, and Ross issued multiple public apologies. She winces when asked about what she calls the worst moment in her career. We obviously had no idea we would fall down, she says, unquote. Like the Xbox One, the Master Chief Collection released and stayed in a terrible state for quite some time. Even the campaign had issues with the frame rate, with saving, and with constant crashes.
This is Microsoft's flagship, and they released it like this. What does that mean, right? What does that mean? It's a question that's probably going to boggle me for a while.
343 would add ODST to Master Chief Collection as recompense. The community, if not
if
with
it
Halo
sells,
4's
it
poorly
sells.
received multiplayer, was losing faith with Microsoft, 343 and Halo, but there was still hope in a Halo 5. The multiplayer was doing away with the loadout system and bringing back equal starts. No more perks like the Promethean Vision that allow players to see through walls, responding with battle rifles or bolt shots. The marketing for this game was excellent. It was themed around hunting the truth. Master Chief had gone AWOL and was being hunted down by Jameson Locke, a Spartan and, quote, top agent for the Office of Naval Intelligence. Jameson Locke serves as an ONI acquisition specialist, retrieving important objects held by the enemy, as well as tracking and eliminating high-value targets, unquote. Halo Nightfall was an episodic live-action series meant to introduce Locke. Halo Nightfall is not very good. It follows an elite that after talking to a fishman, creates him an orb that turns out to be a biological, yet electronically delivered weapon that affects people at random and is detonated in a high-population center, a shopping mall. The blast radius covers the entire city, so the elite did not have to sacrifice himself and could have detonated it anywhere. The virus originated on, of all places, a destroyed segment of a Halo ring because...
For all we know, what blew up the Halo ring was a supernova-level event. Right fission, pull fission fusion, and New Ellen's Fort, like our mystery element.
Let me guess. You majored in physics.
Regional math. Physics I just threw when I was bored.
The team is formed
because she's so smart.
The rest of the episodes are spent with that team.
Because she's just so smart.
Looks like there's a bonus level.
She's just that much of a girl bossy, guys.
Halo Nightfall was the low point in an otherwise fantastic marketing campaign.
Let me guess.
Lore, ONI are secretive and corrupt.
So, Technobabble, Bliggy Blogga Blue, is gonna conflict with the Gloopy Glorps. Oh, fuck. Oh my god, it's one of those smart women. Let me guess, you majored in physics. Yeah, basically I just study physics as like a hobby. I don't actually care that much.
They hate any
cool
species.
How fucking likable.
That is not human, and they hate any human that could potentially be an insurrectionist. In the lore of Halo, the Spartans were originally made in secret by ONI to combat insurrectionists commonly found in outer colonies. These Spartans, specifically the Mark IIs, including Master Chief, like the Spartans from Sparta, the Mark IIs were trained as children all the way up to adulthood in combat.
Yeah,
the candidates were kidnapped from their families located in the outer colonies under the cover at night and replaced with clones that would almost all die soon after due to medical complications. These Mark IIs would receive biological and mechanical augmentations that would kill nearly half of the 75 candidates. Those that survived would be physically strong enough to wear the hulking power armor. This is what the Hunt the Truth audio drama explored. It was a series that, like Halo's Belief campaign, took its material seriously.
But the truth isn't always that clean. When I pulled that first loose thread,
something broke. Now everything is caving in, and I find myself stuck with all these ugly questions I never intended to ask. Fabricated histories, people who aren't who they say they are, cover-ups of cover-ups, that steady drumbeat of theories that used to sound insane, now they don't seem so out there.
This audio drama follows the investigation of a war journalist tasked by ONI to deliver a fluff piece on the Master Chief. Issues arise when he does too good of a job, and interviews sources not provided by ONI, slowly revealing the horrifying truth about the origin of the Spartans. Quote, listeners loved it. Hunt the Truth, which just won a Clio, wound up drawing an audience of over 6.7 million, putting it in the top 1% of all iTunes podcasts.
Cool.
The marketing team was presenting ONI as the antagonist of Halo 5, and with ONI hearing the corruption of real-world intelligence.
Hell yeah, the games are fucking failing, but at least we're doing good in the iTunes podcast category. Woohoo!
Agencies, Halo 5 was...
Fuck, how is this gonna help us sell video games? What? What are you talking about, video games? We're on Spotify, bro.
Mysterious and mature. The commercials carried the same intensity.
As our savior and not our betrayer. Let us see him forever as you and not as you. Oh, hail the conquering hero. The one who was supposed to save us all. But now I must save us from you.
This commercial aired with a companion commercial, one where the roles are reversed and it is Chief monologuing in front of a mortally wounded Spartan Locke. The marketing team promised a confrontation between these two. It promised a deep story built with twists and turns. It was going to expand on the origin of the Spartans and the manipulation of Oni. That's why players were surprised to find that nearly
Halo
every aspect of Halo 5's
GoldenEye
marketing
and
was a lie.
Killzone.
A developer
Now
who worked
it
on Halo
competes
5's
with
multiplayer
Joe
stated,
Rogan.
quote, Hunt the Truth
Good
was a
point.
completely separate thing. We heard it the first time you did. That being said, we had so many plans for the campaign
Now it
that
competes
sadly
with
we didn't get the opportunity to
Now it competes with the Sandman audiobook.
fall through with, unquote. The game was not about ONI's manipulation, about the Master Chief uncovering their secrets, or even about a confrontation between Locke, who was no longer an ONI operative, and the Master Chief. Halo 5's campaign is regarded as the worst in the entire series, not because it was a squad-based campaign without split screen, but because the story was poorly written. As Team Majestic was not well received in Halo 4, 343 had to come up with a new set of Spartans that would make up Locke's squad. The opening cinematic is akin to a superhero action movie. The Spartans are more fluid, yet the enemies are pure fodder, and hardly reacting to Locke's Spartan team. Locke's team are on a mission to save Halsey from Julum Dama. Spartan Ops antagonist, who was formerly allied with the Prometheans, is now fighting against them. Julum Dama gets taken down in a cutscene. Meanwhile, the Master Chief and his team are retaking a derelict research station now inhabited by a Splinter Covenant group. The Master Chief falls down a hole and has a vision of Cortana that tells him about the planet Meridian and about the reclamation beginning.
The reclamation is about to begin.
For no discernible reason, the Master Chief is told not to go after Cortana, and that somehow a different team is already being prepped to go after her. Halsey somehow knows that Cortana is still alive, and in the complex Forerunner network across the galaxy.
This isn't about the Master
John
Chief.
is not equipped emotionally to deal with her as a threat.
This is the only reason why the Master Chief was barred from searching for Cortana.
He's
and does not at
emotionally
all come up with an
immature.
in-game
We have to
plot,
keep him
but
in the
because he was far from
shadows.
going
We have to keep
and
him
is
in the
disobeying
dark.
orders to find Cortana.
He doesn't have enough
is now after the AWOL
emotional
Spartans and is also
IQ
after Cortana.
to know the
This
truth.
culminates in the fight
Fuck
between
him.
Locke and the Master Chief, where Locke cracks the Chief's visor, but the Master Chief ultimately wins. Players unhappy with this fight that was relegated to a cutscene would gravitate to this quote-unquote lore-accurate fight scene. Locke's team, like Team Majestic, was not looked upon favorably by the community. There was still worse to come.
How are you still active? Relevancy entering the domain. Touching this place.
What? We wrote unlikable characters and people don't like them.
Cortana, even after 343's heartfelt send-off to her in Halo 4, had returned, now as the
We
main
wrote them to be
antagonist of the
unlikable.
series. As for the Didact, he was brought back and defeated, not in Halo 5, but in a comic entirely separate from the game. As for the game, Locke continues to pursue the Chief and also helps the Arbiter in his war on his home planet. Cortana, effectively distracting both Spartan teams.
This is why I don't really bitch about the ending of Mass Effect, which, by the way, ended at Mass Effect 3 and never got a fourth game. Because, like, it could have been so much worse. It could have been this.
Awakens the Guardians, massive foreigner ships capable of destroying planets, used as a superior peacekeeping force. She also convinces the majority of human AI to join her, in part because they are extremely selfish, as Cortana promises them eternal life. Cortana also attempts to trap the Master Chief, much like the Didact, but Osiris stops this from happening. And the game ends with Cortana bringing the Guardians back. Summoning them alone kills thousands or possibly millions. The Infinity jumps into slip space to avoid Cortana. Halo 5 is a story about useless heroes, selfish human AI that value their life above humanity, and characters acting out of character.
It's a story
Locke and the
about
Chief's team
worthless
have done almost
heroes.
nothing of significance for the entire
Hooray.
game. At one point, Cortana, the Ascended Ultra Being, even attempts to break the hardened super soldiers with torturous remarks like mentioning one's daddy issues.
Olivia Vale, the little genius girl who only wanted daddy to love us.
Another reason why Halo 5's story was so poorly received is because of how many plot points relied on secondary media to flesh them out. All of the Spartans outside the Chief and Buck, who was one of the main characters of ODST, have never been seen in a Halo game. There are too many characters that are introduced in this game, but not fleshed out, including the Warden Eternal, a mini-boss that is fought 7 times. Even if all the lore was present, 343's franchise is completely unsatisfying. The Master Chief is an incompetent, disobedient threat to humanity who released the main antagonist of Halo 4. Also in Halo 4 is a former captain of the Infinity who per protocol demanded Cortana be deactivated. Though he was written to be unlikable, he was now entirely vindicated as the Master Chief and Cortana, the pair who saved the galaxy, are through incompetence and uncooperativeness the biggest threats to the galaxy now. This
Exactly, like it made him a hero.
Massive improvements to Halo's gameplay.
Like it's so weird how you're just able to
Spartan
retcon.
stole my Banshee.
It's not even like really a retcon. It's like this guy was a villain because he didn't trust Master Chief, and then in the later games show that he's untrustworthy, retroactively making this guy a hero.
To the galaxy now. This disappointment was paired with massive improvement.
Like it's why you need to write good. It's why you can't have bad writing.
To Halo's gameplay. The Prometheans received a major overhaul. Their teleportation ability was now properly choreographed and limited to a small area. They now easily convey their weak points and how much health they had to the player, going from a bright orange when at full health to a dark red when nearly dead. They now even have a foot soldier variant. The Promethean Knights shared all of these improvements. The Covenant now spoke English across the board. The elites will be downgraded in terms of their mobility to compensate the squad-based campaign, and to make the new movement system and its abilities like Ground Pound easier to use. The enemies of Halo 5 were improved from Halo 4, a necessity as they would be included in the multiplayer mode, Warzone. Warzone Firefight was
like, you think at this point they're just like, we don't fucking care about Halo. We're just trying to like learn mechanics that we're eventually going to implement in our next game, like Destiny.
A PvE cooperative game mode.
Because that was in Destiny, the Ground Pound.
Through limited, yet increasingly difficult ways, it had players utilizing the requisition system introduced at launch. Players could spend requisition points to purchase a series of packs. The more expensive the pack, the better the cards found within, that had unique skins and attributes that can buff weapon damage, rate of fire, player speed, etc. This system was like no other. Players could use hundreds of deceptively familiar weapons with interesting twists. The Temple Banshee had double the health of a regular Banshee, superior handling, a faster rate of fire of the fuel rod cannon, and the weapons could be fired while using the vehicle's boost. The balancing elements were stripped away to make it a fun experience for players using it. Warzone Firefight was not launched with Halo 5. Instead, it was just Warzone, a PvP-based mode, and the requisition packs.
I see a lot of Star Trek Discovery writing on this. Characters using Zoomer language, military characters acting like brats, people being rewarded for constantly disobeying protocol.
Or like people displaying their competency but like downplaying it in order to try and like artificially elevate their status as a character.
Though 343 did not seem to care.
Wait, won't rec packs with special weapons break the exquisitely refined balance of arena multiplayer? Secure your noise hole, soldier! Grown-ups are talking. Damn it.
The way the requisition system worked is that the best cards required energy. Energy points are earned through killing players, killing AI, and capturing bases. But if one team reaches certain thresholds first, this allowed access to superior cards, and then those cards can be used to kill more players, AI, and capture bases with ease. This is a game mode that is predicated on using rare requisitions that can be purchased. The packs do not only provide the player with weapons, they're also the only way to obtain the majority of cosmetics, assassination animations, permanent weapon unlocks, and experience boosts. These could all be used across multiplayer. Furthermore, there were over 200 pieces of just chest armor. The helmets, the focal point of the armor, greatly varied in design.
Seeker, Dogface. Neither one I wanted. Both rare. Not my jam. I honestly think Seeker is probably the ugliest helmet in the game.
Halo 4's armor was much lower in variety. Virtually all pieces were distinct and could be earned in-game through multiplayer or campaign progression. Halo 5's armor philosophy is quantity over quality, because Halo 5 needed to consistently reward players opening requisition packs. The armor options were vast and sometimes distinct, but not in the ways that they should be. So many armor pieces had to be designed and modeled that some of the work had to be outsourced, leading to certain armor sets appearing unrecognizable when placed next to the source material, and obtaining the rarest packs took serious time investment.
A lot of times, if you're doing the max XP or max rec points per hour, you can open maybe 1 gold an hour, and silver it's like 2.
Because the cosmetics were mixed in with the rest of the requisitions, if a player had too many weapon requisitions or just did not care to play Warzone, they could sell their access cards.
There's a video on YouTube of a guy selling 130 carbines. Do you know how long it took him? 16 minutes! 16 fucking minutes to sell carbines! Are you insane, 343? What made you think this was a good idea?
The cards could only be sold one at a time. Selling common cards non-stop would be marginally better than earning requisition points through multiplayer. But there was a solution created by the community. A bot in the form of a Chrome extension, then when logged into your Halo Waypoint account, could sell the desired requisitions. Considering Warzone was criticized for its heavy monetization, the game mode was loved by players. It may have been imbalanced and momentarily replaced Big Team Battle, but Warzone's weapon diversity and the chaos it brought was welcomed. Halo 5's multiplayer also brought back equal starts in the other modes, and the game launched with a ranked playlist. It may have not launched with Forge, but when it did, it was superior in terms of what it allowed, with a 1024 object limit. This allowed players to recreate maps from older Halo games with impressive accuracy. Scripts were now implemented, allowing players to make interactive maps, and maps unlike anything anything found in the Halo universe. The free content updates for the game were also much appreciated. Player retention was the highest 343 ever had, as this 343 employee states, quote, Halo 5 has had the highest monthly active players for a Halo title since Halo 3. Also exciting, and not yet discussed either, is the increase that Halo 5 has seen in players each month over the past few months. We just got done looking at June numbers, which are once again higher than the previous month, unquote. Halo 4 had a well-received story, but terrible multiplayer. Halo 5 had the inverse reception, yet an additional issue. 343 had added many characters, whether they be villains, Spartans, or officers. This was because of 343's strategy to throw different characters at the wall to see what stuck, as Bonnie Ross stated at the 2017 DICE Summit.
But then also with Halo, we had a tendency to kill all of our characters at the end of the game, which just makes it harder to tell other additional stories. So we spent a bunch of time just really seeding fiction in the universe, seeding more characters. This doesn't mean we're going to use them, but it gives us something to select when we want to tell new stories in different parts of the universe.
The vast roster of characters created by 343,
yeah, we'll just throw shit out there. Maybe we'll pay attention to it later.
None of the new characters stuck. Even though
point is just to like put a bunch of shit out there.
All the
the direction of the series
we can attach ourselves to later.
Halo Wars 2, a real-time strategy game, started development in 2014 by the developers Creative Assembly in collaboration with 343.
I think people seem to go nuts over the trailer. Remember when it was released, people loved that trailer and going.
That was from the FRVR podcast that conducted an interview with Dion Lay, a writer of Halo Wars 2. This non-mainline game had a villain that was unlike the Didact or Cortana. Per the story of Halo Wars 2, he was a brute that served in the Covenant when it was at war with humanity. Where most of his squad died on missions, he would always return. The Covenant leaders became worried when they heard of his legend, so they sent him on suicide missions. But still, he returned. Fearing his status, the Covenant higher-ups demanded his execution. But when this failed, they created another enemy outside of the Flood, or humans. They created the Banished. To put it simply, they are salvagers and space pirates, raiding Covenant facilities and fleeing before the Covenant could react. Atriox is a tactician that values brotherhood, as he despised how the Covenant had exploited him and treated the brutes like fodder. There was no expansive lore of the Banished written across several books, or a series needed to understand the character. Atriox was built as a simple villain with his main goal to obtain more power. He'd recruit any faction or race so long as he would fight under his leadership. Where the Covenant are known for their purple, rounded, iridescent designs across their tech, the Banished are branded by striking red. Their vehicles and gear are hostile and sharp, worn and metallic. These designs reflect the brutes' aggression and practicality. Chiefly, they set the Banished apart from the Covenant. In Halo Wars 2, this faction is not as powerful as the Covenant was, but they are in conflict with a similarly underpowered foe, the Spirit of Fire, an old UNSC warship that was thought to be lost with all hands. Of all places, the game takes place on the Ark, the location that was destroyed in Halo 3, but it takes place after Halo 3, meaning that it was repaired by the Ark Sentinels. The Awakening the Nightmare DLC also shows that the Flood are still alive, which means that Halo 3 had been retconned so much that nearly nothing of importance happened. Johnson's sacrifice to fire the incomplete rings to destroy the Ark and kill the Flood did not matter.
He died for nothing.
Stating that the player was Forerunner did not matter, and to that,
didn't even matter.
And getting the index to fire the incomplete ring was
retroactively
and
just
by 343's canon doomed the galaxy
invalidated his sacrifice.
Menace just 2 games later. Through the continuation of the Chief's story, 343 had made the Master Chief eternally punished and ineffective in both the past and present. 343 had desired to tell a story of other Spartans to possibly retire the Chief. That also failed. Perhaps the solution was a return to form, to apply what made the Banished beloved among Halo fans to the Master Chief, to make something different yet familiar.
Infinite! Oh no!
The trailer for Halo Infinite was first seen at E3 2018. Master Chief's helmet is revealed with the iconic Halo theme on a Halo ring. This is 343 signaling a return to form. Just this brought incredible enthusiasm from the crowd and those viewing the trailer online. Halo was coming back. Quote, Halo Infinite will feature sparse art director Nicolas Bouvier, new art style that draws significant inspiration from the most iconic and historic parts of the Halo franchise and your feedback. The team also heard feedback loud and clear on the amount of time spent playing as Master Chief in Halo 5. In Halo Infinite, the game will focus on the Master Chief and continue the saga after the events of Halo 5.
With viewers
this
on
article
Halo.
on Halo Waypoint also emphasizes the game's use of the quote-unquote new Slipspace engine. This game brought an excitement not seen since Bungie's trilogy, and as announced at E3 2019, it was going to be a launch title for Xbox's newest console.
Viewers called the definitive reason to own an Xbox. Well, because humanity was and is worth saving, next holiday, we will launch Project Scarlet with Halo.
Where Don Mattrick was nearly ready to retire the series, Phil Spencer, as Xbox did in 2001, was using Halo to...
Like, if you had hopes for this, I can't imagine how betrayed you feel. You probably feel, like, really fucked over by Microsoft if you had any hopes that this was really going to bring back Halo.
Sell the newest Xbox.
Yeah, narrator, they did not.
Launching November 10th, 2020, but Halo Infinite would be launching too soon. Bloomberg would later revealed, quote, the engine used...
Like, I feel sorry for you, man. Like, you didn't deserve to be treated this way.
to build Halo was one that 343 had based largely on old code from Bungie. Parts of the engine, a set of tools called Faber, became infamous at the studio for being buggy and difficult to use. Within engineering, there's a concept known as tech debt, which refers to problems one puts up with because the previous programmers of a system chose quick, easy solutions over more sustainable ones. Faber's code, some of which dated to the early 2000s, had so much debt that some 343 engineers mockingly referred to it as tech bankruptcy. The staffing at 343 was also unstable, partially because of its heavily reliance on contract workers, who made up almost half the staff by some estimates. Microsoft restricts contractors from staying in their job for more than 18 months, which means steady attrition at 343. Halo Infinite's creative direction was also in flux until unusually late in its development. Several developers described 343 as companies split into fiefdoms, with every team jockeying for resources and making conflicting decisions. One developer describes the process as 4 to 5 games being developed simultaneously. By the summer of 2019, Halo Infinite was in crisis mode. The studio decided to cut almost 2/3 of the entire planned game, leading managers to instruct some designers to come into the office and do nothing while the studio figured out the next move. Eventually, the game's open world was cut back from a vast Zelda-like experience into something far smaller. It soon became clear to some on the team that even with compromises, getting Halo Infinite into decent shape by the following fall would be impossible. Still, the timing of the release didn't seem up for discussion. Microsoft told 343 that it had to be a launch game for the next Xbox, which meant releasing it in November 2020. Unquote. The Slipspace engine was not new at all. Furthermore, Xbox wanted the game to be a launch title for the Xbox Series X and also launch on the Xbox One and PC. This not-so-new engine would have to accommodate nearly decade-old hardware, and because Microsoft continued the practice of hiring contract workers, it would take time for these new employees to understand the archaic Blam engine only to be terminated, a cycle that slowed development and ruined the studio's cohesion. Regardless, the game still had to launch late 2020. The reason it was named Halo Infinite and why this launch was so important is due to the plan to support the game with constant updates for the next 10 years, perfectly fitting into the entirety of the upcoming console's lifetime. To promote the upcoming release, this 8-minute gameplay demo was uploaded in July. The first 2 minutes are a cutscene with the gameplay starting at minute 2. At first, it was living up to its potential. The enemies were designed and acted like Bungie's Covenant. Clear by the dialogue and the distinguished red color, the Banished would be the antagonist of the game.
And now people are discussing and analyzing the substance of what the Banished are and what Halo Infinite means for the future of Halo's story.
And then a screenshot came out. One screenshot came out that
players were excited to face
destroyed everything.
In doing so, they would also face Craig. In the middle of the gameplay trailer, 2 brute drop pods land in front of the player, delivered just like an AST. This was meant to demonstrate the enemy variety and how players can knock off pieces of armor off brutes. Just for a few frames at 4 minutes and 5 seconds, this brute is seen up close, hairless and expressionless, a mark of
God. What a kill shot. They had no way of knowing that this was going to cause so much damage. It just came out of nowhere and it went viral. And it's just like, it exposed everything about that was wrong with the game in such a way that could not be debunked or argued or debated.
An unfinished game. This brute was immediately dubbed Craig. Craig was immortalized through memes. Doing so underlined the other problems with the gameplay. The popping in of textures, the blockiness of vehicles that had players joking that Microsoft confused Halo with their other famous IP, Minecraft. Halo Infinite did not look like a game entering its 6th year of development. That's why on August 11, 2020, it was announced that Halo Infinite would be delayed by a year. This was not just because of Craig. Joe Staten, the narrative director of the first 2 Halo games turned senior creative director at Microsoft, was going to join 343 starting September as the head of creative. It was Staten that persuaded Microsoft to delay the game. He was giving 343 the same opportunity that Ed Freeze gave Bungie with Halo 2. It was decided that Halo Infinite, to hit its 2021 release date, would not release as a complete package. It would only release the areas that were deemed polished enough to publish.
We made the really tough decision to delay shipping campaign co-op for launch, and we also made the tough call to delay shipping Forge past launch as well.
Bonnie Ross, during the 2017 DICE Summit, promised that all future Halo games would release with split screen.
And I would say for any FPS going out forward, we will always have split screen in going forward.
The bigger shock was that split screen, before it was delayed, was a feature that was supposedly included with the 2020 release. Halo Infinite would be launching with a Battle Pass, a system popularized by the live service game Fortnite. This was revealed as a core of the game's progression. Instead of unlocking weapons or other desirables through loot boxes, Halo Infinite's multiplayer would have equal starts across the board. There would be no pay-to-win elements, and players would be able to buy any battle pass at any point. Abilities and movement would also be reduced. Almost every ability from Halo 5 would be removed, and Sprint would see a reduction in speed, making it a happy medium between both games. However, removing the card system meant that the popular but controversial Warzone would not be making it into Halo Infinite. Unannounced, the free-to-play multiplayer portion was shadow launched November 15th, 2021, with the purchasable campaign launching the following month. Players reacted well to the toned-down movement and the return to Halo's classic sound effects and art style, yet players were displeased with the live service element that was the only form of game progression.
And let's talk about the worst part about this game right now. The Battle Pass experience system. Holy crap, this sucks. I've played for almost a full day and I'm still only level 8 in the Battle Pass. Why? Because the only way to level up is through challenges.
XP is only earned by completing challenges and rounds, not per kill or how you do in a match. So at the end of a game, whoever is in first place and whoever is in last place earns the same amount of XP.
Tasks were often simple, like completing 3 games or killing 5 players with an assault rifle. The frustration came from obscure or difficult tasks. One such task required players to get 15 kills using a shade turret, a turret only found in the big team battle battle playlist. With the battlefield capped at 24 players, these turrets were contested as a utility to fulfill a challenge and not as a strategic defense point. There was a solution to circumvent these challenges. Quote, there are 3 main types of consumable items in Halo Infinite: XP boost, challenge swaps, and XP grants. Each is activated and used, consumed to provide a unique benefit. XP boost and challenge swaps can be acquired through battle pass progression or purchased in the shop. Unquote. The challenges would soon be redone to make them less intrusive to gameplay. Even so, problems with Infinite were hardly limited to the challenges. Most, if not all, were sourced from the lack of content. Game modes were consolidated into 3 playlists: Quick Play, Big Team Battle, and Ranked Arena. If a player wanted to play Slayer, the popular Team Deathmatch mode, they would have to gamble on Quick Play and hope they didn't get oddball, capture the flag, or strongholds. If an undesirable mode or map lacking certain equipment for challenges was selected, players would frequently leave. Additionally, the game modes that were consolidated into singular playlists did not offer any standout variants in how Halo 5 had Warzone. It also lacked other fan favorites such as SWAT or Infection.
Because the simplified menu is great for streamlining things, but Halo has always been, for us, about a bunch of fun options and choices, and it would have been nice to have significantly more of that. Also, just more maps in general.
I find the maps to be well thought out, although not many different maps seems limited, but I'm sure more maps will be added.
Halo Infinite launched with 10 maps, 7 exclusive to Quick Play and 3 exclusive to Big Team Battle. Halo 5, as a contrast, launched with 21 maps. Though these would take time to implement, 343 wanted to add more modes and were pushing to get them into the game by the end of the year. These could not come soon enough, as players were reluctant to spend time and money on the game. Just a week after release, the game was data mined, which revealed all the planned store bundles. A Reddit user, using the existing item prices on the store, estimated the price of these items, and came to a rough estimate of $1,035 worth of cosmetics. Players, whether due to a lack of content or general frustration,
it's a $1,000 Halo game.
Quitting. Halo Infinite at launch had an astonishing peak player count of 256,000 players on PC.
They're ahead of the time.
It did not take long for player counts to fall. By mid-December, the player base per this chart halved. On Reddit, former Bungie community manager and current 343 community manager Sketch had this to say about the state of the game. Quote, the launch playlist were set up as they were to take a measured approach. We have UI limitations for the game right now in the way and number of playlists that are exposed.
What's so crazy is that Destiny launched and the customization of your armor in Destiny was like nothing compared to Halo 3 or 4 or 5 or Infinite.
We have complex and not ideal progression and challenge systems intertwined in playlists and modes that are not necessarily trivial to decouple and change. I think the main hurdle that needs to be addressed and may require more time than is feasible before the holiday break is a knock-on effect to challenges and needing to reassess quick play and what that becomes. Historically, a Slayer-only playlist and an objective-only playlist has always resulted in the objective playlist quickly becoming unhealthy. But maybe we inevitably have no choice but to go down that route until more robust systems are available. Unquote. The lack of playlist due to UI limitations was worrisome, especially for a new engine. Even worse news for Halo was how the release of the campaign on December 8th did nothing to stop the freefall of the player base. The campaign had the best designed Covenant-style enemies and the best gunplay and movement in the series, but this was all in an open world that was lacking. Most of the points of interest were camps with not much in between, making the ring surface feel sparse and underdeveloped. There was a drastic lack of set pieces or environments that weren't forests with octagonal spires, or the occasional Forerunner installation or banished outpost that were not respectively dissimilar. This is not to say there weren't standout segments, such as a trial nearing the end of the campaign, or unique encounters like boss fights and enemy bounties. Still lacking was Forge or even Firefight. This was how players reacted to the gameplay.
We got a grapple hook!
In promising to recenter the series around the Chief, did so at the cost of nearly everything
it's so
Halo 5 had
cool.
established. The Infinity, humanity's largest combat vessel, was blown up in the introductory cinematic, meaning as far as the player knows, Team Majestic and Palmer also blew up. The Spartan training facility, blown up by Cortana. No more Spartans. Spartanlock's helm is seen, but only as a trophy on one of the Brute's shoulder pads. This Brute also has a necklace made up of Spartan fingers, implying the killing of far more Spartans beyond Locke. What Halo Infinite does different than 343's other Halo games and even Bungie's trilogy is it makes the character of the Master Chief a larger part of the story rather than a vehicle to experience it. The game is character driven and the stakes are lower than any other Halo game. It also has mystery as a core component of the story. The Chief, after being defeated by Aatrox, is thrown out into space. The Infinity, Aatrox, and the Chief are all presumed lost. 6 months later, an unconscious Master Chief is found floating in space with his suit in survival mode. He is resurrected by a lone pilot aboard a Pelican. This pilot is used to contrast the Chief, with his constant panic representing the fear and threat of the Banished, and the Chief representing humanity's hope. It is on this Pelican that the ring the Banished forces are on is revealed to be partially destroyed. Soon after, the villain of Halo Infinite is revealed. Escharum, an old dying brute, mentor of Aatrox, is the stand-in leader of the Banished.
You thought you dead, tossed into the void. Yet here you stand. Humans call you their savior. Covenant, demon, the Banished, prey.
Following the story of the Banished from Halo Wars 2, the Banished seek to utilize this ring to annihilate humanity as retribution, because it is later revealed that Cortana destroyed the Brute's home planet. Yet Cortana is nowhere to be found. In her place is this AI simply known as Weapon.
I was created by Dr. Catherine Halsey to mimic this installation's security to trap Cortana for deletion.
I was successful.
Weapon did succeed in trapping Cortana, but she did not the leader. Hence, the
Not
mystery
my
component of the
Cortana!
game. Weapon is ignorant of Cortana's crimes. As Cortana and Weapon are virtually the same AI, Chief distrusts Weapon. There is a conflict throughout the game of Chief using her infiltration abilities to stop the Banished, and is reluctant to delete her because of what Cortana meant to him, but also willing because of what she became. The pilot, revealed to be a civilian, not a soldier, persistently expresses his desire to run from the Banished. This tension builds up, and eventually the pilot breaks down, and hates his own cowardice in the face of Master Chief's courage. But the Chief is sympathetic due to his own failures in Halo 5.
You should leave me here with the rest of the garbage. We all fail. We all make mistakes.
But Ludwig,
What makes us human?
isn't she super quirky and chungus?
I should have protected Cortana. Stopped everything from going wrong. I failed her. I will not fail you.
There is another moment. In just 2 lines, just 5 seconds provides the audience the motivation of the Master Chief.
Why do you do this? Again and again. It's all I know.
Halo Infinite's Master Chief is tragically selfless.
I don't know how to
valuing
do anything
sacrifice and
else.
Humanity above his own interests. This is put to the test when the weapon is counter-hacked. The Chief fearing
I won't fail you, SA. You're as important as Katana, you random...
In order to counter,
you
the counter-hack.
random
She also
Hispanic
overrides the Master Chief's
pelican
signature protocol
flyer.
and is insulted at how willing he is to essentially kill her. Nearing the end of the campaign, she
You're as
discovers
important
that
to me
she
as
is
she
a clone
is,
Cortana
all of a
and
sudden-
understands why the Chief would delete her. She is immensely grateful that the Chief, equipped with the knowledge that she is a clone of Cortana, treats her as a separate entity, willing to let her prove that she will not succumb to the same corruption.
Can you trust me?
I don't. But I want
I mean, true.
The Chief's empathy even extends to the Brute Chieftain, tormenting him and the pilot throughout the game.
You know, like, they kind of don't really focus on the fact that the Spartans were created to put down humanity's rebellions, because human society was just, like, collapsing before the Covenant showed up and gave them, an enemy to unite behind against. But that might have been too heavy-handed and too, like, anti-human to include in this story. But, like, that is really the core of who Master Chief is. But they just sort of, like, move on from that. And they're just like, oh, we gotta fight this space battle.
Death will inspire 1,000 others. Tell them I died well.
I don't understand. You showed him respect. He was a monster. Yes. But at the end, he was just a soldier.
Like Master Chief is essentially like a Pinkerton, like BioShock Infinite, Booker. Like, the reason he's able to fight is because he learned off killing humans who were protesting the government. But I mean, it's probably for the best that they didn't even explore that.
Hoping he'd done the right thing. Questioning his choices.
Yeah.
Halo Infinite ends with the Chief attempting to make up for his failures in Halo 5, with Weapon vowing not to become Cortana, and with the pilot finding his courage. It also ends with the reveal that Cortana deleted herself when she became trapped by Weapon. Before she did, she destroyed a portion of the ring seen earlier in the game to prevent its firing and to save humanity. But Halo Infinite doesn't end without more mystery.
So deep.
Throughout the game, the Chief is chasing and fighting the Harbinger, a newly introduced ancient race that successfully frees the Endless. The Endless are not shown in-game, but are stated to be worse than the Flood. In true Halo fashion, there is a secret, legendary ending. It shows Atriox alive, without his war paint, and back in time. The year is 97,368 BCE. It is possible he was sent back in time to release the Endless, or the timestamp is instead
He was sent
marking the
back
date
in
of the recording
time?
heard in the cutscene.
You shall not be alone.
Sure.
The Criterion has given the order.
That'll help us write stories in the future. We'll just introduce time travel.
Offensive bias has been deployed.
The story of Halo Infinite
That'll make
was
it
better
easy.
written than Halo 5, but Halo 5, even with its flaws, was a frequently updated game, something Infinite needed to do because of its free, live service-based multiplayer and because the campaign acted as a prelude with more questions posed than resolved.
And with how this game ended, I bet in future expansions that are probably already finished, you're going to see beautiful snow and desert biomes, because giving you shit on day one isn't priority anymore.
Halo's campaign, outside of the addition of a co-op update, will not receive any significant updates. The multiplayer seems to have taken priority, with player counts at an average of 11,000 players in February of 2022, and the loss of players was not exclusive to PC players. Still in February, it was reported that Halo Infinite had fallen outside of Xbox top 5 most popular games. As to add insult to injury, the top 2 games were Fortnite and Call of Duty Warzone, the quintessential live service games Halo Infinite was trying to replicate. These games are famous for their battle royale system and frequency of seasons. Both games have a new battle pass with new maps or gimmicks every 2 to 3 months. Halo Infinite's first season was about 6 months. The new season, Lone Wolves, would run for another 6 months, and would come with only 2 new maps and 3 new game modes. Forge was planned to be implemented, but only as an open beta, and there was still no update on Firefight.
The complete lack of any stat tracking or a service record, a separate
separate progression system, commendations. These basic features need to come with the game and not as part of the live service. In fact, I just recently found a link to an actual service record site for Halo Infinite that shows a whole bunch of different stats and medal history, and I can't help but think like, man, if a couple guys can do this, why hasn't 343 done it yet?
Players, even with the little content that existed, were having desync issues and issues with Big Team Battle crashing the game.
But the update has made it even worse. Now Halo Infinite Big Team Battle will not work for me at all. It will crash every single time I search.
Players were dissatisfied with textures being repurposed as rewards and were exhausted with the state of the game. Quote, for me, there is just no reason
My
to
only
play
memory
the
of
game itself is
Warzone
fun,
was killing
but playing
some
the same
random
modes on the
dude,
same few maps
then
over
hearing
and over
3
isn't,
seconds
especially
of
when
a
there's not even a
little
basic progression system which motivates you. Well,
that's great. It's like, it's such an organic memory that's so separate from what the game was ever meant to make you experience, but I love those memories.
there are so many amazing games, I don't regret to have moved on from this. I'm just sad because Halo has always been one of my favorite franchises, unquote. This is a page of the most played Xbox games dated June 14th, 2022. The top 3 are live service, Battle Pass centered games. The top 6, assuming most players on Grand Theft Auto 5 are playing online, are all live service games. Moving along, Halo Infinite is not in the top 12. It is not even in the top 15. Halo Infinite is the 16th most popular game, even less played than Dead by Daylight. On Steam, things were not faring any better. The average player count for this month was 4.3 thousand. Halo Infinite took years to make. The game has been passed through multiple hands and leads. It was inefficiently developed even outside of the pandemic, which greatly hurt its progress. And most important of all, to Xbox, the store is not making enough money. Prices are slowly being raised as to target the whales of the game, and it was going to get even worse. The month prior, with the release of Halo's new season, the Heroes of Reach Battle Pass was changed to the Moochers of Reach. Moocher can be defined as person who lives off others without giving anything in return. This could be an employee's frustration at 343 or the player base. This was shortly reversed. Whatever the case, Halo Infinite lacked quality assurance, and there was hostility from the company, possibly towards the player base,
don't appreciate
which leads
the work
to the
we
next
put in.
happening. The program on screen is named Bonobo. It is an in-house program developed by Bungie and used by 343. To put it simply, it is a tool that can search and name objects within Halo. It helps name albums and cosmetics. But just as with the Blam engine, whenever something is not named and no unique tag is applied, the name is replaced with the program used. This could be seen on Halo 3's public beta, where the lack of a description was instead filled in by the game's game engine, Blam. The word Blam is innocuous. It is meant to express something sudden or loud. Bonobo, on the other hand, is an animal, an endangered great ape. Just as with the Halo 3 beta, someone at 343 did not properly tag this nameplate palette. So this specific nameplate palette on June 14th was named Bonobo, but this was not just any nameplate palette. It was a palette specifically designed to celebrate Juneteenth, a day that commemorates the end of slavery in the United States.
Oh, bro. Yeah, the name of the palette is Bonobo, which is a monkey. Wow. So I don't think this is a coincidence. I don't even know what to say, man. I just think this is just sad. It's like obviously racism.
I feel like it was just a weird, unfortunate coincidence. I mean, at best, 343 is not paying attention enough, and it's just a really weird thing to have happen.
It's a bad idea to even like
hours and explain how it happened.
Dip your toes
Bonnie
in the
Ross and
water
Joe Staten would apologize for this blunder. Players looking for evidence that this was not an accident would recall the Brute Camp where there were bananas present. Brutes are sometimes referred to as apes in the Halo community. This could be a nod to that. Only the camp also has watermelon and chicken. A different point of frustration from this controversy is that it demonstrated that 343 could react quickly when it came to fixing issues.
Despite the UI limitations, despite all the slow updates and them not fixing things even from Heroes,
Right. Oh my god.
Win stupid prizes.
But it's just so funny. Like they'll immediately activate the team to get rid of perceived racism, but they won't fix bugs that have been known about in the game for years. But they'll make sure to get on it if there's like chicken and watermelon. Like, come on, man.
Fast, they can fix this.
It's just such corporate culture.
Within minutes. So
like we care about the PR blowback. We don't want a New York Times article written about us. Meanwhile, fuck the actual fans.
Very perplexing and very mind-blowing that this happened in the first place. And boy, 343, I don't know how much more Halo can handle at this point. I mean, this is just such a blunder.
The lack of open efforts remained a constant for the life of Halo Infinite. This was a terrible first year to their 10-year supported game.
Where are the maps, dude? 2 maps in a year would be abysmal for a Battlefield title, but Halo is downright pathetic. And the 2 new ones in November are going to be forged, so not even made with dev tools.
In September 2022, Bonnie Ross left 343 Industries, citing a family medical issue as the reason. The studio was looking to be in dire straits. 343 could hardly support the multiplayer, and were certainly not going to support the single player. Answering any of the players' questions about the lore in the campaign would have to be deferred to books or other secondary media, and much of Halo Infinite already happens off screen through audio logs. As for the books, Halo has far too many of them. While some of these just tell stories in the Halo universe and do not expand on important lore points, others have in-depth and important information on characters, like the Didact and his death. They also vary in quality as they are written by various different authors. There is no grander vision for the series, but there is an endless amount to catch up on, even for writers attempting to add anything to the universe, which is possibly why the series is so inconsistent. There is a Wikipedia page.
That's like the worst thing when you buy a video game and it's like, you're not going to understand the full story unless you read this novel.
She's in the hospital after reading all the books.
Yeah, right.
She read the books so hard, she needed to go to the hospital.
Just trying to reconcile all the different lore from different writers and different, levels of writing quality. You go crazy.
That tracks these inconsistencies, totaling to 326.
Oh
the
my
lore of the Halo
God.
franchise outside of Bungie's games is a confused mess. 343 Saga has perpetually failed to tell an entire story. Only the setup, which is erased in the next iteration, with the rest of the story found in books that are sometimes written by authors unversed in the 10,000 pages of lore sprawled across just the Halo novels. But there was a chance to fix things. There was a chance to tell a story in a singular, cohesive medium. There was the Halo television series. Announced in 2013 and airing in 2022, it had the potential to tell the definitive story of the books and games up to Infinite. It could drive Infinite's sales up and boost interest for a much needed DLC.
Finally, I'll know what his face looks like. That was so important to me.
Silver is the name of the Central Spartan Fire team, and of course, a nod to the Silver Screen too. Naturally, the name stuck. The Silver Timeline is a unique vision of the Halo universe that contains and embraces many key elements of the core canon that has spanned the last 2 decades, but with relevant and contextual and narrative details that diverge in ways appropriate and necessary to the storytelling opportunities presented by the TV medium and our collaboration with creative partners. Unquote.
That's more crap lore 101.
One of the worst pieces of
What you
gaming
saw
media that
happening
people had
is
ever
not
laid eyes
canon
on.
anymore.
The Halo TV show, not
Girl
canon,
boss
Silver
Sylvanas.
Timeline was not loved or even liked by fans. While the action scenes saw no complaint, the show mostly only retained the character design.
And it's like, because Sylvanas is basically like the faction leader of the undead. But then, let's just fucking throw her away.
From the Halo universe, mostly as
A
there is
show
a
so should
2001
not
Chevy
even
Tahoe
Steven
and Clearview
Spielberg
used
could
just
make
the
it
first
watchable.
episode. The insurrection.
Well, it's just like his name is attached when he didn't really have any input, just his funding and, connections.
In the same episode are using modern-day weapons such as the AK platform, the
Right.
MP5, and the China Lake grenade launcher.
And look at
Tonally,
this.
the show is
Look
not at
at
all close to
this.
Halo. The Mac 5 and the
Look at this! Look at this! Look at the left side of the screen! Whoops. It's my Photoshop. Look at the screen. We got like a Ford, like a fucking Chevy out here. Have you ever seen a car like this in the entire Halo universe? This is a fucking Chevy, man. We just got a Chevy just hanging out on set. It's what Bonnie drove in. And we're just like, we're going to use this as a prop.
China Lake grenade launcher. Tonally, the show is not at all close to Halo. The Master Chief at one point is entirely naked in order to remove an emotion suppression chip. This is not in the Halo canon. This also makes his emotional
Master
awakening feel
Cheeks.
silly and unearned. This scene alone earned him the name Master Cheeks in the Halo community, and the Halo TV show would be cancelled just after 2 seasons. The Halo franchise, at the start of 2023, was at the lowest point it had ever been. On Xbox, Halo Infinite
car
had dropped to
read
the
the books.
21st most played
Shut up.
game, and Microsoft
Yeah,
announced it would
the
be
car
laying off 10,000
belongs.
employees this year. A former 343
I'll
employee
walk
stated
out
on
if you don't
Matter,
get the
quote,
car a
almost
job.
half of the staff at 343, my team and I were
Give him a
impacted by
roll.
layoffs at Microsoft. Unquote. It was rumored that 343 dropped to less than 280 employees from around 500. Just as Ed Freeze did, Joe Staten left Microsoft. Another possible firing was 343's Slip Space Engine lead. This came after the loss of the principal architect of the engine that left Microsoft in July of 2022. Excluding the winter update, Year 2 of Halo Infinite only came with 2 seasons. Meager offerings such as multiplayer game modes like Infection, or now the multiplayer-only Firefight. Modes that came day one with prior Halo games. These updates were only sustaining Halo Infinite's small player base. The game's lack of resources, though always the fault of Microsoft, were possibly strategically reduced as the head of Xbox, Phil Spencer, states that exclusives are no longer a priority.
I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games. So when you go and you're building on Xbox, we want our Xbox community to feel awesome. But this idea that if we just focused more on great games on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race.
There was a clear shift in Xbox strategy. Among the closing of various studios and the canceling of many games in the coming years, at the start of 2024, it was announced that Halo Infinite would not have any new season, rather operations with content updates. This is a reduced season pass with 20 free rewards in the window the operation is running, and it was the beginning of the end for Halo Infinite. This comment predicts, quote, so if, like he said, they are following the MCC
Everyone's
precedent, then
face
maybe
is
another year of
life. I
updates,
wanna
then the game
slap
gets
your
abandoned,
face,
unquote. This
but
felt
you're
like an
also my
inevitability
boss.
inside the Halo community. In the midst of this, there were Glassdoor reviews breaking down the dysfunction of 343 and leaks confirming what the community already believed surrounding the company.
I think the quote that my source told me, it was along the lines of, we don't need to make a great game, it's Halo. Well, how is that turning out nowadays? Basically, 343's name needs to change. It has been burned too much. There is too much negativity around this company for it to be able to sell a new Halo game. 343's Halo is not going to bring back Halo, and that's kind of the unfortunate truth about Halo 7.
Halo follower was correct. 343 was not going to bring Halo back. In October of 2024, 343 renamed themselves as Halo Studios. Their new project was going to entirely abandon the once highly promoted Slip Space engine, instead going with the Unreal Engine. Also abandoned in November of the following year was Halo Infinite. update. Quote, Halo Infinite's last
What
planned
could go
multiplayer
wrong?
update also welcomes permanent progression boosts, new maps, refreshed ranked seasons, over 200 never-before-seen customizations arriving in the exchange, and more. Steady on, Spartan. The future is infinite. Unquote. The future is certainly not infinite. Halo Studios' plan for 10 years of support for the game was a sham. This is rock bottom for the Halo series, where Halo has become an issue of investment. There is no intention to heavily invest in the franchise by Microsoft. No investment in Halo Studios to continue any storyline. And to that, nothing for the players to invest in the past 3 mainline Halo games. Why would someone invested in Halo 4 care for Halo 5 if the Didact is nowhere to be seen because he was killed off in a comic and Cortana somehow came back, practically erasing the events of Halo 4? Why would anyone invested in Halo 5's story look forward to Infinite if all the setup is literally blown up? And why would the fans of Bungie games, the audience Infinite wanting to appeal to, invest in the story or just the multiplayer if they are two separate, desperately incomplete, and abandoned titles? Even Halo 3 launched with a rudimentary but functional Forge mode. 343's model for Halo Infinite's live service did not work and did not make sense for the consumer. Separating the multiplayer and campaign in this case makes the game far more expensive. It would be as if Halo 3 released and players found that they are owed nothing when it came to the multiplayer. The game has half the maps of the prior game, and the extended armor customization is not earned, but purchased. Even Call of Duty, the closest surviving franchise to Halo, launches with their own multiplayer separate to Warzone. Halo 1 through 3 innovated. Halo Combat Evolved defined console shooters. Halo 2 carried the story of Halo Combat Evolved and launched with an extremely popular and innovative online multiplayer. Halo 3 finished the fight, refined multiplayer, and added new modes such as a theater and Forge mode. 343 emulated. Halo 4 had a poorly received multiplayer mode that was like Call of Duty but inferior. Halo 5 had a poorly received campaign but a beloved multiplayer. And Halo Infinite contained 343's best multiplayer and campaign, but again, the company attempted to emulate contemporary shooters' battle passes and deferred progression to it while not having enough of a core game to justify it. In the last decade, Halo began a great journey, beginning as one of the most anticipated culturally impactful game series and ending as a disjointed, disappointing, and visionless mess. For a good reason, there are more remakes of Combat Evolved than mainline 343 Halo games. Halo Combat Evolved launched in 2001. It launched for PC and Mac in 2003. Combat Evolved Anniversary launched in 2011 and again in the 2014 Master Chief Collection. Now in 2026, it is launching as Halo Campaign Evolved. As the name suggests, it will not have an online PvP multiplayer. It is a remake,
Campaign
not a remaster.
Involved.
And as per the 13-minute
Campaign
pre-release
Evolved.
gameplay demo, the game will have sprint, rework elements of the map-like barriers that were in place to force players off their vehicles, redo cutscenes and how they're shot. The game comes with many other small changes and the addition of 3 new missions. But the map design, the sprint, the lack of attention to detail, not to mention the popping in of textures, has players worried. There are fears that a studio that has been working on Halo games since 2007 cannot capture the simplicity of a 25-year-old game, a success that could revitalize interest and reset the series, or a failure that will accentuate everything Bungie did right. From the storytelling of Joe Staten that sought to apply mature themes of religion and mystery to a console shooter, to the music and sound direction of Marty O'Donnell and Mike Salvatore that solidified the tone of the series, and of course the
Two-based.
passion of Jason Jones.
They have the
who
wrong
brought all of
opinions.
Bungie's
Can't
ideas
have them.
together.
We need Bonnie. She read the books. Marty O'Donnell was a Christian.
Just give
Can't
me
have
some
that.
black.
He's
That's right, some black. How much black? About 15 seconds. It's not 20.
Come on, it's the ending of the entire game.
Or is it the beginning?
Oh, that's so... Do we show credits now? Because that's going to be really boring. Oh my gosh.
Since we're not recording anymore, I think it's safe to say, like, this is awesome. Like, Halo 1 had a beautiful simplicity that, doesn't exist anymore. This is awesome. Like, this is inspiring to see. But it's funny. Halo 1 seemed unwieldy compared to Marathon. But, like, now Halo 3 seems unwieldy compared to Halo 1.
Yeah, it's just like we had it. It was good back then. It was better than we thought it was. Pretty wild. Like, it's not like a reboot is impossible. Like, look at Doom. Doom 2016 brought the franchise back in a way that the core fan base really wanted after years of feeling like they've been betrayed with the more survival horror style of Doom. But yeah, of course, seen all this.
And it knows when.
Eat them spaghettis. I actually have a video of DSP eating spaghetti, but I don't really have any place to fit it in. I have made quite a bit of progress on the Captain Alex video during the course of that whole video, just adding more.
Thanks for the long stream, LWO.
Yeah,
we will wake you up when Microsoft needs more money.
I've been working on it in the background here. I have about this much left, which isn't a whole lot, but that'll be the end of the good chapter. And I don't know, I'll have to go through the bad chapter again. The history of Locale Live from 5 months ago. Not recent enough. We'll be back tomorrow for a Sunday. I think there's going to be a That Being Said Sunday, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. But right now it's Saturday. DSP is going to be streaming tomorrow. It's going to be full of all that piss and vinegar. And Late is playing Helldivers. Let's go read it.
Just chill up there.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Lonely Solly. Thank you, Zarzabuza. Thank you, Kurnox. Thank you for hanging out while I did some progress in the video I'm making.
On the back of it.
Let's go raid and lead. May the good blood guide your way, and I'll see you Sunday.
The kind on it.
And Monday.
But you can't really get a grenade in from up there.
Now
A lot of fun. Thank you all.
donation access.
Go raid the VTuber sibling.
Nice.
Thank you, Dogsblind.
Right.
You have a good one too.
Now I gotta start saving up again. It's gonna be all the commons that I gotta start looking for, but now I have all the second tiers ready to go.
Which one did you just get?
I just got access to donation access license, so now I have like the second tiers, and I want to probably get the advanced construction because it's got a whole bunch of.
I don't remember what any of those do anymore, honestly.
Well, it gives the better turrets like the mortar and whatnot.
Gotcha.
Oh no, not that. Well, not better, but it increases their health. So I kind of want to do that. What's up, Ludwig?
That's good.
Hopefully you're doing all right. We're here at a time. We were